Doesn't it feel good?
Yeah, this chair feels great.
It does. We get to talk about.
There's just no chair like this.
Oh, I'm so
I
happy.
get to talk about
Welcome
myself. Come on.
You were saying in some interview you read the script for the Marvels and you go, this is unbelievable.
Oh yeah, it's bonkers. Go see it, please.
It's cute how hard you try.
About to show these boys how we do it. You ready?
Higher, further, faster, baby.
The Marvel Cinematic Universe, a triumph by all accounts, perhaps the most successful film franchise of all time. A decade-long story translating much-loved characters from the niche domain of comics to mass popular appeal. Not every generation is lucky enough to say that this was our time, arguably not since Star Wars in the 1980s have so many people shared in the same story. This kind of thing matters, I would argue, because even if you don't much rate the source material, it does amount to something like a common culture, and we have precious little of that around at the moment. Yeah, you might get the extremes at both ends. One side of nutters would like to liquidate Tony Stark and eat the rich goo, and the other will bemoan even the better days of the MCU for the giant midgets and the suspicious amount of women to be found in its films.
That's why they're overcorrecting now. There's also a giant midget in the movie. That's right.
But a vast mass of people across countries, ages, and classes all had, for a time, a shared set of references. They all invested in a greater part or even the whole of the cinematic story of the 2010s. The franchise came to a head with Infinity War in 2019. Of course, it had its dubious and questionable entries even until that point. Thor: The Dark World and Iron Man 3 come most readily to mind.
I was reading that you had rewatched a bunch of MCU films to prep for this one. I know Captain Marvel must help, but
Absolutely.
What is an MCU movie that folks might not expect to have influenced this movie heavily?
Ooh, Iron Man 3.
How so?
I just love it so much, first of all. I think it's one of the best Marvel films.
You serious?
But even the worst of its number until that point added something. People invested their hundreds of millions, even their tens of billions of dollars in the overarching story known as the Infinity Saga, and could forgive mediocre offerings because without fail, each one added something to the overall story. Yep, Iron Man 3, dumb film. But it was still worth seeing because it added qualitatively to the story of Tony Stark, setting up aspects of his character and his journey that would be paid off at the saga's close. Plenty of people, myself included, regard the Star Wars prequels in much the same way. Are they good films? Absolutely not. But are they worth seeing? Do they add to the overall tale? Do they have that nebulous feels like Star Wars quality? Well, yeah, I'd say they do. So for all phases 2 and 3 of the MCU have their relative duds, even the worst of their number added something of substance to the grand narrative. If Infinity War was the head of the franchise, then what followed, and I include Endgame in this sordid little analogy, went from alchemical to biological and then to the downright scatological. That delicious meal, once swallowed, had made it partway down the esophagus by the time Endgame came around. You could still remember the brilliant taste, but the taste was beginning to fade. As MCU properties made their way down to the stomach for Phase 4, we quickly realized we'd consumed Chinese food. A great idea, lovely in the moment, but quickly lapsing into grease-fueled bloat infused with monosodium glutamate. Sloshing around our stomach was a substance you couldn't legally transport except in tankers specialized to handle toxic waste. As Phase 4 progressed, we began to suffer the consequences of cheap Sichuan chicken, from a restaurant that tried to mask the taste of old rat meat with a lethal mix of off-brand spices. Mixing in the stomach with the excessive amount of moonshine that prompted you to order the meal to begin with, the spiced rat meat began reacting with the alcohol, a pressure cooker liquidating solids into brown, acidic sludge. The MCU became a ticking time bomb. A toxic blend of poisonous gases began forcing brown sludge through your colon. Thor: Love and Thunder, Multiverse of Madness. The pressure forced the feces through the sphincter. A damp brown stain emerged in the universe's underwear. Wakanda Forever, Loki, She-Hulk. That trickle of shit became a stream and then a flood. Into Phase 5. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, Secret Invasion. The shit began flowing with such force that it exceeded the sphincter's ability to pass it. A backlog of lethal sludge built up, and behind it was gas. So very, very much gas. The pressure built and it built and it built until, like a volcano, it became impossible to hold it in any longer. And the arsehole of the MCU exploded with Krakatoa-like force. The Marvels erupted onto our screens.
Did you just shit your pants? No.
Now, you might have gathered from all of the above that I am not the biggest fan of this film. Some will tell you that this is because I am part of a pattern, a sinister pattern. You see, really, what it all boils down to is that men just hate the lady superheroes. We're all a bunch of misogynistic pigs who can't stand to see freaks in frocks on our screen, which is presumably why so many of us also disliked Ezra Miller's latest offering as The Flash. It's all just sexism. We just don't like the ladies. That's all it really is.
Mr. Garrison, Wendy and I think that was a sexist statement.
Well, I'm sorry, Wendy, but I just don't trust anything that bleeds for 5 days and doesn't die. Anyway, children, let's start off with some vocabulary.
This is not a wise argument to make, even if you are inclined to agree with some parts of it. If you make the Marvels synonymous with female art, then you're damning a whole sex by association. I'll play along if you really insist on this game, but the conclusion is that women will not be allowed to write or star in films anymore because they evidently cannot be trusted with it. A marginally wiser line of argument might be that, well, yeah, maybe women do cop a unique kind of flack. Maybe certain critics are more inclined to be vicious about the lady superheroes than the male ones, even if they, like me, also find the vast majority of male-led superhero movies—
Hey, you just touched my penis. Please don't do that. I'm not transgender, non-binary. I don't want to be searched by a man.
Sorry, Ezra, shit lately as well. Don't look for sexism, look for hypocrisy. Because if there is some genuine sexism at play, it will be found in the hypocrisy, the differential treatment of men and women. An even wiser line of argument than that would ditch the tedious gender politics entirely, since those who live by female empowerment will die by it as well. If you spend years going around telling people that the MCU needs more women because it needs more women, that it needs more female directors just because, that diversity is good because it is diverse, then you are lumbering your sex and your race and any number of innate characteristics with a burden they cannot possibly shoulder. Your position will collapse under the weight of its own contradictions, and when it does, you can't really complain if people criticize diversity quotas for that failure, because you are the one who said the quota itself should be credited for the result. In short, do not go around telling people that the Marvels will be great because it has all the women in it, and people only hate it because it has the women in it. No. Women deserve better than that. Do not, as the Marvel's director Nia DaCosta did, champion yourself as a trailblazer for young black female movie makers if the trail you're blazing leads to a bottomless pit of fucking sludge. Young black women deserve more than that. Variety, by the way, Variety said, the film makes good on the promise of Avengers Endgame, and its 6-second sequence in the fight against Thanos where all the MCU superwomen rally behind Captain Marvel. With the Marvels, DaCosta gives fans an hour and 45 minutes of that same energy. Oh, fuck me, yeah. I'd leave that one out of the publicity materials if I were you, gals. Anyone, save your worst enemy, deserves better than the Marvels. Because, and I really don't think I'm being hyperbolic here, it might just be a new low for the franchise, which is really saying something, given the last few installments have been Ant-Man 3, Multiverse of Madness, Wakanda Forever, and Thor Love and Thunder. But why, you might be asking, if, like the vast majority of people, you haven't seen and will never see the Marvels? How? Can it possibly be that bad? Isn't this guy just doing his hateful clickbait stuff with his multi-hour videos, just like all the other hateful clickbait channels whose videos I hate on without ever watching them? Surely this posh wanker is exaggerating? Yeah, my sweet summer child, I truly wish I was. Let's begin.
Hold on to your butts.
Late-stage MCU properties probably do require short explainers at the beginning, reminding everyone of what happened in those awful Disney Plus shows that nobody watches. So let's do a quick recap section. In 2019's Captain Marvel, a woman called Carol was piloting an experimental light-speed jet alongside a nutty professor who turned out to be a Kree alien scientist looking to develop technology that would allow an oppressed species, the Skrull, to jump a long way away from their Kree oppressors and find a new homeland. Nutty Professor's preferred method of travel was an experimental new light-speed engine that was in every conceivable way worse than the jump point technology that was already widely available to everyone, but never mind. She and Carol were shot down by a mysterious enemy, but when Carol tried to destroy the light-speed engine to prevent it falling into enemy hands, it exploded, and it covered her in light-speed goo. The light-speed goo made her more powerful than God, but she was knocked unconscious and kidnapped by the unknown enemy, who we later find out was a Kree Star Force veteran called Darth. Dumbledore. Dumbledore took Carol back to the Kree homeworld of Hala for no apparent reason, and they wiped her memories, replacing them with a false narrative about Skrull terrorists that would inspire her to fight for the Kree against the shape-shifting alien menace, because they definitely needed her to do that, because the Skrull were... The Skrull were already badly oppressed and they weren't a serious military force. Never mind, they needed God's aid in this quest. Now known as General Veers, Veers, apparently. Carol was trained in the way of Kree warfare, which involved repeated lessons taught by men that emotions are bad and women shouldn't use them, even though whenever you do use them, you will win.
There's nothing more dangerous to a warrior than emotion.
You struggle with your emotions. You're weak. You're flawed. Helpless.
You're too emotional. You've come a long way since I found you that day by the lake. But can you keep your emotions in check long enough to take
But you know why they called it a cockpit, don't you? At no point in the many years on Hala did Carol ever ask any questions about her past life, how she got to Hala, why she has powers nobody else has, or why she alone has an inhibitor chip on her neck that stops her from using her powers, except when it doesn't do that anymore. Hala was ruled by an AI called Master Control, the Supreme Intelligence, that communed with the subconscious of every Kree citizen. But Carol, who knew this is how things worked, never thought to ask Master Control to uncover her lost memories, because if she thought to do that, then the plot would have unraveled. The Kree decided to send her on her very first ever military mission, which was dumb, because exposing Carol to any place outside of Hala all but guaranteed she'd learn truths that the Kree would have rather kept hidden. But they sent her on a mission anyway, because otherwise the film wouldn't have happened. She gets captured by some Skrull led by director Krennic, who mind probe her and uncover all those memories she never tried to uncover herself, using a very convenient memory machine that's really not that far above the memory store in Multiverse of Madness as far as plot contrivances go, so people forgive and forget that kind of thing. Carol escapes their clutches and lands on Earth, because the Skrull had already reached Earth, proving they didn't need the lightspeed engine that the film tells us they really needed to escape the Kree they just escaped. A long and convoluted mess follows. Nick Fury somehow finds Carol, but none of the wreckage of the ship she destroyed in orbit or the escape pods the Skrull used to land on the surface. Despite actually being the good guys, and despite needing Carol alive because they scanned a whole galaxy for technology they didn't have and found that she matched its warp signature somehow, Carol has to survive several assassination attempts by the Skrull. Fury and Carol reconnect at a bar, but not before Carol wantonly murders a bereaved single dad called the Don, while he was on his way to visit his only daughter in the hospital who was dying of cancer at the time. All the Don wanted was to spread some joy and cheer, to make people smile even as he himself could not. But this didn't stop Carol brutally breaking his body. Don but not forgotten. This makes Carol good people. Fury convinced Carol that he isn't a Skrull by relaying life information that any Skrull could have just made up.
Name a detail so bizarre a Skrull could never fabricate it.
Toast is cut diagonally, I can't eat it.
And Carol convinces Fury that she isn't a Skrull by using a power he doesn't know they don't have.
And how is that supposed to prove to me you're not a Skrull?
That's a photon blast.
And?
A Skrull can't do that.
And so they team up, though Fury still doesn't quite trust Carol, so he leads her all the way into a top-secret military base before calling for backup. Once there, they suffer a setback, as all the records of Carol and Nutty Professor have been redacted. It's part of a billion-dollar cover-up, Nick Fury explains, except of course for a picture of Carol, a picture of Nutty Professor, a picture of the plane, and the name and address of Carol's known best friend and fellow pilot, Rambeau First Blood. The backup arrives, and oh dear, it turns out they're all Skrull. The Skrull badly need Carol alive, so naturally, Director Krennic issues a dead or alive order.
Fury's colluding with the target.
Then why would he call us in?
All I know is we take him into dead or alive.
Fury and Carol escape and go to the home of Rambeau First Blood, where Carol reconnects with her old friend and her child Monica, who is exactly the same age she was in the flashbacks to 6 years prior that serve as pretty much the entirety of Carol's character introduction. At this point, an entirely different writing team takes over, so Director Krennic turns up and tells them that actually he's good people after all, and he doesn't want to kill them, despite all the many attempts he'd previously made to kill them. Using a nifty Carol flashback, they find the coordinates for a secret space base orbiting the planet, and they transform a normal human fighter jet into a space shuttle via the mystical and magical art of, welding? In space, Carol immediately knows how to decloak the space base and forgets to cloak it again, meaning it's visible to everyone. But it's fine, because everyone at NASA was asleep at the time, so it didn't influence the development of human technology one little bit between the mid-1990s and 2008. Aboard the space base, we find the Tesseract, source of the Lightspeed engine and so, presumably, of the Lightspeed goo that gave Carol her powers. At some point, Howard Stark, not yet called S.H.I.E.L.D., and the entire US Department of Defense had given it to Nutty Professor for her experiments and then tried to cover up the fact that they'd lost the most valuable object in the solar system, even though they were the ones who redacted all the information, meaning they were trying to cover it up to stop themselves from finding it. Also aboard the space base are Director Krennic's family, who've been up in space playing nothing but Tetris for at least 6 years, meaning they're all completely mad, but they have great geospatial awareness and hand-eye coordination. Then Dumbledore finally turns up and hooks Carol up via Skype to Master Control, but Carol reveals that she is a Saiyan and, defeats Master Control's entirely digital beams of light on Skype. Her inhibitor chip no longer works because she no longer believes that she is inhibited. Yep, and now she can assume her ultimate form. Then Mega Ultra Smurf from Guardians of the Galaxy shows up and fires about 5 missiles that are meant to destroy the entire planet, but Carol goes Super Saiyan and wipes everybody out, cheering and whooping as she kills thousands of people who were, until 5 minutes ago, her friends, and whom she had good reason to believe were victims of the same brainwashing treatment that she herself had undergone. The bad guys are defeated. Carol sends Dumbledore packing with a threat for Master Control. I'm coming for you, motherfucker, because...
My name is Carol.
Ah, damn it!
Using a new Lightspeed engine, a ship of Skrull refugees lightspeeds off to find another galaxy to live in. Carol goes with them because she can fly at lightspeed now on top of everything else. Before she leaves, she gives Nick Fury a special pager that he could use to contact her in case of emergencies, which he didn't use here, or here, or here. Or indeed any other disaster until he uses it right here at the end of Infinity War.
Oh no. Well done.
Which, it makes perfect sense. Just don't ask questions. But as far as we know at this stage of the narrative, the reason she's absent from Earth during its very many crises is that she is busy helping the Skrulls.
Everybody in this room is about that superhero life. And if you don't mind my asking, where the hell have you been all this time?
There are a lot of other planets in the universe. And unfortunately, they didn't have you guys.
Yep. Yeah, just you wait. The first Captain Marvel film earned lots of money, and it was so very popular with absolutely everybody that a sequel was immediately released. And the story of Captain Marvel now stands as perhaps the crowning achievement of the MCU. When people say Endgame was a bit meh, but it had some really great moments, they are of course referring to the moments where Captain Marvel comes in and literally steals the show from less popular characters, like the Incredible Hulk. So successful was Captain Marvel that Phases 4 and 5, which she went on to lead, took the MCU to new heights, to more fame and to greater fortune. She quickly eclipsed Iron Man as a box office earner, and whenever new films were announced that didn't feature Captain Marvel, people got very angry and demanded to know why more Captain Marvel films weren't coming out. Truly, there was no MCU without Carol, now listed alongside such filmic epics as Casablanca, Citizen Kane, Star Wars, and The Game Plan for her influence on cinema as an art form. But then, the sacred timeline was destroyed, and we now inhabit a separate branching timeline where absolutely none of that is true, and Captain Marvel is AIDS. Though financially successful, because you could have dropped a character called Captain Pooh into Phase 3 and made $1 billion quite easily, Captain Marvel was not, in fact, a popular film. Its nonsensical plot, its constant carping about the evils of penises and the axis of dick, its unnecessary and obnoxious character with her pointlessly unlimited power set, her treatment of the Don, her role as story thief in Endgame, a chippy and arrogant lead actress, and the general sense that nobody involved in the film liked anybody they expected to go and see the film, meant plans for a Captain Marvel 2 were aborted. Many years passed, and we heard nothing more from Carol Danvers. Even Brie Larson appeared unsure whether she would ever get another opportunity to flaunt her washboard flat ass in a superhero costume, and not particularly fussed either way.
How long will you play Captain Marvel for?
I don't know. Does anyone want me to do it again?
When finally we picked up storylines even vaguely related to hers, we found ourselves in the quiet emptiness of Disney+. In Secret Invasion, we learned that the Skrull had got bored of waiting for Captain Marvel to find them a new planet. That's understandable since their plan was always to light speed off to another galaxy, and it takes some 25,000 years to reach the nearest galaxy at light speed, you fucking morons. I don't believe it was ever explained in the show how far or for how long they'd been light speeding off with her to find their new planet, or indeed how far back and for how long they'd had to travel to return to Earth for that show, but I'm not too sure on that point because it is Secret Invasion, and I really don't give a shit. Whatever the case, they returned to Earth to bitch at Nick Fury, who wasn't at all responsible for their stupid plan or for Captain Marvel's failure to deliver on it. It is a truth universally acknowledged. Behind every incompetent woman pursuing a career is a man who will eventually be blamed when everything goes wrong. I hesitate to use the word retcon with any authority because I really don't want to go and watch Secret Invasion again to make sure, but from what I recall, it does smell at least a little bit retcon-y, and attempts to smooth out the continuity aren't at all good for any of the characters involved. Now, I'll simply invite you to recall that at the close of Captain Marvel, Carol personally went off to find the Skrulls a new planet. In Secret Invasion, the Skrulls were somehow back on Earth and rather pissed off, and as we'll shortly learn from the Marvels, the only conceivable reason is that Captain Marvel broke her promise in order that she could run off and start no fewer than 4 genocides. But yeah, we'll come to that in due course. Of the rest of Secret Invasion, the useful bits of information are: director Krennic is dead, so he will not be appearing in this film. Talos' daughter, Talos' daughter, Gay, will not be appearing in this film either, even though at the close of Secret Invasion she possesses not only some of Captain Marvel's powers, but also some of her DNA, which point will be relevant again in due course. Nick Fury now resides on a space station called Saber, where his job is to sit around and occasionally provide comic relief. And I think that's pretty much all you need to know from Secret Invasion. It's not enough to be worth watching to, catch up on events, but then again, it's not so little that you can safely ignore all of it. It sits in that awkward netherworld of shows. You kind of have to be aware of it, but you really don't want to have to see it. We also have WandaVision, which introduced or reintroduced the the character of Monica Rambeau. Rambeau is the daughter of Maria Rambeau, Rambeau First Blood, Captain Marvel's diverse single-mother fighter pilot friend from the first film. They were close friends, they were the best of friends, and Captain Marvel was friends with young Monica too. I wonder whether I'm maybe stressing this point because it will become relevant later in a way that makes Captain Marvel look like a bitch. Anyway, Monica got her magical powers by walking through Wanda Maximoff's witch portal thing at the close of WandaVision. I think the official explanation is that walking through Wanda's hex altered her molecular structure or something with witch magic, and this gives Monica the power to control light. Besides that, the only actual notable thing about Monica Rambeau is that she delivers that oh-so-memeable line forgiving Wanda for making a whole town her mind slaves because she got sad that her sex toy broke.
They'll never know what you sacrificed for them.
That's fine, just get it out of the way.
We'll reach the end of the Marvels and there'll be really nothing much else to say about Monica's character because she doesn't really have one of those. And finally, we have Ms. Marvel. Ms. Marvel introduces us to Kamala Khan, bright young thing and daughter of Pakistani migrants, or, well, Hollywood's idea of Pakistani migrants, which is really just vaguely ethnic American with comically exaggerated parents. Much like every other diverse character, it's the melting pot in action, you see. Blue Beetle likes tacos and has an overbearingly close family. Kamala Khan wears colorful clothes and has an overbearingly close family. Shuri dances a bit and lives in a place where they farm fucking rhinos and open portals by banging water drums, a place that chooses its king by waterfall trial with spears. And Riri Williams is black and so she has to be sassy, etc. ad nauseum. I guess it's only natural that the people most obsessed with diversity are incapable of looking more than skin deep at any culture that originates outside San Francisco. Kamala Khan is obsessed with Captain Marvel, making her one of the only people on the planet besides Movie Bob,
Diabetes! Fight it!
who is obsessed with Captain Marvel. And she gets her powers from a magical bangle that her gran sent her in the mail. Yeah. She's a mutant hybrid, apparently. Not that that's at all relevant to anything in the film that follows. Her bangle, though, is highly relevant to the film that follows. For now, the explanation given in the Ms. Marvel TV show is that yes, she did indeed receive it in the mail from her gran, no further explanation required, and in the TV show it's a mystical artifact linked to something called the Nur dimension that allows her to manipulate something called Nur, all of which is, kind of fuck it, I guess, because it doesn't really matter at all in the Marvels. The Marvels, for its part, is going to take the tried and tested method of hand-waving away nonsensical things the writers can't be bothered to make sense of. They're going to slap the word quantum in front of them and make them something entirely different. So that is the absolute state of things going into the Marvels. Carol is away. The Skrull came back. Rambeau is a person in the MCU, as is Ms. Marvel. There is as yet nothing to connect them cosmically, save that Carol and Rambeau once knew each other, kind of. And having dragged the Sisyphean rock of the MCU all the way up to the present, let's lie down and let it crush us as it rolls all the way down into that sad, terrible pit of despair called the future. Are you ready, folks? Are you sitting comfortably? Well, you won't be in a minute. It's time for the plot breakdown. Yay, the plot breakdown. Oh yeah, my god, I can't wait to hear about the fucking Marvel. Before we kick off, however, a word from my sponsor. Money, as you well know, is like a penis. It's fun to use it, but you must also protect it. So what if I told you there was a way to be both careful and sexy at the same time? What's this, you may be asking? Has somebody finally invented a condom that doesn't look like a weird deflated slug? Well, no, not yet. I'm still working on that one. But Ekster is a pioneer in the field of smart wallets. Slimmer and altogether sexier than your clunky old-fashioned thing, Ekster wallets come in a variety of makes and styles, from premium leather to space-age aluminium. There's enough space for 12 cards, so that's one for you and up to 11 of your foreign aliases, as well as all that cash you carry around for, strictly legal transactions, guys. I am, of course, synonymous with class and sophistication, so they sent me the Parliament wallet. This is ironic since Parliament is usually associated with stealing your hard-earned money, while the Parliament wallet, with its built-in RFID blocker, protects you from wireless theft. Really, the only thing lacking is a button that lets you drop a grenade on the taxman. But Ekster wallets do come with this nifty little button that pops your cards up so easily I can even do it with one hand. Ekster wallets also come with a location tracker that connects to your phone. Misplaced your wallet? Give it a ring. Small child stolen your wallet? Track him down and eliminate him with extreme prejudice. The tracker is solar powered and much like your average YouTuber, just 2 hours exposure to the sun lets it operate for a full 3 months. On top of Ekster's Christmas and New Year sales, you can get up to 55% off using my code, The Little Platoon. That is up to 55% off at partner.ekster.com/The Little Platoon with the code, The Little Platoon. The code and the link are in the description. Now then, from the sublime to the ridiculous, it is back to the Marvels. Now I'm going to apologize if you've noticed any slight change in my voice either now or throughout the video. That's because I went to London about a week ago and I caught the plague. And then I had to review the Marvels straight afterwards, so my life's brilliant. How's yours? It's telling that the plot of the Marvels is so wafer-thin and generally pointless that you could condense it all into the trailers and still have about a third of your time left with which to bait people with reminders of better days. You'd think, given the film nominally has 3 main characters, that there'd be enough material to populate a single fucking trailer, but no. We've tripled the characters and ended up with a tiny fraction of the story found in any one film of any one member of the original Avengers cast. The trailers gave us Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Thor, Natasha Romanoff. They reminded us that heroes are an old-fashioned notion, but we can still use them, which is undoubtedly true, but the meta-connotations are unfortunate. It rather implies that we've lost them all, and though we still need them, we can't seem to find any of them around anywhere, and that does quite neatly sum up the problem with the MCU's Multiverse saga. The trailers splice footage of the old heroes with footage of the one that the spasmonoids in charge of Marvel these days thought might be able to take up their mantle, a delusion that's so staggeringly dumb you wonder whether anyone making decisions at the top is actually, sentient. They picked the only one of the legacy cast who has no legacy to speak of. Well done all around. The trailers also remind us of Thanos, who says, "My work is inevitable. There will always be others to finish the job." And that's just so fucking tragic. Cutting away from Thanos to this bland non-entity bin whose name you'll have forgotten by the time I finish this sentence. My God, that's quite pathetic. It's as if you're a lady and you've dreamed for years about sleeping with Chris Hemsworth, only to find out on the cusp of your dreams becoming true that he has a tiny hamster penis, and he can only last 5 seconds before he has to pull out and decorate your tramp stamp. It's such a dramatic letdown you would be forgiven for taking out a prescription for antidepressants. The kindest thing we can say for the film that follows is that it doesn't invite any of these comparisons. There is no tie-in to the Avengers in the Marvels. There isn't the slightest suggestion that the villain of the Marvels tracks her descent to Thanos, or even that she's particularly particularly aware of him. Nothing we see in that part of the trailer actually corresponds with what we see in the film. After all, if Thanos did have someone like this bint in mind as his legacy, then he was a silly twat. James Jonah Jameson is a more intimidating villain. But, we're here to review the film we got and not the one that the trailers pretended we might get. So without further ado, we kick off over the MCU, a sun that once shone oh so very brightly, but that's been reduced to a miserable chunk of embers presided over by a bunch of squabbling space women. A bunch of Kree ships traverse a jump point and arrive above an innocent, unsuspecting young franchise from which they plan to suck all the life and the goodness. Oh, no, wait, that happens later. No, here we've arrived at a desolate planetscape. It's all grey, bland, with nothing much to recommend it. It's tedious. It's all monochromatic, so shall we make ourselves a hostage to fortune? Yeah, let's do it. I think it's a safe bet. We've arrived at Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon. We get our first shot of the villain of the piece, this woman with the hammer. This woman is called Dar-Ben.
Henceforth, you shall be known as Darth Bender.
She, we shall later learn, is the leader of what remains of the Kree. And she's here because somehow, at somewhen, she has discovered the location of a very important magical bangle. Darth Bender taps a rock and rummages excitedly through the rubble to find it. She puts it on and she has an orgasm, but the orgasm is swiftly ruined by the discovery that it's the only one she will ever have. There were supposed to be 2 bangles, you see, and so 2 orgasms, but she's only found 1. Oh no. A fellow Kree suggests it might just be buried somewhere else, and she asks, like where? And we immediately cut away to Jersey City. And that's kind of it. Not counting the opening title, we are give or take 2 minutes into the film. In around 30 seconds of that 2 minutes, we've had our first sight of the primary antagonist and our first introduction to the McMuffin of the show. When I first moved up from lower to middle school, we had an induction day sampling the various classes and teachers we would have to suffer under for the next 4 years. The history teacher, an impossibly fat chain-smoking lady who seemingly hated absolutely everyone, so naturally I quite liked her, decided to make an example of us. Actually, she did it twice. The first time, she lined us up outside the classroom and waddled up and down the line, stopping in front of every 10th student, pointing at them and croaking, "Dead, dead, dead." Once she was finished, she stood in front of us all and she said, "You've just been decimated. It's a Roman punishment. Misbehave in my class and it'll be a school punishment as well." That has absolutely nothing to do with the Marvels, except that we should probably arrange for it to happen to the writing staff at some point. But the second example occurred in the classroom itself. One of my classmates was screwing around and she hauled him to the front of the class. "The thing about first impressions," she said menacingly, "is that you only get to make one." I mention this now because we've just had our first impression of Darth Bender and the Bangle of Doom. And indeed, you only get to make one first impression. If on watching the film, you come to that scene and you think, I don't really have, any thoughts at all about this character. Well, that's your first impression, and it is an accurate one. You'll make it to the end of the film, Darth Bender will explode for no very good reason, and you'll leave the cinema thinking, I don't really, have any thoughts about that character. Her introduction conveys nothing save the mechanical. Here is a character who wants to find a bangle. Who is she? What is she? Do we have any inkling or feeling as to her true nature and purpose? Does she radiate menace or fear or ambition? Nope, nada, none of that. It's one of the least compelling villain reveals in the entire MCU. It actually falls below several villain reveals in most, if not all, of phases 4 and 5, but we'll return to that much, much, much later. Of the bangle, there's a little bit more to be said. It's actually a reference, but if you've not seen Ms. Marvel, and let's be honest, you haven't, then you won't get the reference at all. Now granted, the film will establish the connection on its own momentarily, but absent that foreknowledge from the Disney Plus show, it's really quite vapid. If you've not seen Ms. Marvel, it's just, a bangle, and oh look, another bangle. Wow. If you have seen Ms. Marvel and you know what the fuck the Noor dimension is, if you're partial to a little bit of the Noor yourself, the scene matters ever so slightly more, but only for the moment. And that's because the film barely tries and entirely fails to find a place for the wider canon and continuity. Whereas, from what I gather, the show goes into some detail about the nature and power of the bangle, as well as its mystical as opposed to its material origins. She really did just receive it from her gran in the fucking mail. The Marvels won't touch on any of that. If anything, its explanation for the bangle's origin is more of a retcon than a development. In the TV show, it's a mysterious, vaguely ethnic artifact tied to strange spiritual dimensions, whereas in the movie, it's quantum. Yep, it's quantum. That's an explanation. You probably can find a way of smoothing this out. We are dealing with a multiverse after all, but while you might want to try and find a way to smooth the two, the film will make no such attempt. The origin and deeper meaning of the Bangles is pretty much entirely absent going forward, despite them being the designated McMuffins for a large part of the movie. Sticking strictly to the film, you might also have a proximate question or two to ask about them. What is the Bangle? Where is the Bangle? How is the Bangle? Why is this Bangle separated from the other Bangle? Why should they have been buried separately and by whom? Why would they have been buried to begin with, given what we will shortly learn about their powers? How did Darth Bender know where to look? And how long has she been looking for them? Why has nobody before her thought to look for them? What does she want them for? And by the end of the film, we may have answered around half of 2 of those questions. What is the Bangle? Quantum? Where? Rebel Moon. How? Dunno, ancient pre-artifact or something? Why is it separated from the other one? No idea. Why would they have been buried to begin with? Abso-fucking-lutely no idea. How did Darth Bender know where to look for them? Again, don't know. Women's intuition, maybe? How long has she been looking for them? Don't know. Why did nobody before her think to look for them? Don't know. What does she want them for? Well, on that one, you'll just have to wait and see. Anyway, in a sentence no sane person will be glad to hear, we're now going to spend some time in New Jersey. We're in the bedroom of one Kamala Khan.
Kamala.
Oh, right, no, sorry, I'm a terrible racist. Kamala Khan. Young Ms. Khan is positively obsessed, to an almost bunny boiler degree, with Captain Marvel. And speaking of, look, it's Captain Marvel! Or is that the cardboard cutout? Because it's really hard to tell, they have the same range. The latter-day MCU has a slightly strange problem with character recognition, in that spectators during the Infinity Saga either recognize or don't recognize players in the Infinity Saga depending on what the plot needs to happen. Ant-Man being vaguely recognized but confused for Spider-Man in Quantumania?
Thank you, Spider-Man!
Maybe it works. He was at least involved in events on Earth during those films. He was pretty important in the discovery of time travel, which nobody seems to have bothered trying to replicate since that one time it happened in Endgame, but never mind. He's not a major tier hero, so I guess it's believable he might suffer mistaken identity. By contrast, Black Widow not being recognized walking through the streets in her film, even though by that point in the timeline, she'd just gone public at the Senate hearings and she'd almost brought down a government. Yeah, I'm not sure that one works quite as well, to be honest, but then nothing in the Black Widow film worked well. But what of Captain Marvel? How widely known is she? How did Kamala Khan know about her, hear about her, become obsessed with her? Captain Marvel is almost unique amongst legacy MCU characters because, with the exception of Star-Lord, she's the only one whose exploits occurred almost entirely off-world, and nobody we've ever seen in the MCU is obsessed with Star-Lord. It's not impossible, it's not even majorly unbelievable that Kamala should have developed this obsession, but it does feel a bit unearned. The character least involved in events and the one who acted with by far the fewest witnesses is absolutely iconic, but only to this one girl. The rest of the universe seems almost entirely unaware of Dear Carol. I guess we just have to run with it, but a better constructed post-Endgame Earth would have established a lot of this stuff if only through mise-en-scène. We saw Tony Stark in the backdrop of Far From Home, for example, and though you could argue it was heavy-handed in stressing the thematic point, Peter Parker's imposter syndrome, the world on his shoulders, the pressure of expectation and aspiration, the basic idea was a good one. You can say a lot about the state of your world and its heroes via background imagery, environmental storytelling, murals or statues to the entire Avengers team, including Captain Marvel, would give us a strong sense, without telling us overtly, how they are regarded, who knows what about whom, and how widely known the smaller players are. Yeah, but we haven't had any of that, so fuck it. Kamala Harris is obsessed with Captain Marvel, because that's what her character is, so you'll just have to deal with it. I'll give the film credit wherever I possibly can. It does occasionally understand that nobody gives a shit about the Disney Plus shows, and whereas normally it takes that as license to discard settled events in the canon, it does sometimes take the time, as it does here, to do simple things like re-establish who Kamala is, what her hobbies and obsessions and mannerisms are. It's a small but important thing, but the writers were right to recognize the necessity of it. The problems all come later, pretty much as soon as this scene ends, in fact. Because although she emerges at the close as probably the most fleshed out of the 3 characters, yes, this line works on multiple levels, yes, I am body shaming, no, I don't give a shit, that is, of course, a relative term. Next to Carol and Monica Rambeau, any given hair on your scrotum is a fleshed out character. Kamala really isn't that much besides what you see in this short scene, a quippy teenaged artist with an unhealthy attraction to Brie Larson. We are are, in short, looking at a two-dimensional character in a one-dimensional world. But yeah, there's precious little else to praise, so props to the writers for doing a better job with Kamala than with anybody else. There's even some creative visuals as we briefly inhabit the comic world Kamala is drawing. I believe this is also a feature in the Ms. Marvel show as well, and yeah, I know, I'm scraping the barrel, but any creativity in the Marvels just stands out, alright? I guess it's worth highlighting one of Kamala's two dimensions here. She's young, chippy, cheerful, and naive. Consequently, she has an idol who she hero worships. Her idealized vision has her traipsing around the galaxy alongside her idol in a cheesy, weightless, comically simplistic, and inconsequentially generic superhero story, which is ironic since that's what she's about to do in the film as well. But it does set up the starting position from which she'll go on to have probably the closest thing this film has to an arc for its characters. Being young, chippy, cheerful, and naive, she has appalling taste in music and her personality is incredibly irritating. She uses lines like, "Shine on, baby, this is my chance," and tragically and unironically, "Twinsies!" And in case you thought this might just be her over-egging comic book dialogue, no. She uses the same line for realsies later.
So, twinsies.
I think I come in at the very tail end of millennials, and for a little while I thought my age group was the most insufferable bunch of wankers. But then Gen Z emerged and said, "Hold my non-alcoholic beer while I go and protest against the Jews." Stop being, mold? Is it mold? I don't know, I don't speak Consequently, I have an ingrained prejudice against people of this age bracket, and young Kamala will do nothing to disabuse me of it at all. A mother interrupts and breaks her out of her comic book realm. But then her bangle that she received in the mail from her gran, which I keep saying because fucking hell it's real, begins to sparkle. She shakes it, and then she portals away to somewhere. Because this is a modern Marvel film, the editing and general story is what you might politely term radioactive dog shit. And so though we're less than 5 minutes into the film, we've already had our first and our only earlier that day cutaway to the depths of space. Here we join Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel herself, who is using a convenient memory reading device to remind the audience what happened in the 2019 film. It's honestly kind of hilarious that across now 2 films, pretty much the entirety of the character work for Carol Danvers is shoved into a couple of 30-second flashback reels via a memory machine. And this one's actually reusing content. Her entire life is flashing before her eyes. It's deeply unimpressive. So we see again her shooting the Lightspeed engine, getting bukakied by Lightspeed goo, becoming God. We see her old friend Rambeau First Blood and her daughter, while her own memory voiceover does its best to re-establish a character that was never really a character to begin with. She had her memories stolen by the Kree, she beat the Kree, higher, further, faster, baby, fuck you Master Control, and then right at the end a relevant callback. Because you will remember, I'm sure, that in the 2019 film when she went to visit Rambeau First Blood, she and First Blood left together on an aeroplane that they had made space-worthy because some guy they knew could weld it together. Up they went together, leaving the young daughter behind, and Rambeau First Blood went with Carol because her daughter told her it was the right thing to do.
You have to go. Monica. You have a chance to find the coolest mission in the history of missions. I just think you should consider what kind of example you're setting for your daughter.
Then, mission accomplished, Carol offers to help the Skrull find a new planet. Daughter suggests that they all stay on Earth, but First Blood says nah, because they wouldn't be safe.
I'll help you find a home. Finish what Marvel started.
They can stay here with us, can't they, Mom?
They won't be safe here, baby.
Remember that also becomes relevant later. Daughter asks if she can go along, but she can't unless she learns to glow.
Maybe I could fly up and meet you halfway.
Oh, only if you learn to glow like your Auntie Carol.
And then she aspirationally says, or I could build a spaceship.
Or maybe I'll build a spaceship. You don't know.
He doesn't.
And everyone smiles and nods because this is a modern Marvel film. And if one character type is likely to be able to build a whole spaceship without the skill set or the material, it is a young black girl. No, it's not fucking insensitive, it's the backstory for fucking Ironheart, leave me alone. Carol flies off into space and it's all cheerful and triumphant, and she light speeds off with the Skrull because that's totally a thing she can do now. Now we already know that that did not work out because Carol seemingly abandoned them shortly thereafter and went off to commit the genocide. But the relevant bit for now is the daughter, young Monica Rambeau, because this film is about to recontextualize their parting to mean something very different. From aspirational figure, which is what Captain Marvel was clearly supposed to be in the original film, she is shortly to become the subject of some mild and short-lived resentment. Because, you see, this part of the flashback is setting up that Monica Rambeau believes Captain Marvel abandoned her, which after a fashion she did. And again, to give the film credit where it's due, at least the writers watched WandaVision, where something like this is teased.
She could have taken out Thanos on her own if he hadn't initiated a blitz. I mean, nobody else came close.
Well, I'd argue that Captain Marvel came close.
Her powers came from an Infinity Stone too, right?
We are not talking about her, we are talking about...
It's not quite as simple as all of that, as we shall shortly see. Regardless, keep that all in mind for later, when we learn that Carol has not exhausted her vast arsenal of ways in which to be a dick. The flashback then, for a couple of seconds, gives us new information. We see an angry Super Carol land on Hala and explode something that looks rather like the Master Control Tower, and we see Darth Bender's face very briefly, and then Carol wakes up. This is pretty much entirely for the audience's benefit, because it doesn't actually make much sense in universe. We're now apparently in the year 2025, Captain Marvel is set in 1995, so 30 years have passed. In that time, Monica Rambeau has grown into a fully fledged woman, and Carol has not aged because she is perfect, except, the eyes and the neck, because age comes for us all in the end, even god-tiered superwomen. But that's an aside. It doesn't make much sense in universe because in 30 years, Carol has apparently not recovered any of the memories she is actually searching for. Remember, the Kree took almost all the memories she had predating her arrival on Hala. Attempting to recover those memories is the excuse she gives in this film for still pissing about with the memory retrieval device. And yet everything we just saw her remember occurred after she lost her memories and after she'd broken from the Kree. In other words, everything we've just seen is stuff she already remembers. And, fair enough, you might say maybe she's found that stuff easily, but the stuff she's looking for continues to elude her, because memory is a complex thing. In response to which, I must point out that she has accomplished far less in 30 years than the Skrull did in 5 minutes in the first film, since they found exactly what they were looking for amongst her hidden memories pretty much as soon as they hooked her up to their memory machine. Meaning that, yeah, the machine's inclusion here is solely justified out universe. It's been almost 5 years since we last saw this awful character, and because she's an awful character and her film has minimal rewatch value, the audience cannot be expected to remember what happened, making this particular character beat contrived as hell. From the contrived then to the contradictory. Following the flashbacks, we pan around her ship, and we get to see some major boobage. All good if you're into that kind of thing, but what is this we see pinned to the wall in her ship? That looks distinctly like fully grown astronaut Monica Rambeau to me. Is that what it looks like to you? Because, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. That would be fully grown Monica Rambeau, who is very pissed off with Carol later in the film because Carol never went back to see her. Yeah, so from where has she sourced this photo? And look, I don't pretend to be an expert on this part of the MCU lore, and there is a chance I am mistaken, but I was under the impression Monica didn't really get into the whole space thing until after the blip. She grew up in SWORD, which was an agency set up by her mother, Rambeau First Blood, and then she was blipped. Then she came back later and joined Saber under Nick Fury, which was more heavily invested in the space side of things than SWORD was. And I'm not entirely sure it matters over much whether she was an astronaut in SWORD before the blip, and then something akin to an FBI agent immediately following it during WandaVision, and then somehow an astronaut again later on. In other words, the question is, was she an astronaut before or after Endgame? Because in either event, all of this took place while Carol was absent, no? We learn later that Carol never went back to see her because she didn't want to return to Earth as a failure. And to be fair, if I was responsible for multiple genocides, as opposed to the one that I am responsible for, I probably wouldn't want to show my face around my hometown for a little while either. But the question remains, how did Carol get a press clipping of an adult Rambeau if she never returned and so couldn't possibly have got such a clipping? Now you might be thinking, that's a bit of a nitpick, isn't it, Platoon? Yeah, I guess maybe it is, though it does build on the mise-en-scène point from earlier. Environmental storytelling is just as important as textual or narrative storytelling. The Marvels clearly understands this in principle. Having the press clippings shows that Carol still very much cares about Rambeau, albeit, not enough to overpower her own bruised ego. But if you're going to do it, you are bound by the same rules of continuity as any other kind of storytelling. You might, if you were a cretin, want to do a biopic on the Austrian painter in a not-so-subtle attempt to draw parallels to the great orange demon of our day. But it would still be incongruous for the Austrian painter to be shown having a picture of the Donald on his office wall. It would be very fucking funny, but it would be incongruous. Might break continuity a bit. Anyway, it's a short film, alright? I've got to fill the time somehow. Stop complaining. Carol is not alone on the ship. Oh no, because, like so many aging women who've spent a lifetime pursuing their careers and now live in a state of regret, she lives with a cat. The cat, in fact, or rather, the Flerken from the first film named Goose. My Flerken stole my marker. Goose was only really in the first Captain Marvel film for the occasional joke. He didn't substantially aid the plot, and there was really no reason they should have carried him around all over the place like they did. But if you thought the joke pretexts in Captain Marvel were pretty contrived, just you wait till you see why and how the Flerkens are used in this monstrosity, because trust me, you ain't seen nothing yet. It's really quite terrible, I can't wait. The ship chimes in at this moment, informing Carol and her pussy that Nick Fury is trying to call them. But Carol flippantly suggests they let it go to voicemail, which is odd, since at the close of Captain Marvel, she gave Nick Fury a pager on the strict condition that he only contact her in the event of a dire emergency.
What? You think I'm gonna crank call you?
For emergencies only, okay?
And the one time he did call her, there was the small matter of half of all life in the universe being snapped out of existence. Are we then to assume that off-screen in the intervening years, these two people, separated by incomprehensible distance in space, somehow became much more familiar to the point that they might just call every now and then for a chat? Or is Carol so much of a dick now that she will potentially blank the guy who only ever calls when things are seriously wrong? Well, I think it's the former, but who can say for sure? They address each other in this scene like they hardly ever speak, but then also in a manner that suggests they talk casually all the time.
Nick Fury, my favorite one-eyed man of intrigue.
Carol Danvers, prodigal child of the Milky Way. How goes it out there?
So, I don't know. Whatever the case, Fury is up on the Saber space station, and he's got in touch to ask what Carol makes of the surge in the jump point system that happened a few hours ago. She says she didn't notice anything unusual, and I'm thinking, wait, is this her job now? Monitoring the power levels in the jump point system? I'm pretty sure that isn't her job. Why would she be expected to be keeping tabs on something like that? And if it was concerning and it happened several hours ago, why would Fury wait until now to call her about it? Isn't there anyone else you could call that might have more knowledge of this sort of thing? Carol was only a Kree for a few years, and during all that time, the jump points had nothing to do with the Kree, because the writers hadn't decided that they created them yet. Carol says she'll check it out and brings up some wavy lines on her green screen as Fury informs her that the entire network was affected, but that Saber's neural network team was able to trace the surge's point of origin back to a place called NB418. So he called Carol because she was in the neighborhood and he wants her to go and check it out. In all of space, he somehow knows that she just happens to be in the right place to go and check out this thing that hit an entire network several hours ago that could be traced from Earth to its point of origin. Okay, fine. Whatever. That screeching noise you hear, that's just the plot wheel spinning because it's trying to race off way too quickly. There are several moments in this film where you wonder just how much of it was cut, just how many scenes are missing, in just what order everything was before they decided it was all too shit to be released and had to be changed at the last minute. Because we've just introduced a mystery subplot and dispensed with the bulk of it in not much more than 45 seconds. The problem when you have a character pop up and tell another character, hey, there's a mystery, but we know exactly where it all started, and it started right next to you, so go pay it a visit, is that there's not, much mystery going on. There's not much suspense, if indeed there's any suspense at all. And when you have to invent science magical bullshit nouns to form sentences like,
Thankfully, our neural network team was able to trace the origin back to MB418.
yeah, you give the audience the unfortunate impression that the setup doesn't really matter at all. It just feels like we're in a terrible rush and we must get from point A to point B in the shortest possible time. Fury further adds that Rambeau and her team will send more info as they get it, prompting Carol to express surprise because she thought that Rambeau was on Earth, again forcing us to ask just how closely and generally how Carol is keeping tabs on her former protege. Fury tells her she's not that little kid you remember. Film? Are we gonna have that in continuity discussion again? What are you doing here, film? Outside the Saber station, we do indeed run into Rambeau, using her magical bullshit powers of uncertain provenance to try and fix a machine that's supposed to be taking readings from the jump points. I assume it broke after they got the reading on the jump point that Fury mentioned a couple of seconds ago. The only other thing worth noting about the scene is that Monica is wearing a full and complete spacesuit, including helmet, which is funny because in the trailers, we clearly see her in space without the suit, and she's not going to be learning any new powers between now and the end of the film. So, I wonder I wonder if they put her in that suit that she doesn't actually need, because maybe she's about to be switched with a character who can't survive in space, and the writers couldn't think of another way to do it. It turns out they don't actually need to fix the machine though, because one of Rambeau's conveniently undefined powers is the ability to touch jump points and figure out what's wrong with them, which is what she is now going to go and do. Though not before she says, "We've got to find out what's causing this damage to see if we can reverse it," even though we've hitherto been given no inkling that anything is damaged. And quite how one would go about fixing a jump point is as clear as a very solid turd. Don't worry though, I'm sure she's got some magical power that just lets her fix jump points. That's just how characters in the MCU work these days. Whoever the fuck knows how far away in space, Carol transforms into her supervillain suit and goes flying with the Flerken down to Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon and the place Darth Bender was pissing about at earlier. We cut back to Rambeau, who is approaching the jump point, and just from looking at it from a distance, she says, "The surge has had some sort of residual effect on the jump point," which is news to me since it looked like any old jump point, and I don't know how you could tell just from looking at it that anything has left a residual effect of any kind, but never mind. Then her comms go fuzzy and we cut back to Carol on the sound stage, the moon. Fury has apparently linked all their comms together, but when Carol tries to speak to Rambeau, Rambeau has a panic attack because she's just not in the right headspace to deal with genocidal bitches right now.
I don't think I'm in the best... I don't want...
Apparently, Saber runs no kind of psyche eval whatsoever on its astronaut candidates, which is absolutely fine because spending long periods in the isolation of space doesn't require any kind of mental fortitude whatsoever. Trust me, I should know. I spend so much time trying to get into the heads of Marvel writers that I am an expert in the vast emptiness of space. It's a lonely place up here. Rambeau gets closer to the jump point while Carol continues her stroll along Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, which fortunately has the exact same gravity as Earth and conveniently dramatic backlighting as well, because, there are studio lights on this moon. Carol locates the source of the power surge, a broken jump point all jaggedy and red, hovering above Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon. It's not closing like they're meant to, and it seems to be stuck right above a suspiciously large hole in the ground. She sweeps some dust off of a rock and finds a golden sigil that will not really be relevant to anything going forward, while across the universe Rambeau arrives at and touches another malfunctioning jump point. Question. We'll find out later why Darth Bender goes around creating broken jump points. She jams them open in order that she can steal large quantities of stuff from alien worlds like atmosphere and oceans and the fucking sun. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. But why would she have done so on this planet? They aren't stealing anything like that from this planet. They came to find the Bangle and then to leave. Fair enough if you need to break a jump point to accomplish your goals, but if you don't need to do that and you're part of the race that is exquisitely familiar with the jump point network, why would you break one unnecessarily when you know it will lead to a traceable power surge? Aren't you just asking to get caught? And this actually does matter since it's one of the primary instigating events for the entire film. If Darth Bender had just jumped in and out like normal, there'd have been no power surge. Carol wouldn't be here, Rambeau wouldn't be investigating the other jump point, the villains and their plans would not have been discovered until much later, if not until too late. Could it possibly be that the writers made Darth Bender do a Darth dumb solely in order to get the plot moving along?
None of this makes sense.
We get a split screen. Carol goes to touch a jump point, and now we have a triple split as we catch up with the events of earlier that happened later when we were watching them earlier.
It is quite literally this ancient symbol of womanhood.
You mean vagina?
And see Kamala Harris's Bangle start sparkling again. And bam! Just like that, the thing that is this film's mechanic, except when the film forgets that it has this mechanic, is established. The three of them are linked now, and they instantly switch places, though not in anything like the way they're shown doing so later, because in this first instance, Rambeau appears to fall out of a jump point that's much higher than where Carol is standing, and she crashes, without her spacesuit, on Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon. Carol, for some reason, portals into Kamala's bedroom at the precise point Kamala was standing there, but then randomly falls through a cupboard door as though there's some serious momentum behind her. While Kamala, like Rambeau, flies through the jump point that Rambeau was previously investigating, meaning that in two instances, the mechanic has it that our characters transit through jump points, while in the third instance, the character just teleports irrespective of jump point, but with significant momentum that none of the others was experiencing at the time the switch happened. Kamala, incidentally, has warped into Rambeau's spacesuit, and Rambeau has warped out of her spacesuit, which mechanic absolutely never happens again ever in the film. From this point on, everyone stays in their own clothes whenever they jump. Whether or not you think that is a shame depends almost entirely on your taste. Oh, and what's that? I set that piece of information up earlier and I just paid it off? Well, shit, that makes me overqualified to write Marvel shows. Somebody fetch my agent. Don't worry if it doesn't immediately make sense. It won't make sense in the long run either. It's just a thing that happens in a variety of different ways as the plot demands. All you need to know at this stage is that the three Marvel's characters have swapped places, and this will happen again and again and again, except where it doesn't happen. Kamala is hurtling toward the Saber space station at what looks distinctly like a lethal speed, and she's completely out of control because nobody saw this coming, and she's never been in space or operated a spacesuit before, so yeah, she must be dead, right? Or at the very least severely injured. I mean, she'll probably smack into that thing and her helmet will crack, maybe a few ribs, and maybe some important tubes and wires, and she'll suffocate and freeze in the cold vacuum of space. Damn, only 10 minutes in and we've already had our first major character death. I now quite like this film. Oh, wait, no, I don't. Somehow the spacesuit itself takes control in order to save Kamala's life. As you can see here, it applies reverse thrust all on its own, and it must be doing this all on its own since there's no way she knows how to do it, and it slows her down, so rather than splatting against the space station window, she just plonks lightly against it. Fuck it, we were so close to a funny death, and this is what we've got. Kamala looks through the window and she sees Nick Fury, who she instantly recognizes. Yeah, right, no, see, I was under the impression Nick Fury was still kind of, secretive. Not a household name. He was a super spy after all, and last served in that role as recently as Secret Invasion. I'm still not convinced I buy that she knows who Captain Marvel is, but how the fuck does she recognize Nick fucking Fury, for fuck's sake? I do like that the Saber space station is basically Fury's holding pattern, by the way. The MCU has so little use for him, so little idea what it wants to do with him anymore, that they pretty much just store him up on a space station in cold storage until a script somewhere demands a cameo appearance. Saber is supposedly an ultra-high-tech aerospace defense department, but unlike S.H.I.E.L.D., you actually have to look that up on the internet because it hasn't really been at all established outside maybe a couple of episodes of a Disney Plus show that nobody watched. Why, you might be asking, would Nick Fury be up here casually monitoring the energy flow of the jump point system rather than doing something that even vaguely corresponds with his skill set and interests? Well, wonder away, chuckle fuck, he's doing that because that's the thing that he's doing. And now a film just happens to have flown past his window and woken him up. So for all the use he's going to be in the plot, they might as well just have left him in the cryopod. Nick Fury's response is broken as well. He says, even though she just told him her name and where she came from, and we're shortly to learn that Fury already has a file on her, but, if the writers don't give a shit, then why should we? Carol, meanwhile, comes out of the closet infused with the powers of lesbianism. She looks around the room and discovers that whoever lives here has a sick and unhealthy obsession with her. I was born in the 90s, and I've come to terms with the fact that this makes me an old. But do the kids today really still say things like BFFs forever? Or have all these faux comic panels on Kamala's walls been written by another old? Carol most definitely is another old, and she gets out of this strange child's bedroom as quickly as she possibly can, only to run into strange child's genethnic family. Genethnic is a portmanteau of ethnic and generic, which is what this lot really are. There are ways to do diversity right, and there are ways to do it not right. We've nominally got a much more diverse array of heroes on screen at the moment than we've ever seen before, but it is quite uncanny that this has produced much more saneness than we've ever had before. It really is worth doing a side-by-side comparison of Kamala's family and Blue Beetle's family in Blue Beetle. And before we do, I'm going to put forward my own version of the Bechdel test, except that mine is not intended to be a complete joke. The Platoon test for diversity in film is, if you close your eyes, how much diversity is lost? Put otherwise, except for the most obvious visual cues, skin color, fashion, and interior decor, what about the movie's diverse cast is actually, well, diverse? What, if anything, distinguishes Reyes' family in Blue Beetle from Kamala Khan's in the Marvels? Accents, I guess, that's fair enough. The very occasional cultural reference is present. Reyes' uncle calls his truck the Taco, for example, and this isn't racist when he does it, but it is racist when Gary from Nerdrotic does. His grandmother has some nebulous past as a guerrilla fighter in South America. Those are all qualitative characteristics, but what else is there? Reyes' mother talks incessantly and obsesses over her son and his prospects. Kamala Khan's mother talks incessantly and obsesses over her daughter and her prospects. Reyes' mother is hyperprotective and reluctant to see her son strike out on his own. Kamala's mother is hyperprotective and reluctant to see her daughter strike out on her own. Reyes' family serve largely as grounding comic relief. Incredible things happen to them and their response is to squabble comically about the mundane. Kamala's family serve largely as a grounding comic relief. Incredible things happen around them and their response is to squabble comically about the mundane. Reyes occupies the awkward in-between stage of having superpowers yet still being treated as a misbehaving child. Kamala occupies the awkward in-between stage of having superpowers yet still being treated as a misbehaving child. Both families are in some sense suffocating, both families play on the same comedic device, both families represent the same values, and both families' mannerisms overlap much more often than they diverge. And yet, I can't help but note that one family is supposed to be working class Mexican, and the other is supposed to be middle class Pakistani. I'd say Blue Beetle does a substantially better job than the Marvels in characterizing the ethnic fam, but the fact remains, were either family a fully realized deployment of actual rather than merely tokenistic diversity, then you really ought to be able to detect many more differences than similarities between them with your eyes shut, because their cultures are vastly different. Funnily enough, I did a trailer react for Ms. Marvel shortly before that show was released, and back when I did cringe things like trailer reacts, and I predicted that though the publicity material was bigging up the fact that Ms. Marvel was the MCU's first Muslim hero, and though a character actually rooted in that faith might genuinely be an interesting prospect, what we'd get would probably be a skin-deep generic redecoration of the same tired, shallow characterization that makes every other new diverse character virtually indistinguishable from the other. Not infrequently, in the comments under that terrible old video, you'll find people who are Muslim complaining, not about me, but about the thing I'm complaining about. Yes, for the first time in my life, I found myself on the same side as conservative Muslims. Not entirely sure I'm comfortable with that, but we'll run with it because it happened. People who actually are Muslim saw little, if anything, familiar in the depiction of the MCU's first Muslim hero. And given Muslims are known to get quite angry about apostasy and blasphemy and women in general, I'm quite happy to defer to them on what counts and does not count as culturally Islamic. If the people who spend all their time banging on about the importance of diversity actually meant what they said, rather than pretending to believe something as an excuse to parade their virtue, they should be more pissed off than I am about the superficiality of our supposedly diverse new cast. You shouldn't be able to swap a Pakistani Muslim mother for a Mexican Catholic mother and have your script emerge pretty much unscathed, and yet that is the situation we now find ourselves in. And of course, this has severe knock-on effects on Kamala Khan herself, since absolutely nothing of her background really impacts her character. If there's a drawer in MCU headquarters marked New Young Girl Hero, you could pick any character sheet out of it and it would map onto Kamala Khan, or Kate Bishop, or Shuri, or Riri Williams, with only minor adjustments because the drawer is full of photocopies. Anyway, now I've firmly established myself as an irredeemable racist, we return to what I will begrudgingly call the plot, and we find that Carol is attempting to use her powers, which causes her to swap places again with Rambeau, dropping her into the middle of a fight with the Kree on Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon. She gets hit several times, but this is Carol fucking Danvers we're talking about, and it is literally impossible to damage her, so of course, we don't give a shit. She wipes out her attackers without misplacing a single hair on her perfectly bland head. We yawn. She grabs the last of the Kree and asks him what Darth Ben is planning. Though she has absolutely no idea what's going on, she already knows that Darth Ben must be behind it all, you see, even though next to nothing in the script hitherto gave her that information. If you're the kind of hopeless sap who's still willing to be charitable toward the MCU, you might suggest that Carol has inferred Darth Ben's involvement from the mere presence of the Kree warriors, meaning she knows that Darth Ben and the Kree are up to no good because she learned they were up to no good and that Darth Ben was their leader before the film began. Though if that's the case, we then have to ask, why has she just been lounging around on her ship in the vast emptiness of space flicking her Flerken? Why was she not pursuing Darth Ben and the Kree before now? There's absolutely no point being charitable, of course, it just doesn't really make sense. She knows it now because the film needs her to know it, and that is what passes for writing these days. But hey, at least she's still stuck. She doesn't know what precisely Darth Ben is doing, and she doesn't know where Darth Ben is doing it. The only way she could find out any of this information is if the Kree soldier she's just captured tells her about it, but there's absolutely no reason he'd do such a thing because Carol's his mortal enemy and he's devoted to Darth Ben. Maybe she could drag him back to the ship and plug him into the memory reading device, and that's how she could find out, because that would be exploiting an established mechanic. So he tells Carol exactly where Darth Ben is.
Too late. The Supreme is already on tarmac.
I just, like, why? Why would you do this? She hasn't even started interrogating you. It's like if a Nazi knocked on your door and before he's even opened his mouth, you've said, oh, there's a Jew in my attic, there's a Jew in my attic, leave me alone. And maybe he's heard what she did to the Don, and her mere presence is absolutely terrifying because he knows she'll crush his balls into puree at the slightest provocation. But I don't think that's it. I think he's just telling her because the film needs her to know where to go next, and that's what passes for writing these days. He having exhausted his usefulness, Carol shows mercy and destroys him, ensuring he doesn't have to partake in the rest of the film. Then she leaps into the air and powerbombs an oncoming crowd of Kree reinforcements. Kree reinforcements, if you will. Fuck it, I'll see myself out. You'll know that she's used at least 2 powers now and she hasn't swapped places with anyone because. Then she goes flying back up to her ship and tells Nick Fury that Darth Ben is on planet Telex or something like that. Fury points out that there are peace and reconciliation talks happening on planet Telex, so she should probably try a diplomatic approach before she goes in swinging, but Carol's all about aggressive negotiations, so she says, I've got this, and flies off to wreck a peace process. What a great character. At this point in the film, several scenes have been deleted in post, and I guess they were just hoping that nobody would notice. So though we last saw Kamala in space and Carol on Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, having swapped with Rambeau, suggesting that Rambeau was at Kamala's house, we pick up proceedings after one solitary jump cut to find that Rambeau is now in space again with Nick Fury, suggesting that Kamala is back home, and Carol is flying off to planet Telex, meaning Monica and Kamala have switched places off screen, but without using their powers, I guess? The director has used her powers and fucked things up in editing. And before you suggest that maybe when they swap, they all swap together, meaning that when Carol took Rambeau's place on Rebel Moon, Rambeau swapped places with Kamala at the same time, that is not how the teleportation mechanic is shown working going forward. 2 can swap and leave the 3rd in place. It does happen several times. I mean, hell, the mechanic is absolutely broken throughout, and if you just accept that, all you'd need was just an extra second or 2 to show that Rambeau and Kamala had swapped places when Carol swapped with Rambeau, but we don't get that. And it's not the only time in the film that hard cuts happen and the pickup doesn't seem to correspond with the previous scene. I don't think this is the switcheroo mechanic in play, I think it is just incompetent butchery on the chopping room floor. Anyway, Monica is now back in space, Kamala is back home, but she's also changed her outfit, which is yet more evidence maybe a scene has been deleted, because she's now wearing her Ms. Marvel outfit, which she wasn't wearing when she swapped with Rambeau, so yeah, time has passed, and I assume several scenes have passed, we just never got to see them because reasons. Kamala is explaining to her parents, or trying to, that she didn't break her cupboard door, and for some reason her mother doesn't believe her, even though, as the dad points out, Captain Marvel was seen walking down the stairs, so it's reasonable to suppose she might have broken it. Like, did the parents not go up and check her room at any point after Carol left the house? Like, a strange woman has just wandered down your stairs from your daughter's bedroom. Did they just sit around on the sofa waiting for the plot to come back? Because, if I'd heard strange crashing noises upstairs and then seen that mysterious woman run down the stairs and out of the house, I'd probably want to go and check on my daughter. But then, if they had done that and the switching mechanic were consistent, wouldn't they then have bumped into Rambeau during the preceding scene? Given Carol used her powers and swapped with Rambeau to get to Rebel Moon, presumably leaving Rambeau outside Kamala's house? Or did they all snap out of existence when Carol used her powers and she took Rambeau's place while Rambeau took Kamala's place at the same time, even though neither of them were using powers? But then why doesn't it work that way going forward? And why is Kamala now wearing a different outfit? And why haven't Fury and Monica already had the conversation they were having in the last scene? Why does none of this fucking work? God damn it. Normally it's bloody multiversal time travel bullshit that breaks these films, but the Marvels found a whole brand new way to be allergic to sense. Oh, and we've got so bogged down in the how of the switcheroo mechanic, we've not even begun to talk about the why of the switcheroo mechanic, i.e., what exactly is causing all this nonsense to happen to begin with? Well, we'll get there. I promise. I promise we'll get there. One day. As explanations go, it's, you'll see. Back at the Khans, Kamala's dad, whom we shall call Genghis Khan, asks Kamala,
Is Captain Marvel pressuring you in any way?
I'm gonna need you to expand on your thinking there, Genghis. What exactly would Captain Marvel be pressuring your daughter into? Are you insinuating that Carol might be putting chemicals in the water and turning your friggin' daughter gay? Because that's not how this works. Carol has the opposite effect. I was much more straight before I saw Captain Marvel. She made me about 85% gay because she's a terrible advert for womankind. I think that line is supposed to be a funny. Anyway, it kicks the family off doing precisely what I described earlier, generic cutesy bickering that's also very true and specific to Pakistani families.
Her smile, she's being super secretive as always. Look at her.
Kamala, you're lying again?
Tell me.
My goodness, I am blown away by how truthful and deep this diversity on the screen really is. I have not seen this dozens of times on screen among families of every race under the sun recently. Carol, meanwhile, hops over to planet Telex and activates her cloaking device when she spots some Kree ships in the distance. At the same time, she leaves her cloaked ship and then quite visibly flies off on her own steam toward those same Kree ships. Is she too small to be detected? Oh wait, no, she's not.
Advanced enough to destroy our warheads. That's not their defense system, Ronan.
So she boards the ship and the camera pans down to the surface of planet Telex, which we're told is a Skrull refugee colony. Now this is a curious piece of information on a world building and a plot level, because we shall shortly learn that Carol helped the Skrull found this refugee colony in this galaxy, in former Kree space I think, which I suppose means that she kind of fulfilled the promise she made at the close of the first film. She did find them a new home, except that the promise in the first film, allied to the Skrull's plan in the first film, was explicitly that Captain Marvel and the Skrull, with their useless lightspeed engine, would find a home in another galaxy, far enough away that the Kree could never find them. So why would she have helped them found a refugee colony not only in the same galaxy, but somewhere not much more than 2 jump points away from Hala, the capital of the Kree Empire they were trying to escape? And why would the leader of the Skrull, in the form of Talos principally, have been found back on Earth in secret invasion in the meantime, complaining that she hadn't found them this refugee planet? She seems to have found them a home within the Kree Empire, in a bid to find them a planet where they would be safe from the Kree. None of this makes fucking sense, film. Doesn't make any sense. Does Secret Invasion just not exist? Is this the answer to the question? If a Marvel show debuts on Disney Plus and no one's around to see it, does it really exist? No? The film seems to think the answer's no anyway. But let's just run with it and forget continuity for a minute. This refugee colony is the seat of peace talks between the Skrull and the Kree Empire. Those talks are happening right now, in fact, with Darth Ben representing the Kree side and this green Scottish vegetable representing the Skrull.
Made refugees wherever we go, and still we came into these negotiations in good faith.
I thought Scottish vegetable was an oxymoron, a contradiction in terms. There are no vegetables in Scotland. Not unbattered ones, anyway. Same thing with women, allegedly.
I love it. Domestic abuse jokes. They just tickle me.
Darth Ben takes this opportunity for a quick expo dump, filling the audience in on the events of the Captain Marvel 2 film that really needed to have happened for any of this to make sense, but that didn't happen because everyone just loves Captain Marvel too much or something. She tells the Scottish vegetable that she more than anyone knows what the Skrull have been through, and on hearing that you might be thinking, I'm not sure that's quite true, my dear, given the Skrull were hunted to the verge of extinction by you and have been refugees in the galaxy since time immemorial. Stalin doesn't walk into occupied Poland and tell the solidarity marches, I more than anyone know what you've been through. I guess you could say it's true in a sense, in that he has good cause to know what they've been through since he put them through it, but it's not a shared experience in the way that Darth Ben is appearing to here. According to Darth Ben, after Master Control was destroyed, a load of Kree heretics rose up and caused a civil war that polluted the skies above Hala, meaning that nobody living on Hala can breathe. Yes, I did just say that. Nobody living on the planet can breathe. But wait, it gets better. Not only has the Civil War destroyed Hala's atmosphere and rendered the planet unlivable to all the people currently living on it, but the planet's sun is also dying. I don't think we'll ever be told whether this is also a result of the Civil War or whether the Kree have just undergone a series of the most unfortunate cosmic events. But either way, the planet sounds pretty fucked. No atmosphere, no sun, but apparently the planet is only now beginning to run out of time. And it's not so fucked that it can't be repaired. This is Darth Ben's pitch to Scottish Vegetable. She says, I hope we can rebuild together. She says the situation is now so dire that she's willing to see the peace talks through to the bitter end, to put ancient animosities aside, and to help Scottish Vegetable protect his people, to give them, and I quote, a chance to stop running. Her offer, in plain terms, is the Skrull can be readmitted to the Kree Empire we were just told was destroyed in a civil war that destroyed the Kree home world, and Darth Ben will aid in their relocation away from this refugee commune because she doesn't want the Skrull to suffocate when she strips the atmosphere from planet fucking Telex. I and all the Skrull in the galaxy respond in unison. You fucking what, love? You, with the fallen empire and the dead planet, are coming to readmit us to the empire that's been destroyed and move us off this pretty swell-looking world with a rich atmosphere and verdant plant life in order that you can steal the atmosphere from this planet and, because this is inevitably where we're going, somehow plop that atmosphere onto your dying world? Are you, by chance, having a fucking laugh, darling? Are you yanking my chain? Because this is not a serious proposition. This is not a serious proposition in all of the ways. Let's count some of them. Number 1. Your planet has no sun, no atmosphere, and we're shortly to learn no water either. It isn't, or shouldn't be, the kind of thing you can fix in a couple of days. You are not here in a position of strength, Darth Ben, my darling. Number 2. The empire you're inviting us back into doesn't exist. It was destroyed by heretics in a galactic civil war. You just finished telling us that, so why on earth do you think we'd want to come back into it? Number 3. You've tried to genocide us for decades, centuries even. That's why planet Telex is known as a refugee colony. We are refugees from you. And now you're inviting us back to have dinner. No, I don't really see any reason to trust you on this one. Number 4. We've got a pretty good thing going on here. We have a planet with water and an atmosphere and plant life and air and, a fucking sun. How about we absorb you into our civilization? That just seems so much easier and better for everyone. You don't have to destroy this planet in order to save your one, You can just come and live here. Have you considered any alternatives to your plan? There are about 57 more points, but those 4 cover, I think, the most important bases. This is an insane plan. If we had some sense of Kree fanaticism, some understanding of maybe their profound religious attachment to their homeworld, had this been shown and established as part of their civilization, then maybe, but one of the most shocking aspects of all of the above is that absolutely none of it has really ever been shown, which makes it absurd. The Kree are a non-trivial entity in the MCU. The MCU is supposed to be a continuous story, and this most pivotal and dramatic episode in the history of one of the galaxy's most powerful factions has been condensed into a paragraph of exposition to justify a ludicrous plan from a character we know next to nothing about. There's a fucking story you could have told here. It's not just a story that could have been told, it's one we really needed to be told before we reached this point. You don't just jump from Galactic Empire to a replacement for that empire and casually mention in a couple of lines of dialogue that stuff happened in the meantime. Yes, I am throwing shade at Star Wars in a Marvel's review. I have so much shade, I could block out another fucking sun, but I'm not Captain Marvel, so I'm not going to do that. But where the Marvels in particular and the MCU in general is concerned, we have skipped over what should have been, what indeed deserved to be, what had to be, a pivotal part of the cinematic universe. The Marvels itself would be substantially improved had any of the current world state actually been shown and set up. Establish Darth Ben as a tragic savior, a reluctant leader whose desperation has morphed into fanaticism. Show her negotiating with fanatics during that civil war to reunite the clans, but having to bend the knee to their fanatical aspirations to keep her people together. Show the collapse of Hala as a profound event, and show the devotion of its people that translates into a save-it-at-all-costs mission. You can justify even irrational evil, which is what we're presented with here, with an exploration of motive, and we've had none of that. We've had maybe 3 seconds of flashback in Carol's head to Master Control's destruction, and now we have barely a sentence from the villain telling people with a functioning planet that she's going to break their planet in order to fix her planet that by right shouldn't even exist anymore because it's already pretty much fucked. Not to put too fine a point on it, this is dumb. Oh, thank God, we've jumped away to... Oh, fuck, never mind, it's Carol. Sneaking around the Kree ship. And by sneaking around, I mean walking down a corridor in plain view and being spotted by the first person who happens to look in her direction, who she takes out. Oh, but she used her powers, and that means we're all switching places again, because the bullshit status effect is active at the moment. So now it's young Kamala who's aboard the Kree ship with the Flerken, inevitably, who swallows some approaching Kree soldiers. Remember this, because it becomes highly fucking relevant a bit later for all the most wrong reasons. Kamala then uses her powers to shield her from an attack, and now Rambeau's on the Kree ship. It was at about this point in the cinema that I put my pen back in my pocket and just sighed and had a very stiff drink, because frankly, what follows just defies explanation. But we've got much more time in this video. We've got all the time in the world. Just ignore those chains around your ankles. It's perfectly normal. I do it to all my victims. I mean, viewers. Are you ready? Take a deep breath. Let's begin. So Monica is on the Kree ship now and she gets shot, but the script has decided that one of her powers is to auto-phase, so the laser goes right through her and does no damage. But even though this is technically a power that she's using, she doesn't swap places. Kamala is back home in her parents' living room with the Flerken again, because for reasons of comedy, the Flerken switches places with whoever it's near. But this scene, even though it doesn't do that pretty much ever again. The Flerken then regurgitates the Kree soldiers from earlier, because even though it ate them in the last film, acid reflux is genuinely an important mechanic in this film, and I don't just mean that it makes you want to vomit. While this has been going on, Carol has taken Rambeau's place on the space elevator with Nick Fury, where she's explaining to Fury that the Kree have broken a jump point for some reason and she touched it, and when he asks her why she'd do such a stupid thing, she tells him it was glowing, so obviously touching it was the right thing to do. Fury criticizes her comedically because that's all he has left, and Carol pretty much breaks her character entirely by saying, "I'm feeling a lot of negative energy from you and I really don't like it." Because despite having been born in the 80s and having no memory of anything before 1995 and never having gone back to Earth since Endgame, she now has the mannerisms of a woman studies grad from the year 2023, even though she never spoke like that before. She even throws in the word "like" where it doesn't grammatically make sense or belong. Like, what even is this character writing? Like, who even is this person on my screen? She apparently knows that the broken jump point was siphoning off the planet's atmosphere, which is interesting since she had no way of telling that, and the portal doesn't have very much time in which to do that, and Rebel Moon doesn't really seem to have much by way of an atmosphere to begin with, and Darth Ben is only on planet Telex because she wants to steal its atmosphere, which rather suggests that she hadn't previously stolen an atmosphere from any other planet, but never mind, because the script needs us to know that this is something that the Kree can apparently do. Carol then makes her fist glow just to prove a point, and because the status effect is active again, she swaps places with Kamala and has to fight off the Kree in her family home, but because she's God, there are no stakes and no tension, because there never is, because she is God and you cannot damage God, or so the Christians tell me. The Kree call her the Annihilator and she quips, "I don't like that name," and then she twats them in the face, and this doesn't accord with her character as it's presented to us later, but we'll get to that. Some truly abysmal music starts playing because this is a sequence in a girl's film, then someone somewhere uses their powers and Kamala warps back in place of Carol to continue the fight, but she uses her powers and appears on the Kree ship above planet Telex where she uses her powers and does not switch places with anybody else yet because the status effect has some kind of cooldown timer apparently. One of the Kree hits her and then she teleports and appears on the elevator with Nick Fury, who has the meta vision, and so he isn't the least bit surprised or disjointed by anything that he is seeing, so he can quip in time with the beat. This is absolutely the best use of his character. He doesn't have any kind of gun on him, and so he doesn't take part in the fighting because this is just what Nick Fury is now, so he watches Kamala wipe out the Kree soldiers who warped in with her, I guess, until she throws him a gun, and he gets to shoot at precisely one person and miss them, because this is just what Nick Fury is now. And he has to be rescued by this small child. Carol is back aboard the Kree ship and fighting yet more soldiers, and she lights a fist again, which caused her to warp the last time she did it, but doesn't do it this time because she chooses not to use the power she's just been shown using. Then she does use the wrist laser power, and that doesn't teleport her because never mind. Because she uses the exact same power again immediately afterwards, and this time she swaps places with Kamala, who falls over even though she was standing still when she warped. She uses several related powers as she continues to fight and doesn't swap places with anyone, because we're not ready for that to happen yet, while Rambeau warps into Kamala's home and continues to fight, and for some reason the mother we last saw in the living room is now coming down the stairs because nothing makes sense in this film. Rambeau uses a phase power to avoid getting stabbed, and this doesn't cause her to swap places because it doesn't. Then she uses a power to punch someone, and this doesn't cause her to swap places because it doesn't. Then she uses her powers to first throw and then to fly past and then phase through and then punch a Kree soldier, and this doesn't cause her to swap places until suddenly it does. And now Kamala is back home and Rambeau is on the space elevator. She uses the same punching power on another soldier, but it doesn't cause her to swap places because, I don't know, cheese. Insert any explanation you like here and it makes no difference. She tells Fury she seems to switch when she uses her powers, even though she just used her powers and she didn't switch. Meanwhile, on the Kree ship, the fight has suddenly stopped and nobody has alerted anybody else about what's going on, so Carol is back to sneaking around as though none of the preceding happened, undetected again, while back on Earth, Kamala's family are cleaning up the mess, having tied up some Kree soldiers, and they look most unhappy with Kamala even though it's clearly not her fault. Then the doorbell rings and apparently they live right next door to the space elevator because they built a space elevator in New fucking Jersey and you just can't see it outside because nobody could be bothered to animate it. And it's Fury and Rambeau because they're here already, even though they were in space just a few seconds ago. Whew, and breathe. Yeah. So this is the Marvels, folks. Somebody somewhere thought this was definitely worth spending $300 million on. And allegedly, they even hired writers and a director to make it. But, I say allegedly because I have crapped things with more narrative and mechanical consistency than all of that. In fact, I do it give or take every other day. Sometimes more than once a day if I've had a curry. The preceding is what the toilet bowl looks like after a very, very spicy vindaloo. I am not going to go back and try to unpack the preceding scene because putting any such attempt into a video would violate YouTube terms of service, which I'm pretty sure prohibit graphic sadomasochism. The words, "what the fuck," will probably suffice. Maybe then with a footnote saying that all of the above was to establish the switcheroo mechanic and its ties to powers that don't trigger the same mechanic, except where they do, making it not so much a mechanic as a mess. Kamala is of course very excited to see Fury and Rambeau. Rambeau pulls up the file that they already have on her, which is funny, since earlier Nick Fury had no idea who she was. Kamala asks why they'd show top secret information on a see-through tablet, and this is fine, I guess, as far as humor goes. It's about as fine as the humor's gonna get in the film. She asks what SABER stands for. Apparently it stands for Strategic Aerospace Biophysics and Exolinguistic Response. I prefer Strategic High Altitude Intelligence Team myself, since not only does it make a good initialism, it's also more intelligible than SABER. Strategic space stuff, and also the application of physics and chemistry to biological systems in space, and also alien language responses. It's believable. What can I say? It's believable of a government agency, I suppose. I keep seeing tweets telling me that the Inflation Reduction Act is responsible for fighting climate change in the Philippines while lowering prescription drug costs for seniors by imposing price controls, because this is obviously how a sane democratic system works. But when you throw a bunch of disconnected words and concepts into a bowl, and you make an acronym or an initialism out of the results, it can look and sound a bit dumb, like SABER. At least SHIELD emerged from an intelligible combination of inputs.
I'm Agent Phil Coulson with the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division.
That's quite a mouthful.
Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division makes grammatical sense. Aerospace Biophysical Exolinguistic Response, not sure it does really, no. The subsequent conversation serves as another excuse for expo dumping that, while necessary, is also deeply clumsy. Kamala's mum asks why SABER would have intel on her daughter, which allows Rambeau to tell the ignorant plebs in the audience that Kamala is the hero who saved Jersey City from the terrifying blob monster in that show nobody watched.
Celebrity birthday today, Chris Christie turned 50, he blew out the candles on his cake, and he wished for another cake.
Which is why they have a file containing such information as Ms. Marvel has hard light powers, which means she can make light into solid matter, whatever, and also that she has been, and I quote, electromagnetically altered. Okay. Yep. Now, obviously, this is all a massive departure from her comic book iteration. In the comics, I think she's supposed to be something called an Inhuman, which is a mutant-like creation of the Kree, who has the power to alter the shape of her body. But they ditched that, because there's absolutely no way you could have a hero with stretchy powers on screen. Fuck off, Luffy, this is not a good time. Just go back to your better show. MCU's Ms. Marvel powers come from a combination of her Bangle and the fact that she is apparently a mutant, which also somehow ties her to the Noor dimension and the mysterious race of beings known as clandestines, and I don't care. Notably absent from this explanation is any mention of her being electromagnetically altered. Maybe the Premiere chat or the comments can help me out here. Was she electromagnetically altered in the show? I don't remember that being a thing. Or has that just been mentioned here because it's essential to tie characters together? That sounds as rushed and lazy as we've come to expect, so that's what I'd put my money on, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, this is a very important piece of information, whatever its origin, because the same thing happened to Rambeau, apparently. Walking through Wanda's hex in WandaVision electromagnetically altered her, whatever the fuck that means. And because she was electromagnetically altered as well, and because Rambeau and Kamala and Carol all have what Rambeau calls light-based powers, this is the reason, apparently, that they've been tied together now by the cosmos. Because, Carol, who got her powers from a light-speed engine infused with the power of the Tesseract, which holds the Space Stone, she touched a glowing Kree jump point, and this means that she's cosmically intertwined with Rambeau, who was near another jump point, who got her powers from walking through a hex made of witch magic partially derived from the Mind Stone, and she is tied to Kamala, who was nowhere near a jump point at the time, and her light powers come from ancient magic bangles, maybe or maybe not made by the Kree, but certainly linked to something called the clandestines in the Noor dimension, but also her mutant X gene. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know it's. Yeah. No, I'm kind of stuck. How? What? I know it's always a complete non-starter trying to put yourself in the mind of Disney Marvel writers because the mind cannot comprehend its antithesis, but it does feel especially pointless in this case because this is just nonsense. It really does feel as if the writers had an idea for a skit. Wouldn't it be funny if these three just, randomly swapped places? And then because that's what they wanted, they just slapped any old shit on the screen in order to get there. These powers are not actually linked. by anything more than vague visual presence. They all involve light, we're told, but then plenty of superpowers involve light when you don't see anybody else getting warped in. It can't be proximity to a jump point that's required because Kamala wasn't anywhere near one of those. At least one other absent hero here is particularly strange, given that Secret Invasion established that Talos' daughter Gay has both Carol's powers and Carol's DNA, which seems a more obvious link than random girl with magic Bangle. This mechanic, if indeed it constitutes a mechanic, is entirely broken. It is capriciously invoked in that it doesn't occur even when characters use the same powers that saw it invoked previously, and it's tied together 3 characters for entirely meta reasons, because the ad campaign tells us they are called the Marvels, even though the rules are so loose that it should probably have tied together a bunch more people as well. And because it's so loose and so capricious and generally unworkable, it actually spoils part of the movie's ending, if it's possible to spoil something that's already rotten, because you already know that they know it doesn't work, so they'll have to find some way of doing away with it inside of an hour. Now, I'm not sure I'd say Multiverse of Madness did a better job linking power sets together, because I'm reluctant to say that Multiverse of Madness did a better job at anything in any conceivable respect. But at least when Wanda was going on her totally forgivable murderous rampage because she wanted to save children that never existed from threats that hadn't emerged across all of time and space, well, at least when she was doing that, the film made semi-explicable links between her and the powers of her victims. If Scarlet Witch murders Professor X inside of Wanda's mind, which is all kinds of silly, but visually it's all right, and it's a kind of play on the 3,000-year-old man's established abilities. Some thought went into her murdering Black Man Boltagonagus by deleting his mouth before he could shoot at her. She was exploiting something set up when she did all that, whereas the Marvels has just gone with, they have light powers, and so they switch, and that's kind of it. Do you ever get the sense that maybe this film was just a complete mistake by a company that's entirely lost its way? Yeah, sometimes I get that impression.
Put another gay diverse woman in it, make it more fucking lame. And the Disney stock just keeps going down and down and down. And then Bob Iger is all like, nah, what's going on with my stocks?
In case we wanted any more futile explanation, Rambeau elaborates. She says that Carol can absorb light. She, Rambeau, can see it.
I said that Captain Marvel can absorb light energy. I can see it.
Jesus fuck, she can see light, guys. Somebody wrote that. And Kamala can turn it into physical matter. Having had all this explained to her, and therefore knowing that using her powers will probably cause people to switch places, Kamala volunteers to demonstrate her powers, and before anybody can stop her, and to nobody's surprise, except hers, she switches places with Carol. Oh look, Brie almost has an arse in this film. I wonder if it's CGI. Rather than asking where Carol was, since Kamala is now there, and if Carol had been in the middle of a big battle or otherwise in danger, it's the kind of thing you'd need to know immediately lest the child be killed, they just pick up the conversation as though nothing had happened or nothing matters. This is absolutely the best time for Carol and Rambeau to come face to face for the first time in decades, with all the baggage that carries in, but we really don't get much more than an awkward introduction before Rambeau continues explaining her theory about their entanglement. Kamala's brother attempts to ask where his sister is, but no one else seems to give a shit. Everyone ignores him. Rambeau says that a combination of the portals and their susceptibility to electromagnetic energy has, and I quote, temporarily entangled our world lines. World line being an actual term in theoretical physics, describing the path of an object through 4-dimensional space-time. An analogy might help. The MCU is a thing that exists in space-time, and it keeps churning out films that are pretty bad in pretty much the exact same ways. So in 3-dimensional space, you might describe it as a planet orbiting a sun made of radioactive shit. It returns to the same place in space periodically. But since time is also a factor, the world line of the MCU is not an orbital trajectory returning to the same miserable point with every new film, but rather it's a helical line, where things get worse and worse and the audience has less and less patience, and it makes less and less money each time as time goes on, and so on until the death of the universe.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
But any further description of it is completely pointless because this is the Marvel, so you can be damn sure they just picked it because it sounded cool and not because they actually understand what a world line is or how it functions in the story. As if to prove the point that nothing in the film actually functions, Rambeau explicitly states that they switch places when they use their powers at the same time, which is categorically not what happens in the film until this point, as we've just seen, and is categorically not what will happen later on in the film, as we will see later on. Just stop fucking talking. fucking Rambeau. Any attempt to explain the film only makes it worse. Finally, the parents decide they do give a shit about their daughter after all, and Carol makes her wrist glow in an attempt to switch places again. But it doesn't work because reasons. What follows is a quite important scene, because it shows that Carol has still not exhausted ways to be a dick. So she goes off to show her callous disregard for any innocent being not called Carol. She gets pissed at her inability to swap places on command, and she storms out of the house. Keep in mind that at this point she knows nothing about Kamala or her power set. Keep in mind that she doesn't really know anything about Rambeau and her power set either. Most pressingly, keep in mind she has absolutely no reason to suppose that anyone with whom she is entangled is able to fly. Put yourself in Carol's shoes. If you knew that using a power might switch you with an innocent young girl you knew nothing about, what would you do? Would you try any number of your ground-based powers until one worked? Or would you decide to fly off high into the atmosphere, knowing full well that if you do switch places, the person you switch with might just fall to their deaths? Carol flies off. Of course she does. She gets all the way into the clouds and then the switch happens. And what do you know? Kamala cannot fly. Nor at the moment can anyone on the ground fly up to save her, meaning that at the very least, Carol should be dinged for reckless endangerment and manslaughter by gross negligence. What a great character. You go, girl. We hear Kamala scream and Fury tells Rambeau that she has to fly. Only one problem. Rambeau has never flown before. She doesn't know how. This being a truly dire situation, naturally, Fury gets in a quip in front of Kamala's parents that if Rambeau doesn't immediately learn how to fly, Kamala isn't gonna graduate high school. Then, Fury says, and this is not 1 ounce of a shit that I'm doing here, no, this is just a not, oh god. Fury says, hey, black girl magic.
Black girl magic!
And now, Rambeau can fly. Yeah. What the fuck has happened to cinema? Black girl magic. Black girl magic? What the fuck is black girl magic? Oh, there are so many jokes that could be made here, and pretty much all of them are racist. Black girl magic? Jesus fucking Christ. There's no such thing as brown girl magic, apparently. African American women can fly, but Pakistani girls can't? God damn that white supremacy again, that's what it is.
You, boy, can you get me a cup of Joe? I'm literally freezing my nuts off.
What the fuck did he just say to me?
So Rambeau can fly now, hooray. I can't help but note that when Carol flew, she swapped places with Kamala. But when Rambeau flies, she doesn't swap places with anyone. Must be that black girl magic again. But she can't catch Kamala because when she tries, she just phases through her, which is another power that doesn't cause her to switch places with anyone. Try, I don't know, using blacker girl magic, Rambeau? Maybe if you're blacker, it will work? Because, being black is a magical power in the MCU now. I think all of this is supposed to drum up tension, but you can't really take seriously a woman who flies because she uses black girl magic. So Rambeau can't grab Kamala and fly at the same time. She can only grab her when they are both falling. Kamala then uses a light shield bubble thing, and just before they hit the ground, they swap places with Carol, and she obviously survives smashing into Earth because she's Carol and she's indestructible. Fury actually says,
it's cool, it's Carol.
And I mean, yeah, he's probably the best thing about the film because his attitude is just as flippant and careless as the very, very small audience's attitude probably is at this point. But I do think it's worth pointing out that he, and everyone and everything around him, makes it impossible to invest in this film. Because this kind of wry, quippy one-line meta-humor prohibits any kind of dramatic investment. This is a general problem across the latter-day MCU, but it's particularly pronounced in this film, and Fury and Kamala are the biggest culprits. So Carol is now back on Earth, and Rambeau and Kamala are on the Kree ship above planet Telex, where they are surrounded. They don't fight back, because if they did that, then they might use their powers and switch places and escape, so they don't try to do that just in case they escape. They're taken prisoner instead, and when Darth Bender asks who they are, this nameless goon says that they are associates of Captain Marvel, which prompts Darth Bender to say, in surprise, "The Annihilator's here?" Question. Do the Kree actually know she's called Captain Marvel? Because in the first film, I'm pretty sure, I remember because it was very fucking funny, that she yelled, "My name is Carol," when she was having her Skype fight with Master Control. She doesn't come up with the name Captain Marvel until the very end of the film when she's chatting with Fury in the kitchen.
You sure that's what Marvel would want?
Marvel.
That's what I said.
It's 2 words. Marvel.
Marvel. Marvel sounds a lot better.
Moreover, it's already established, though it's not yet explained, that the Kree know her as the Annihilator, because we are shortly to learn that she accidentally genocided their homeworld. And given the Annihilator is a much more significant name associated with a much more significant deed, why would this nameless goon blandly say Rambeau and Kamala are associates of Captain Marvel? He should be bricking it because the Kree's greatest enemy is nearby, or spitting with rage for the same reason, not casually dropping silly names he's probably never even heard before. When Darth Bender asks whether the Annihilator is indeed in the vicinity, Captain Nothingburger explains that she was, but then she just kind of disappeared, be replaced by these two clowns, meaning that yes, people on this Kree ship knew that the Kree's mortal enemy was aboard the ship, but nobody until now thought it worth telling Darth Bender about it. And to be fair, Darth Bender pretty much immediately moves on to other matters anyway, because someone somewhere decided that they wanted this film done and dusted in as short a time as possible, so nobody reacts to information in the way that they should. She asks about the experiments Captain Nothingburger has, I guess, been doing on the Bangle all this time, the one she found on Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, because you see they have some plan for it, some plan they need to get on with before the Annihilator comes back to fuck things up. So Captain Nothingburger picks up the Bangle and puts it on Darth Bender's wrist, and she has another small orgasm. Not a big one, just a little tiny little piece of an orgasm, and it's all over really quite quickly. This causes Kamala to only now think it might be worth hiding her own Bangle under her sleeve, which is silly for two reasons. In the first place, it means that the Kree guards never searched their prisoners, which is dumb, since for all they know they could have been armed. But if they had searched them, then they'd have found the second Bangle instantly, and Darth Bender would have one less than 30 minutes into the film. Well, one or exploded? It's unclear which at this point. In the second place, Kamala has been in the room with them looking at the Bangle as they talked about the Bangle and for some considerable time. Why would she only think it worth hiding her own Bangle after Darth Bender has turned around to leave the room? Wouldn't you have done that pretty much instantly while thanking your fucky stars that these incompetent guards haven't searched you? Captain Nothingburger asks Darth Bender what she wants to do about Kamala and Rambeau, and in response she waggles her hammer at them and fires a death ray. But then, from nowhere, and I literally mean from nowhere, Carol herself arrives to save the day. Fucking A. Except I can't help but notice that the big force field window behind them gives a pretty clear view of miles and miles of clear blue skies, and Carol flew right in through that window, meaning that she'd have been visible for a good long while already, and somehow nobody spotted her flying right toward them. I guess they hired the same security guys as George Bush. Anyway, this is the location of our first hyper-cringe chick fight, though happily this one really doesn't last all that long. It's just four women jumping around firing PMS beams at each other until Darth Bender decides fuck it, and she jumps out of the window. I don't think she can fly. And it looks like quite a long way down, but never mind. She can't die yet, there's an hour of film left to go. So she can just survive dropping for thousands and thousands of feet. It's a power she has, no. Carol and Rambeau jump after her because they can fly, and on this occasion, it doesn't see them swap places, even though they're both using that same power at the same time. But Kamala stays behind because she can't fly, making it very lucky that none of them did swap places, because otherwise she'd have gone splat. Now, you might be thinking, what is the narrative point of splitting them up in this precise moment? Because it could be useful. You've left the youngest and the least competent member of the team behind on an enemy ship, and you're all careful about using your powers because you might swap places at inconvenient moments. So, I don't know, maybe Kamala could try and sneak off the ship, and maybe she'd get captured, and then Darth Bender could use her as leverage later. That might be a nifty little beat, make her see that she's a burden her idol has to shoulder, and feel some shame and resentment at the fact. Yeah, that might help flesh out her character a bit more. Oh, never mind, she just quips and then Carol comes back and takes her away, which leaves me wondering, as so often with this film, why? What was the pressing need? What was the point in taking the time to have a scene where she tries to chat to some Kree soldiers, only for Carol to pop back up and tell her not to? It feels like there was a joke in there somewhere, or there was supposed to be one, but what we've got is the empty space where it should have been. Someone forgot to include it. Down on the surface of planet Telex, they land amongst a bunch of Skrull who've just been ambling around aimlessly waiting for the plot to catch up with them. And then Darth Bender strolls across a rock. I'm gonna have to ask again, how the fuck did you make it down here and not die, Darth? I'm pretty sure you cannot fly. You've never been shown flying before. And I don't think the Bangle explains it, since we've already established that Kamala, who has just as many Bangles as you do, cannot fly. Shouldn't you just be a little red splat on a craggy cliff face somewhere? Well, no matter. Somehow Darth Bender survived, and she is pissed off. She blames the Skrull for sicking Captain Marvel on her and her people in a very cringe declaration of war.
Once again, the Skrull have betrayed the Kree!
I mean, see, what was the casting criteria for this film? First woman to walk through the door?
Tom Hiddleston and Zawe Ashton are engaged.
Now it all makes sense.
And then she uses her magic hammer to break a jump point in the sky, which starts sucking the planet's atmosphere away, and it also causes massive earthquakes for some reason. And I'm a little bit confused now, because in the earlier scene, she was very keen to get hold of the Bangle so she could begin the Kree plan, which we shall shortly learn entails stealing vital things like the atmosphere of planet Telex in order to repair Hala. Yet even earlier, Carol explained that the broken jump point above Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon was siphoning the atmosphere away. Now I'm happy to run with the assumption that they only broke the jump point above Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon after getting the Bangle, and that they needed the Bangle and the hammer in combination to break that jump point. But then, in the scene where Rambeau and Kamala were prisoners later, the Kree were only then running experiments on the Bangle to prove its capabilities, so if they did use it on Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, then they were taking a massive and completely unnecessary risk that, as already mentioned, only alerted our heroes to their presence before they were ready. So once again, things feel a little bit out of order. For now, Carol tells Scottish Vegetable that he needs to evacuate his people, but he tells her that they have nowhere else to go. I would try and do it in the accent, but all of Scotland would try and kill me. Anyway, Scottish Vegetable, my dude, literally anywhere would do. Get to your ships and get into orbit and worry about the next bit once you've avoided the immediate risk of death via atmosphere deprivation and earthquake. The Skrull do eventually run for some evacuation ships that I guess are just there waiting for just such an occasion. Carol airlifts a couple of them to speed things along. Up in the sky, one of the evacuation ships gets caught in the suction from the broken jump point and gets pulled toward it, meaning that this thing is producing enough force to drag heavy metal-powered vehicles into it, but not any of the significantly lighter and less powered people a few feet below it. It can't even ruffle a hair on Carol's perfect head. Okay, fair enough. Carol tells Kamala to get back to the ship and not to use her powers in the doing of it. Carol then uses her powers immediately to fly up and rescue another dropship before it gets pulled into the jump point. Kamala then uses her powers mere seconds later to shield some Skrull from a massive falling rock that has been dislodged by the massive earthquake that happens because there's a hole in the sky, and this does cause her to swap places with Carol, but then they swap back instantaneously so she doesn't plummet into the ground and die. Boo. There follows a joint shot where both Carol and Scottish Vegetable are looking out under the unfolding calamity from their respective vantage points, and this is where you realize that the fuck it that'll do approach goes much wider than the writing for the film. It also applies to the acting and to the direction, because neither character seems actually to be looking at the things we are seeing on the screen or feeling any of the emotions you're sure they really should be feeling in this moment. They're just kind of staring out blankly, and apparently this was deemed good enough to go into the film. You didn't fancy doing just one more take there, my little green friend? No? Oh well. The broken jump point now causes some sort of lightning tornado just to ramp up the peril a little bit more. Kamala is pissing about trying to save people, so Carol switches with her and rescues a couple more people before returning to the ship, which takes off, leaving presumed thousands of Skrull behind to get crushed by the earthquake and suffocated by the loss of atmosphere and blown up by the mega tornado for good measure. This is what you might call having a bad day. Here is where Kamala progresses along the closest thing this film has to a character arc. She is young, naive, and inexperienced. She wants to stay and save everyone, while Carol tells her that they need to save who they can, and she snaps at her. She tells her to get on the ship, with all those left behind dying off screen. This is the moment Kamala ostensibly learns that being a superhero isn't the dreamy life she thought it was. It's hard, you have to make tough choices. Sometimes you can't save everyone. Sometimes by trying to help you make things worse, etc. Which, as a moral lesson, is fine. It still relies on a fairly big and immediate contrivance though, and by immediate I excuse all the other huge convenient contrivances that have propelled the plot to this point to begin with. The immediate contrivance is that we already know, you see, that Carol can fly at light speed. She was quite clearly shown flying at light speed in the previous film. Were Carol to use a power that we know she has, she could in fact save pretty much everyone on this planet and get back to the ship before Kamala's had time to blink. She hasn't done this because this film, and let's be honest, any film featuring Captain Marvel, will inevitably struggle to accommodate her power set. This is the problem when your first film was essentially motivated by the statement, let's make a female hero and give her all the powers.
Is there any competition between the different
sex, the different groups? Is
There's no competition for me because I'm the strongest, so it's just kind of like a different...
Well, you should let her think that, but... Yeah.
It's not. As I've said before, it's not. It's just a fact. It's not a personal opinion. And it's not a reflection on what you can't do, but it is also kind of a reflection on all that you can't do.
I've never seen anybody look so fucking ugly with just one head. And who was it that did your media training? Myra Hindley.
Because once you've established that she is invincible, hyper-strong, and she can travel at least as fast as light, then you've invoked the Superman dilemma. How do you have tension in a film where your hero is God? Superman typically gets around this in one or both of two ways. Either Superman films deploy a mechanic that can nerf him, like kryptonite, or they have him suffer a moral dilemma with no good outcome, a zero-sum choice. I still find Superman one of the most uninteresting characters of all time precisely because his default state is God. But at the very least, those films have established ways to get around the problem partially. No such care has been paid to Captain Marvel, however. There is no kryptonite equivalent for her, except maybe the box office numbers, and the writers don't know how to write, period. But specifically, they don't seem to know how to write Carol into a zero-sum scenario that is necessarily zero-sum. I think that's what they've tried to do here in order to illustrate this painful lesson for Kamala. But given we know Carol has the power set to solve this tricky situation, and so avoid the need for that lesson, it doesn't really work. She doesn't fly as fast as we know she can, because if she did, then the scene wouldn't happen. So for this moment, and in at least a couple more moments later in the film, we just have to kind of forget what Carol's capable of, or pretend that she isn't capable of the kind of thing we've seen her do before. A lot of the blame for this falls on the writers for the first film, but the writers for this film deserve all the blame for not being creative enough to get around the problem of Carol's godlike status. There are things you could invent to do it, they just haven't bothered. Further evidence of this follows as we rejoin our heroes and the Skrull up in space, everyone looking a little bit dejected. And what the film wants to accomplish here is to begin driving home the point that Carol's attempts to help the galaxy quite often end in disaster. The film wants us to believe that her arrival is what caused the events we just witnessed, and so it has Scottish Vegetable tell her that the peace treaty they were arranging with the Kree was a good thing, and then she showed up and everything went to shit. Carol tells him that that was all a ruse, the treaty was just a fake, and at this point the dialogue stops making sense altogether, because Scottish Vegetable then says, "If it were, your intervention failed, we don't need your help anymore." Okay, let's get the minor stuff out of the way first. In the first place, this is the extent of the recrimination she will face from the Skrull, running for the moment with the idea that her intervention precipitated the collapse of the only planet they have, and there's no reason to run with any part of that, but we'll come to that presently. Do you not think that the leader of the Skrull, who's just seen his planet and thousands of his people die, might have a bit more to say on the matter than, "We don't need your help anymore"? Wouldn't he and the rest of his gherkins not be overcome with grief and anger? They just lost their fucking planet and thousands of their friends and family, and apparently this is Carol's fault in their minds, and yet all we get is Scottish Vegetable saying, "Well, we don't need your help now, so fuck off." But you do fucking need her help, as she herself informs us in the very next scene. She's contacted a friend who can find a safe place for the Skrull, and when she asks Scottish Vegetable if that was okay, he says, "We have no choice." So yeah, you're kind of accepting her offer of help there, and in fact you just said you have no choice but to accept her offer of help, so you do still need her help. I do so love it when dialogue just doesn't correspond with what's happening on the screen. But that's the minor point, because in the second place, you might remember how, during the press conference Carol just called a ruse, Darth Bender explicitly told the Skrull that she was going to forcibly relocate them and steal their atmosphere, a suggestion they didn't very much like the sound of, which is exactly what she ended up doing, meaning that A, it wasn't a ruse because she told everyone exactly what she was going to do and then she did it, and B, Carol's intervention had nothing whatsoever to do with it, because Darth Bender was always going to do the thing she just did. The film really wants to try and shift the burden of responsibility here to Carol, because that will be vital to a later scene. But, and hell, I'm not one to let Carol off lightly for anything, but even so, what we just saw was not actually her fault. Or, well, not her fault in the way the film wants to portray it as being her fault. On a deeper preceding level, it is absolutely her fault, but we will deal with that in a bit. For now, we've just had a complete collapse of basic logic in sentences. Nothing about this actually coheres. You'd have needed to establish either A, that Darth Bender wasn't going to steal the atmosphere until Carol showed up, or B, that the Skrull had agreed to leave the planet with the Kree before Darth Bender stole the atmosphere, only for Carol to show up and for Darth Bender to allege betrayal in order for this to be Carol's fault in the way that the film seems to think that it is. According to the film we actually got, though, Carol's arrival didn't really change anything. The Skrull never agreed to relocation. In fact, the film suggested they weren't happy at the suggestion and might in fact have refused it. And Darth Bender was always going to steal the atmosphere either way, so no, it doesn't really work at all. And it's baffling that anybody ever thought that it would. Anyway, Carol has called her friend for help relocating the Skrull. Carol has friends, apparently.
Should we have a fight?
And she can eat bacon.
I feel like we're fighting right now. I think it's been an all-day thing.
I wonder who her friend will turn out to be. I mean, the MCU isn't exactly replete with popular and available characters these days, but it does want a cameo of some sort, so who've they got? Ideally, a cameo would help plaster over some of the film's most glaring faults, right? Those being terrible plot, bland, vacant, and empty characters, portrayed by people who can't be bothered to act, with a severe personality deficit, probably a bit too much estrogen. So who of the available legacy cast could fix any of that? Thor, maybe? I mean, he's around. We know Bruce Banner has access to his spaceship. We saw that in She-Hulk. Maybe we could give Mark Ruffalo another run out as Cuck-Hulk. Doctor Strange has disappeared up his own multiverse, so he's not around. Peter Parker doesn't really fit the bill. Hawkeye's in semi-retirement and lacks the means. Scott Lang has already bombed, so I guess not him. So who else? Who would a Disney executive insist on parachuting in to save a film like The Marvels? What is their modus operandi in situations like this?
Put a chicken in and make her name it gay!
Oh, sure. Valkyrie. Yeah, that'll do. What a terrific character she is. I clapped when I saw Valkyrie. Yay! Yeah, they hug. They're friends. Or are they more than friends? Apparently someone at the Direct really wants to see these two scissoring, and so has done what any media shill desperate for a narrative does, and invented a whole community of people clamoring for Carol and Valkyrie to bone, or whatever it is, women do to each other, slam the clam. We were all really disappointed, you see, that we didn't see more Valkyrie in Ragnarok and Love and Thunder, weren't we? Yeah, I distinctly remember coming out of the cinema after Thor Love and Thunder, thinking the biggest problem with that film is that I didn't get to see who'd be drunk enough to shack up with fucking Valkyrie. Fans were rightfully annoyed, you see. It must be true, because it's in the Direct. More pressingly than who's slamming who's clam and why is the question of when. Because unless I've missed something, which is distinctly possible because Disney Plus exists, I don't ever remember these two sharing a scene before now. Not counting the girl power moment in Avengers Endgame, obviously, because that's completely irrelevant. Given the film has previously gone and will later go to great lengths to tell us that Carol never went back to Earth, when precisely did she and Valkyrie become friends? Valkyrie is the king of Asgard, and that's on Earth, to which Carol has not returned. So from where did this relationship spring? Could it possibly be that the writers just wanted to get the Skrull out of the way, and they couldn't think of any way to do it, so they just did the emergency signal for Valkyrie to come and whisk them away? There is an emergency signal for Valkyrie, you see. It's called putting a gun to your head and pulling the trigger. This is apparently what they've done. And there are further problems, since from what I recall, Secret Invasion ended with the president, in response to the Skrull terrorism in that show, enacting legislation called the Anti-Alien Act that categorized all extraterrestrial life forms as hostile entities. Carol might not know that because Carol never went back to Earth, but Valkyrie would know that. You're telling me that the Skrull, who currently have several spaceships and their pick of planets to fly to, are being taken back to the one planet in the galaxy where they are legally not allowed to live because this is the only place they can be safe? Even though the 2019 film, even before the Anti-Alien Act, has a line explicitly stating that the Skrull couldn't stay on Earth because they wouldn't be safe?
They can stay here with us, can't they, Mom?
They won't be safe here, baby.
What the fuck, film? Do you not watch any of the MCU at all? I mean, I do. I even try to watch the crap stuff, but there's no excuse for you not doing it, given that you're nominally set within that universe. Carol and Valkyrie hold hands, and Carol says, "Thank you again," and Valkyrie says, "Always," further begging the "when and where the fuck did you guys meet" question. And then Valkyrie says, "I see you finally found yourself a team," which begs precisely the same question. Honestly, between this, the stuff with Carol and the Kree, and all the stuff we'll later learn about Carol's time time off-planet, it's like there's an entire film missing from the MCU. So the Skrulls stand next to Valkyrie and they bisexual away. No, did I say Bifrost? They Bifrost away. Not sure what's happened to all the other Skrull ships that escaped the planet or where they've gone or how they plan on getting to Earth, but who the fuck cares? They've been whisked out of the script because we're done with the Skrull now, no further explanation required. Meanwhile, we pay our first visit to the surface of Hala. That is Hala, a planet with no atmosphere, no oceans, and no sun to speak of. A planet recently at the center of a massive civil war. These things may or may not be related. How exactly have the Kree continued to scratch a living off of what must be a cold, parched, suffocating hellscape? Shouldn't everybody be dead? Well, no, you see, because they all wear face masks. Really, all they've undergone is just another lockdown. That's kind of all it is. Face masks absolutely shield you from the ice age, from ozone depletion, from the massive weather storms, the shifting gravity, from the cosmic disaster that is a dead sun. Just make sure it's one of those N95 respirator masks, because those things will save you from fucking everything, which is why it's so dangerous when people sitting next to you on the train aren't wearing them at all times, even though you are. Yeah, that was a weird period of history. Happily, the atmosphere they've just stolen from planet Telex doesn't immediately drift off and out into space, even though I think that's somehow what happened to the previous atmosphere, but now it's fine in this situation. It worked in Spaceballs, and so it works here too.
Now, commence Operation Vacuum Suck!
Suck! Suck! Suck!
And the infusion of new atmosphere means that the Kree can finally take their masks off and breathe again. I'm still not sure how they're surviving temperatures hundreds of degrees below zero, with a complete lack of drinking water, but never mind. This is where we get another flashback to Captain Marvel. All Captain Marvel's character work and most of her important actions take place in flashbacks. You might even call her Captain Hindsight, except I think that one's taken. This one, though, is from Darth Bender's perspective. A little victory speech to her definitely not dead Kree subjects on definitely still habitable Hala invites them, so it really tells the audience, to remember how wonderful and beautiful it was before Captain Marvel came and fucked everything up. Flashback Bender looks up to see Captain Marvel, apparently unimpeded by any kind of defenses, which is exactly what you'd expect from a planet that has an organization literally called the Kree fucking Star Force. Carol shoots out of the sky and into Master Control's control tower. Darth Bender then teleports from the streets several miles away to the Master Control tower itself, because otherwise who'd be our POV character, where she witnesses Carol in her ultimate form wipe out Master Control. When she destroyed the Supreme Intelligence, she destroyed the Kree, Darth Bender says. And for 30 years, so at least we now know that Carol must have abandoned the Skrull pretty much instantly, she has been searching for a way to restore Hala to glory. And now she has indeed found a way. However, it relies on getting the second Bangle, because one Bangle alone is not powerful enough to reignite the sun. Though if she did have both, that much power would probably kill her, we are told.
That amount of energy, it would kill you.
Remember this because it becomes highly fucking relevant at the end of the film. For now, we can at least confirm that Carol is an absolute moron who is arguably responsible for anywhere between 1 and 4 genocides. Though she knew that Master Control had been brainwashing an entire civilization, she believed that simply yeeting Master Control would immediately fix everything and didn't stop to consider that shattering everything a highly advanced civilization believed to be true might have some pretty severe consequences. She destroyed Master Control, which is what leads to the massive civil war that wipes out Hala's sun, atmosphere, and oceans, and so precipitates Darth Bender's campaign to try and steal sun, atmosphere, and oceans from other planets, all of which have fully fledged civilizations on them, because, you know, there's not that many planets to choose from in an entire fucking galaxy. Were Darth Bender successful, then the destruction of the Skrull planet, of Waterworld, to which we shall shortly venture, and of Earth itself, would all have been preordained because Carol decided to fuck up Master Control because she was very angry at it. I think this pretty much solidifies Carol as one of the worst characters in the entire MCU, and I am including the villains. I am not sure anyone besides Thanos has been responsible for this much death and destruction, and even then, most of the people Thanos wiped out came back. It's hilarious to think that Carol here will probably emerge with a higher kill count than a guy whose sole mission was to wipe out half of all life in the fucking universe. But that's where we are. And hell, at least the old MCU didn't take Thanos' side. At least he was universally seen as a villain. Carol's supposed to be a superhero, goddammit. We were told we should like and admire her. We're told she's a good person. and yet absolutely everything she does is sheer fucking villainy. But look, there's still a chance to salvage this, right? As long as she faces some severe consequences when this news gets out, as long as she's completely ostracized by any and every moral sentient creature, as long as she herself accepts the gravest punishment imaginable is the least she deserves, well, then at least we can say the writers have some vague understanding of how morality works. At least Carol's actions would have consequences for her. At least she won't just have waved away the countless deaths and untold destruction she's wrought with some spurious, inadequate reason like, you must forgive your family. Because if that's what we're gonna get, that will be very, very hard to put into words how catastrophically wrong the film is. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm sure they'll put it right eventually. For now, and back on the ship, we get the script's first unambiguously quiet moment where character work is usually to be found, as Carol tries to fix a broken control panel and ends up having a chat with Rambeau and Kamala about all that has just occurred. This is the first time Rambeau gets to have a bit of a bitch about Carol abandoning her. She tells Carol she'd promised she'd be back before I knew it, but Carol never came back. Carol struggles with this one, can't seem to come up with an adequate excuse, because what all this is building toward is the moment later on where she admits she struggled a bit psychologically of late, what with being responsible for a civil war and 4 genocides and all of that. But now though, she attempts to run the gamut of excuses. I was going to come back, I would have come back, but people needed me. I didn't know what I was getting myself into, etc. Rambeau throws back that she needed her Carol.
I didn't know how to explain to a little girl that hung on your every word.
Back upstairs, the lighting is better, and so we get more major boobage as Carol apologizes for snapping at Kamala earlier. And we're now done with that emotional beat. All those years of pent-up frustration and betrayal and disappointment, yeah, we spent a whole 90 seconds on it, but this is a Marvel film, so it's done now, and all is pretty much forgiven. We've got to get back to quipping, which is what we now get. Rambeau isn't even giving Carol a silent treatment, she immediately joins in with the quipping, as though the preceding scene just didn't occur.
Okay, all right. Here's what we're gonna do. Captain Marvel.
You need to stop calling me that. I used to change your diapers.
Oh, that was once, and then I was told you proceeded to vomit everywhere.
Now, you know what might have been good? Rambeau could have watched as Kamala bonded with Carol and continued to quietly seethe in the corner, refusing to engage. As she saw Kamala lapse back into hero worship, she could have snapped. She could have tried to break up that budding relationship by dropping the reveal that Carol abandons everyone who loves her. Could have tried to warn Kamala off becoming too attached to someone who'd fly away across the galaxy at the earliest convenience, because that's just what she does. A properly constructed character who actually feels the way we've been told she feels would have seen the similarities between Kamala and her own younger self and tried to protect her from the woman that she believes, correctly, let her down. This would have been a second act low point when Carol finally realizes what she did to Rambeau. Rambeau would be at the peak of her anger and resentment, and Kamala would be profoundly shaken by learning this about the person that she has idolized. The team would effectively be broken in this moment, as a consequence of Carol's past actions that the film vaguely understands are important, it just has no idea how to actually leverage them through its characters. So instead of breaking the team in this moment, we just move hastily away from the bitter recriminations of the previous scene, and via some generic quipping and fangirling on Kamala's part, we begin to build the team instead, meaning that we've effectively already passed the lowest point where our characters are concerned, and all it amounted to was Carol snapping at Kamala once, and Rambeau snapping at Carol once, and then everyone moving on as though none of it mattered. This is another reason these recent Marvel films fail to leave any impression save a sour taste in the mouth. There's absolutely no narrative variance or emotional depth to them. They've long had a kind of emotional rubber band in effect, where you're only allowed a set amount of time and a set amount of depth to any particular beat before the rubber band snaps you right back to the lightweight comedic center. But the rubber band has been getting tighter and tighter and tighter over the last few films in particular. Think Ant-Man Quantumania, where the complete psychological breakdown of a nominally tragic villain in MODOK is rubber banded by Cassie Lang saying, "Just don't be a dick." Or the even more clear and obvious example when MODOK sacrifices himself to stop Kang, and yet we can't go more than 5 seconds through his death sequence without Scott pulling a funny face or the film throwing a cheap visual gag at you to remind you that none of it's serious, none of it really matters, you shouldn't be investing in this, caring about characters is dangerous. Gone are the moments of unfucked severity. Tony Stark glimpsing the vast future in Avengers and nearly dying as a result? Should have stuck at least 3 jokes in that time. Nat trying to convince Hulk to come back to the group only for him to disable the comms and leave? Boring. Where's the fucking comedy? That terrible realization at the close of Infinity War that Thanos has won? Thor talking about everyone and everything he's lost? The Avengers killing Thanos but realizing it's all for nothing and they can't reverse the snap? Tony Stark's funeral? Hawkeye looking at Nat's sacrificed body? Where are all the fucking jokes? That's what I want to know. The audience hated all of those moments, they just weren't funny enough. And while we're doing comparisons, the Marvels does an "oh no, we're not a team" gag when Kamala suggests that they are a team, which means the crushingly inevitable comparison is with One Piece.
Not a crew.
The "we're not a team" gag recurs throughout live-action One Piece. It works for a couple of reasons. In the first place, they are obviously a collection of misfits, and Zoro and Nami in particular don't know why or how they've wound up together except through force of circumstance. They're each clearly drawn individuals with their individual wants and aspirations, and the only common cause they carry in is that they didn't have any choice in the moment but to work together. In their own minds, they're doing all this as a means to an individual end, and they will part eventually, and they will play the turncoat at any moment if their private aspirations are threatened by the collective. It's only Luffy who believes that it's his destiny to get a ship, find a crew, and find the One Piece. It's only he who believes that this is all part of the plan. So when he acts as a captain and invokes team spirit, "we're not a team" is the natural rejoinder. The comedic element comes from the audience being at least a couple of steps ahead of the characters and realizing what they are in the moment refusing to see, that in fact they are forming relationships, they are coming closer together, their wants are more aligned than they realize in the moment, and they are in fact becoming a team. A little note of sweetness in it comes from the fact that it's the character who at face value is the most blissfully naive, who is also the most loyal and the quickest to make friends. Luffy is naive, but it's the force of his naivety and his loyalty that predetermines events. He sees no conflict between anyone else's private goal and his own quest, because kitsch as it sounds, that's kind of the point of friendship. Everyone gets what they want if everyone is prepared to sacrifice what they want for their friend. It's a little bit twee, sure, but it's also nice and wholesome. It's optimistic, and because it has this overarching optimism, it allows the pessimistic denial of that truth, "we're not a team," to serve a narrative as well as a comedic purpose. Luffy anchors the arc, and everyone around him goes from misfit loner to part of the family over the course of the season. The Marvels uses the exact same line, but none of the above exists in the Marvels. It doesn't benefit from the repetition because this is the only time this bit will be used in the entire film. But the three component characters aren't drawn anything like well enough to make the thing work anyway. For this one scene, it's Kamala who comes closest to Luffy's role in the script, but Luffy's role only works because it's a constant theme. You can't show the value of naivety, loyalty, and undying faith in your friends if your script doesn't allow enough time to challenge each of those values in turn. If the essential quality is that faith battles through, then it actually has to battle through something for that quality to be evidenced. Everyone around Luffy needs time and experience to eventually see the truth in his naivety. The Marvels hasn't given us, and it will not give us, any individual setback that strains against the team spirit. The closest we've come is the closest we will ever come. Carol briefly snapping at Kamala, and Rambeau voicing those decades of resentment in all of 90 seconds. At no point in the remainder of the film will any one of these characters try to sacrifice or abandon the team in pursuit of an exclusive goal. So at no point in the film will they be shown realizing that your friends can help you. That's the point of the team, in other words, and that's never really shown. We'll get one scene later where they try to cram all of the above into about 2 lines of dialogue, and that's pretty much it. Otherwise, there are no competing drives, no setbacks, no opportunity to show loyalty enduring, and so no coming together at the close. We've got 3 protagonists on screen, one of whom has had a whole film dedicated to her already, and a second who's had a whole series dedicated to her, and yet we don't have as much as one actual character. TLDR, One Piece was flawed but really nice and fun. Go watch that instead if you haven't already. Quipping over and team for all intents and purposes established, Kamala then explains that Darth Bender is able to break jump points using her magic bangle. Though she, of course, has never broken any jump points herself, she did notice the magic bangle acting weirdly when Darth Bender was wearing the other one, and apparently her bangle once traveled her through space and time. How does any of this work? Fuck knows. So let's just have Carol call it a quantum band. Yeah, it's a quantum band. It's an ancient quantum band artifact. Just have her casually drop in that these magic fucking bangles, one of which popped up in the mail, and the other of which is just buried in a rock on Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, were known by the Kree to have created every jump point in the universe.
If the Kree legends are true, the quantum bands were used to create every jump point in the universe.
And the fact there are two of them somehow explains why Rambeau, Carol, and Kamala are entangled. Because, oh, by the way, yeah, there are jump points all over the universe now. So, that's an interesting point. You're telling me that the Skrull quest in Captain Marvel to get a lightspeed engine to get them to a different galaxy so they could escape the Kree wouldn't have worked anyway because they already knew that there were jump points across the entire universe, and the Kree could have jumped there in a fraction of the time it took you to lightspeed to it? We can add one retroactive flaw to the huge list of flaws in the first film. That's not the biggest quibble in the world, but given we've just been told Bangles of no clear origin that are simultaneously trans-dimensional spiritual magical artifacts and also quantum bands that the Kree knew about and were responsible for creating the jump point system, I don't even know where to begin unpacking this fucking dump truck of random shit. If it's the Bangle that's responsible for their entanglement, then what does light powers have to do with it? And why aren't they also entangled with Darth Ben, given Darth Ben has a Bangle and creates the broken jump points that instigated the entanglement? If these artifacts were responsible for the creation of possibly the most powerful network in the entire universe, why the fuck would they ever have been lost and separated and buried or sent to Pakistan for some reason? If the Kree knew about these Bangles and their immense power, why has nobody until Darth Bender dedicated their time and efforts to finding and reuniting the Bangles? Wouldn't that have been one of the first things any aspiring galactic civilization should want to do? Take control of the jump point network? This is all just gobbledygook quantum speak. We further learn that Darth Bender can use her Bangle to create the broken jump points by overloading her Bangle with her magical hammer. The magic hammer is known as the Universal Weapon, and given it shares its looks and its name with the hammer wielded by Ronan the Accuser, it might be fair to assume it's the same one, except that, it can't be because Drax broke it.
There's no need to get personal.
But then again, it's not world-breaking to assume that there were several such hammers around, though how it can interact with a magical Bangle in such a way that amplifies its power and lets it break jump points is unclear, and it always will be, but never mind. We're still in a tricky situation though, in that we don't yet know where Darth Bender is going next with her magical hammer-bangle combo. But fortunately, we are now told by Kamala that there were lots of star maps on Darth Bender's ship, though I don't recall her ever looking at any. And fortunately, Carol has one of those Kree memory reading devices aboard her ship because in 30 years she's not managed to recover her lost memories, even though it took Director Krennic about 5 minutes in the first film.
We found out this really simple rule that maybe you guys have all heard before, but it took us a long time to learn it. But we can take these beats, which are basically the beats of your outline, and if the words "and then" belong between those beats, you're f***ed, basically. You got something pretty boring. What should happen between every beat that you've written down is either the word "therefore" or "but," right? So what I'm saying is that you come up with an idea and it's like, okay, this happens, right? And then this happens. No. It should be this happens, and therefore this happens. But this happens, therefore this happens. And that, as soon as we are able to, and literally sometimes we'll write it out to make sure we're doing it. We'll have our beats and we'll say, okay, this happened, but then this happens, and that affects this, and that does to that, and that's why you get a show that feels like, okay, this to that, to this to that, but this, here's the complication, to that. And there's so many scripts we read from new writers and things that we see.
God, I see movies.
And
you see movies that you're just watching, and it's like, this happened, and then this happens, and then this happens. That's when you're in a movie just going, what the f*** am I watching this movie for? Just like, this happened, and then this happened, and this happened. That's not a movie, that's not a story. Like Trey said, it's those two, but, because, therefore, that gives you the causation between each beat, and that's a story.
But in amongst the cavalcade of shit that is this film, I suppose we can hand out some plus points. It's a rare occasion, folks. Get ready for it. Carol probably shouldn't still need the device, but at least the film set up that she still has the memory reading device, and so this scene pays off something that was set up. We can use it to access Kamala's memories to take a look at those star maps she's just decided that she saw aboard the Kree ship. Not only does Carol have one such device, it turns out she has 3 reasons. And this means they can all go back into their collective memories. During this flashback, we and they learn that Darth Bender's magic bangle absorbs Carol's light power and can redirect it. However, unfortunately for our heroes, but very conveniently for the writers, the fact they are all 3 of them connected to the memory machines at the same time means they keep accidentally switching between flashbacks. I mean, You'd think Carol might have foreseen this problem. It'd have been much quicker, easier, and more efficient if you'd only hooked Kamala up to the memory device. After all, she's the only one who actually remembers seeing the star map. And given the star map is the only information you need from these memories, you'd only need to run through Kamala's memory to find it. But then had they done that incredibly sensible thing, we'd not have had a chance to switch over to plot-relevant flashbacks from Carol's memory. Meaning that yes, they only stupidly hooked all three of them up for the memory machine because the writers knew, even if the characters themselves didn't, that they'd need Carol's unrelated memories for later. Writing. It's really quite easy if you just don't give a shit. Carol's flashbacks of the child Rambeau and her mum, Rambeau First Blood. This is where we learn that Rambeau First Blood died of cancer at some point in the gap where Captain Marvel 2 should have been. We get a long scene between First Blood and Carol on the veranda at First Blood's house, where First Blood tells Carol to take the Flerken with her. Carol tells First Blood it should have been you that day, referring to the day Carol went off with Nutty Professor and the chain of events that culminated in her getting Lightspeed Bukaki'd. Now I remember the first film, and so I distinctly remember that it should have been neither of them that day, since the film actually includes a line about the Air Force not letting women fly combat missions.
The Air Force still wasn't letting women fly combat, so testing Lawson's planes was our only shot at doing something that mattered.
Which you'd think would logically entail that they wouldn't let women fly the most advanced and secret experimental aircraft either, but hey, sexism's only an explanation when the ladies want it to be.
I do not want a female pilot flying me through a hurricane.
First Blood assures Carol that she'll only need to take care of the Flerken until Rambeau gets back, and Carol replies, she blipped, which means all of this is taking place during the events of Avengers Endgame, we assume, or at least between Infinity War and Endgame. Though simultaneously, she'd not come back to Earth before Endgame because, and we will run with the established reason until the film decides to retcon it, she was busy helping other people in other parts of the galaxy. Now I'm not sure this works, given we've just heard Darth Bender explain that Carol genocided Haller 30 years ago, and given we'll later learn that Carol never returned to Earth because she was ashamed of her actions, even though this flashback in the events of Endgame showed that she did return to Earth, even as she was staying away from it because she was ashamed. That, though, is apparently what happened. Both of these things are true at the same time. We then slip over into Rambeau flashbacks, principally to events in WandaVision and her return from the blip. And though she protests all the way through what are, after all, her own memories, she makes apparently no attempt either to change the memories we're seeing or else to take the headset off, leaving us wondering just how this memory control machine works and why. Tell me why ain't nothing but a... Eventually, her distress does prompt her to wake up and remove the headset, and she explains that yes, her mum passed away during the blip, and when she came back and went home, no one was there, which prompts Kamala to give her a hug.
Fuck, Walter.
But much more pressingly, it's time to explore yet another brand new way the film has found for Carol Danvers to be a c***. Never mind the fact that she was just forcing her best friend's daughter to relive memories she did not consent to reliving, which I think makes Carol some kind of mind rapist. Rambeau First Blood was Carol's best friend. Rambeau's daughter was at least her close friend. Rambeau First Blood asked Carol to take care of things after her death and until her daughter got back. Carol was then placed in the position of utmost trust, not only a friend and mentor, but a surrogate mother figure to Rambeau, whom she'd known since she was a little girl. She had been asked explicitly by her best friend, pretty well in a deathbed request, to take care of her daughter. Carol was on Earth during the events of Endgame, Carol was on Earth when the blip was reversed, and Carol fucked off. I don't care how big her tits are or how terrifying her feet, Carol Danvers is a weapons-grade, toxic, radioactive chunk of pure, unadulterated c***.
That's top swearing, Glenn. Well done.
Watch and learn.
I do not know if ever in the history of cinema, a single hero has ever been such a massive, evil, irredeemable c***. She broke a promise to her best friend dying of cancer and abandoned her best friend's daughter in order that she could abandon a solemn promise made to the Skrull to save them from genocide in order that she could go and commit a genocide, leading to a further 3 attempted genocides, and she never went back to apologize, and she never used her powers to put anything right, even though she has the power to do that. If anyone I know knows anyone who works at Merriam-Webster, get in touch, because they really need to update their definition of c***. This is quite possibly the biggest c*** to have ever c***ed in all the c***ing ways it is possible to be a c***. The Austrian painter is sitting down in hell, leading a standing ovation for you, Carol, you massive c***. Well fucking done.
Sorry, can you stop swearing, please? Okay, I'm really sorry. You won't hear any more swearing from us. You massive gay shit! Fuck off!
Now you might be sitting there thinking there's absolutely no way back from this, because the entire cosmos should hate Carol because she is such a massive cosmic
a cucumber.
And Rambeau probably shouldn't ever speak to her again, because this is absolutely not the sort of thing you can just kiss and make up for. You can't just hug and make it all better, but they have a hug, and then it gets all better. Oh my god, this film. You might further think that a character who's just relived her own mother's death and the abandonment of her closest friend and mentor could not transition straight from that hug to dispassionate scientific explanations for wormhole mechanics just in order to move the plot along. But once the hug is over and everything is made better, Rambeau immediately forgets that she just relived her own mother's death and the abandonment by her closest friend and mentor, and she embarks on a dispassionate, scientifically objective explanation of wormhole mechanics in order to move the plot along. And she also manages to throw shade at fucking fracking of all things. Yes, fracking, that process whereby you pump pressurized water and chemicals deep underground to open up cracks and release oil and gas. That thing you could do to this film is hardened as deep as you like without discovering anything that even resembles a plot. Yes, she draws a fracking analogy, in explaining that that's pretty much what Darth Bender is doing to the universe. If you frack too much, you wipe out the multiverse. This is what environmentalists actually believe, probably. The more holes you drill, the more destabilizing the shell becomes. So if Darth Bender keeps making jump points, it'll get really bad really fast.
That's what she said!
You know, much like it didn't when the Bangles created jump points across the whole fucking universe. Oh my god, this film. Via a quick recapitulation of Darth Bender's plan, stealing stuff Hala needs, they cross-reference with the star map they saw in Kamala's memories, realize that she's probably after water next, and they go to the one planet in an entire galaxy that has fucking water on it? I don't know. This was always motivated by plot and not by sense. There's no reason Darth Bender couldn't have harvested these resources from unpopulated or scarcely populated planets. In fact, there's every reason she should have tried to do that, since then she could have rebuilt Hala without attracting the attention of powerful enemies or creating a desire for vengeance, or indeed any need for a defensive war. Essentially, she's introduced a completely needless failure point into her own plan, going to attack populated planets because the plot needed some way for our heroes to become aware of it, and the writers are just hacks, basically, and you know, they thought that would be good enough. So we're off to Waterworld, and if you thought the film had exhausted all known ways to be cringe and embarrassing and broken, then oh boy, you just wait till we get to Waterworld.
Tonight I'm here at Waterworld, that's located in Stoke-on-Trent at Festival Park.
Carol has read the script and she's very reluctant to go to Waterworld, but that's where we must be going, so strap yourselves in.
Come and join me here from the VIP night at Waterworld as I take you inside, take you on some slides, and experience exactly what it's like.
Just before we get there though, we have to do a Skype call with Kamala's parents. They're on the space elevator. Nick Fury is taking them up into space, a top secret Saber space station that he was complaining was classified until he forgot that that was a thing he was complaining about. Why is he taking them into space? What danger were they in on Earth? What could possibly have motivated him to take this random Pakistani family out of their home and up to his super secret space station? Are there not safe houses on Earth that this noted spy master could use? Could it possibly be that there is absolutely no reason for him to be taking them into space, but the film needs them to be in space to manufacture some sort of peril and tension later? Yeah, I think that might be it. There's sure as hell no other reason for him to be doing this. Fury actually tells Kamala that her family insisted on going to space, even though her dad just finished telling us that Fury has taken them to hell. And generally speaking, a man in Nick Fury's position is not going to be browbeaten into revealing a top-secret space base by a lippy mother.
Well, I'm a mushroom cloud-laying motherfucker.
The family is concerned, but Rambeau promises that they will take care of Kamala, and then Nick Fury says what is quite possibly the funniest, most nonsensical line in the entire film.
Nobody cares more than Captain Marvel.
Nobody. Ah, yes. Yeah, sure. Alright, Nick. Nobody cares more than the woman who abandoned her best friend dying of cancer and abandoned her best friend's daughter in order that she could not save the Skrull so she could go and start the first of 4 genocides instead, and then refused to come back and help anyone because she had a bruised ego. Yeah, nobody cares more than that woman. Uh-huh. Fair enough. Oh, and we learned that Goose the Flerken is pregnant, and yeah, just you wait till that becomes relevant later. Back on the ship, they're finally trying to figure out precisely how this switcheroo mechanic works. Ostensibly, they are setting down some rules here.
This is not Nam, this is bowling. There are rules.
They switch when 2 or more of them use their powers at the same time, and their powers stay active after they switch.
Powers stay activated after a switch. Good to know.
This would be a worthy and creditable thing to do with your film's foundational mechanic if, you actually followed the rules you were laying out. Ever. But since they won't do that, it only serves to highlight the fact that there are in fact no rules governing it besides convenience. If you're the film's target audience, which would seem to be girl under 18 who watches the film in 5-second intervals once every 50 TikTok videos consumed, well then this kind of thing might appear to add some semblance of substance to a movie, and you won't have noticed the fact it breaks its own rules.
Am I the only one around here who gives a shit about the rules?
Because you don't spend more than 5 seconds at a time actually watching the film. To anybody who is not a TikTok-obsessed tween-aged girl with a smartphone for her parents, it's a fig leaf that gets blown away by the slightest breeze. Oh, and I'm quite sure I'm right about that target audience, by the way, because the following sequence, where they seemingly learn to control and coordinate their powers, takes the form of a slumber party montage set to the kind of music only girls could possibly listen to. This is partly what I meant earlier when I said that girls deserve better than the Marvels, and so you shouldn't defend the film on its spurious feminist credentials.
Can you help us to live in a hope that exists as not just a thought, but a process of ceaseless effort?
Say what?
One of the reasons boy heroes are so much more popular is that you don't find Tony Stark learning to control an unlimited power set during a fucking pajama party with Captain America.
Do you wear Captain America pajamas at night, or do you secretly wear Iron Man PJs? Oh man, that's I sleep in the nude, but I do have a little Iron Man doll that I cuddle. Does he have a special name?
Tony.
Care and attention is paid to one set of heroes, while the other set plays down to the writer's lowest estimation of girls and their interests. There actually are sex-based differences in preference for character type, story, and behavior. Barbie's astounding success is the biggest and most recent batch of evidence, but we don't live in complete gender apartheid here. There are commonalities as well. One of them is that for all our standards and preferences might differ in the specifics, people of either sex generally prefer it when their characters actually, have a character, and when their stories at least kind of matter, and when the writers seem to have put in at least some kind of effort. It's not even worth counting how many more women watched and enjoyed Iron Man than will ever watch or enjoy the Marvels, because that would just be cruel. But I mention it here to bolster the point. Whereas writers for male heroes have historically acted as though they need to earn the audience's affection, writers for modern female audiences seem to believe that they are owed that affection because the sisterhood demands solidarity.
Work at being the best person that I can be and using this platform for as much good as I can, but it doesn't mean
They deserve all the failure they are experiencing. I will say for the scene, though, that it's the only time in the entire film that the cast seem actually to be enjoying themselves, but that is pretty much all that can be said for it. Back on the space station, there's another comedic line that's just kind of, okay. Kamala's dad is trying to sell a retirement plan to one of the staff, and on learning that this guy is over 300 years old, Kamala's brother quips, "Wow, same age." And that's, it just kind of is. It's not terrible, it's not great, it's just a line that's kind of, it's fine is all. It's fine is what I'm saying. That's what it is. It's fine. However, not all is fine aboard the Saber station. The power seems to be glitching, and a quick investigation reveals some weird brain-looking thing has turned up in a vent somewhere. More of these will appear later. It's all very mysterious, and you don't give a shit, do you? No, neither do I. But it is setting up something that's really quite silly, so we'll come back to it presently. The Marvels, meanwhile, hop over to Waterworld, and they fly the ship down to the surface. It looks, bright, colorful, cartoonish, fake as well. Looks very, very fake. By the way, we're about 53 minutes into this 90-minute film, and we've now arrived at planet number 5. Earth, Haller, Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, planet Telex, and now Waterworld. And this replicates in its own way one of the problems we've seen in various forms across phases 4 and 5, the lack of a definite place. Thor Love and Thunder went galaxy hopping as the morons tried to hunt down Gore and the children that he'd kidnapped. It was a confused mess, not helped by the fact that we never spent more than a few minutes in any one place before being propelled across the galaxy to the next one. Multiverse of Madness replicated the problem by hopping across multiple variant worlds so quickly that we had time to establish maybe one defining quality for each, which wasn't enough to give them anything but an aesthetic definition. Ant-Man Quantumania ostensibly restricted itself to just 2 realms, but the complete zany vagueness of the quantum realm, coupled with the fact that it didn't correspond in any way to the previous depictions of other layers of that realm that we're repeatedly told exist, again prevented definition or investment in place or character. The MCU did get bigger, grander, and more varied in its locations as Phase 1 became Phase 2 and finally Phase 3. But there's an all-important difference between the way the Infinity Saga was structured and the way the Multiverse Saga has been structured. The Infinity Saga began with a firm grounding in the local and the familiar, bringing even its galactic heroes and threats down to Earth to establish their role in the plot. Both Thor in his first film and Loki as the big boss of Phase 1 did the vast majority of their deeds on Earth because that ensures the audience fully grasps both character and stakes. Norse gods, like Greek gods, are relatable to the extent they display human characteristics and interact primarily with humans, which is the approach taken with Thor. Deprive him of his powers, send him to Earth, have him establish his character through his interactions with other humans, thereby ensuring that when he regains his powers and progresses in his personal story, he takes the human along with him. Loki is established in a similar way. His forces are composed of the alien menace, but his target is Earth, and his principal interactions are with humans. That establishes a threat out there by firmly grounding the audience in the here and now. If Thor Dark World isn't quite as compelling as the first film, I'd argue that has quite a lot to do with its lack of equivalent grounding. Though Natalie Portman is taken up to Asgard to nominally provide the human interest, the film is much more concerned with realm hopping and the interplay between fairly alien peoples and places, to the detriment of that human interest. What makes Guardians of the Galaxy distinct is that, though it's probably the most expansive pre-multiverse setting, its protagonist is firmly and identifiably human and relatable, and much that he interacts with is grounded in human tropes. Like Tatooine, the various worlds the Guardians travel to have strange color but familiar context, behavior, and essential world setting. It's also a fairly strong character film, which compensates for its galaxy-hopping adventure by keeping us grounded in what is essentially a personal story. The stress is on the Guardians, not on the galaxy. The Multiverse Saga, by contrast, has taken entirely the opposite approach. By giving us a hyperabundance of setting, it's entirely lost its focus on character and grounding. Whereas Asgard by Phase 2 has identifiable and familiar characteristics, and we've spent enough time there by Ragnarok that we have some sense of what's being lost in its destruction, I don't think there's a single new setting amongst the dozens of new settings we've had in the Multiverse Saga that has an identifiable, recognizable character to it. Yet because new settings is pretty much the sole point of the Multiverse Saga, at the exclusion even of its protagonists, we really needed to have at least some common reference points in order that we give so much as an ounce of shit about what's happening on the screen. Even mediocre Infinity Saga entries still had recognizable consequences, either on familiar people or familiar places, making it never less than intelligible. But the Multiverse Saga can't even manage that. This film replicates all the problems of the Multiverse Saga, and it hasn't even left this one universe yet. We've had 5 important settings, but spent no meaningful time on any of them, so we have nothing in particular to identify with, and no tangible sense of the stakes at play in Darth Bender's nefarious plan. And because we've had to split our time between these 5 places comfortably inside the first hour of film, we've not been given any time to see what these places mean to our protagonists. And because we have 3 main characters, 2 of whom are entirely unfamiliar with any of it, we've not even got the sense that the characters particularly care about what's happening to the worlds they land on. Good protagonists almost always serve to a greater or lesser degree as the audience's vicarious life. So when they don't ever react or feel as we'd react or feel, when, for example, being flown for the first time to an alien world, they cease to be relatable or even particularly useful to us as the eyes through which we see. Kamala's failure to behave as we'd expect her to behave makes her, for all intents and purposes, uninhabitable. There's a fundamental disconnect between protagonist and audience, and so for all the VFX departments can work till their fingers bleed, bringing us 5 whole planets, 4 of which are supposed to be completely alien, it really doesn't mean very much, because it's less involving even than a QuickTime event in a game you don't particularly like. Waterworld, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but Waterworld is probably the one that does the most to address this problem. But when you see how they try to address it, you'll realize how fucking pathetic that is. This is a planet with which Carol is familiar. As we shall shortly learn, it's a planet she has a history with. It is, furthermore, a planet hosting people she has relationships with. And unlike planet Telex, where we get a couple of perfunctory lines of dialogue and that's pretty much it, Waterworld has a whole sequence dedicated to establishing its people, its culture, and Carol's relationship to it. And this takes the form of a musical. Oh my god. So the ship lands, and Carol warns the other Marvels that she's kind of famous here. Kamala points out that she's kind of famous everywhere, which I'm still not sure is true, but we'll run with it. Carol further hints that she has some prior involvement with the prince of the planet, which we shall come back to momentarily. They walk through the streets. They are accosted by this. What are you, strange child? And why are you singing at me? Please stop.
I've got an idea. We could sing. Yeah, or we could not.
Rambeau goes to say hello to the child, and then your ears are assaulted by some other hypertard who screeches in the same vein. And then the whole cast of Interstellar Glee joins in, and I want to fucking die.
Child. Please stop. Please stop.
Make it stop. I've got blood coming out of my wherever. Jesus fuck, make it stop. Honestly, it's no wonder this planet lives in peace and isolation. All they'd have to do is fucking sing at any invading aliens, and the aliens would turn their whole Starfleet around and get away from this horror as quickly as they could.
Pleasure to announce to this lovely room full.
Return to the jump point.
And the song is supposed to convey information, but it has to stop in order that a normal character can relay the same information in normal dialogue, because otherwise everyone would be too busy screaming and stuffing their own eyelids into their ears, just trying to make it stop. Honestly, this whole section, because they start singing again in a few seconds, and I'm saying it now as a warning, but it won't do any good. Anyway, this whole section is probably enough to knock Granthos the Flatulent off his second place podium for worst poetry in the galaxy.
Vogon poetry is, of course, the third worst in the universe. The second worst is that of the Azgoths of Kriya. During a recitation by their poet-master Granthos the Flatulent of his poem Ode to a Small Lump of Green Putty I Found in My Armpit One Midsummer Morning, 4 of his audience died of internal hemorrhaging, and the president of the Mid-Galactic Arts Nobbling Council survived by gnawing one of his own legs off.
The information so far imparted is that Carol has been here before, and she is in fact regarded as the princess of Waterworld. But before we get any more about this particular part of that Captain Marvel 2 film that never happened, Carol informs the others that the people of Waterworld will not understand you at all unless you sing. And so, here we go again.
Stop it. Get some help.
Oh, fuck me. I actually don't know if I can go on. No, goddammit, no, we've got this far. We will overcome. There's a happy reprieve as they get away from these wailing cretins to take a lift up to the Waterworld Palace, but unfortunately, Waterworld Palace is where most of the pain is to be found. All that stuff we just suffered, that was the prelude. My god. No, please not again. Oh, my brain. Ow. Oh, God, it's still going. Make it end. Oh, is it even worth trying to criticize this? Whatever good rat is, this is the fucking opposite, all right? And yeah, if we actually think it is worth picking it apart, the singing announcer clown, who I want to shoot several times in the balls, introduces them as the Marvels, even though they have absolutely no reason to refer to them as the Marvels, because they've never fucking been here before, and Carol presumably didn't marry the prince under the name Captain Marvel. Oh yeah, She married the prince, by the way. The prince is this pretty lady here. I gather I use this word advisedly, the actor is from that cultural abortificent known as K-pop, which guarantees A, he is a very pretty girl, and B, that the auto-tune does pretty much all of the work. Because yeah, he's gonna sing too, and so's Carol. They're gonna do a duet, and at this point I don't think any good can come from raising your shields. They cannot possibly repel cringe of this magnitude, so we might as well get it done with as quickly as possible. Like the dentist or unlubed anal. Yeah, no shit, darling. This entire long travesty is calculated to hit the pain centers of all sentient creatures, even some semi-sentient creatures. It's cruelty to animals is what it is. That's the least that it is. I watched it while writing this part of the review and my neighbor's dog ate its own face. Now, I've analyzed this scene with the help of international law experts, and we've concluded that it meets 4 of the 5 definitions for genocide. Article 2 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide lists 5 such definitions. Number 1, killing members of the group. Number 2, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. Number 3, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Number 4, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. Number 5, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. The group for these purposes is people watching this video, or all good things. This duet has undoubtedly killed members of either group, it has without question caused serious bodily and mental harm to members of the group, it's deliberately inflicted conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, and it has imposed measures intended to prevent births within the group, because this scene is the precise opposite of sex. The only thing it's probably not guilty of is forcibly transferring children of the group to another group, though now I come to think about it, it is forcibly transferring Marvel fans from the MCU to literally anywhere else, so maybe it is in fact 5 for 5. It is now incumbent upon the international community to step in and punish this crime of genocide. I recommend we take off and nuke the site from orbit. It is, after all, the only way to be sure. Now, I'm not saying genocide is ever necessary, but historically, people who commit genocide usually believe that it is. The Nazis believed it was necessary to wipe out the Jews, and so does Hamas, for example. Stalin thought it was necessary to liquidate the kulaks as a class. The Serbs and Croats both thought they really did have to wipe out the Muslims in Bosnia. So, however perverse, you could argue that genocide has historically had identifiable points and purposes to it. It's not a frivolous thing you do just for shits and giggles, in other words. If anything, you'd probably be more pissed off as the victim of a genocide if you learned that the people doing it really didn't care either way, they just had nothing else to do. So having been the victims of a genocide just now, I'm not really sure how we should react to the revelation that the entire torturous crime against art and humanity we just experienced was, in fact, completely unnecessary. But that is what it is. Because when the... Fucking stop already, Jesus Christ. Because when the... No, they're still fucking going. Because when... Because when the song finally ends... Carol stops BTSHIT mid-flow and says, "We need to talk." Now you will recall, we only underwent that excruciating nonsense because the people of this planet speak in song, right? Well, no, because it turns out, to use Carol's own words, BTSHIT is bilingual. He can talk normally, like a normal person, making all of the proceeding a harrowing waste of time. Cruel and unusual punishment, that's what it is. I demand the fucking chair for whoever thought this was a good idea. What happened to you, MCU? How did we go from this...
Iron Man.
...to this inside 5 years? My God. Well, look, I think by far the safest approach is to hop an entire galaxy's span away from the site of that atrocity, and happily, if briefly, that is what we do now, as we cut away back to the Saber space station, which, you could just, I've just realized you could abbreviate that to Saber SS, which sounds like a boss-tier Nazi group. Anyway, we're back aboard the Saber SS, where Fury and co are examining the brain-like gooey sack thing that popped up in one of the vents earlier on. They have deduced that it is in fact an egg. And no sooner have they learned that it is in fact an egg, than the Saber AI pops up to tell us that a further 29 of them have just now been detected, all at the same time. Now we, in our boring present-day world, have things like ultrasound scanning. We could look inside eggs before they've hatched, meaning that nothing that comes out of said egg needs to be a surprise to us, and you would think, given that Saber is an incredibly advanced and incredibly important national security asset, that they might make that their absolute priority. Alien egg sac on super secret space station? Yeah, might be an idea to find out what's inside it. But if they'd done that eminently sensible and technologically mundane thing, we would not get the excitement of the big reveal later, so they just leave it in a cage and go on picking up the rest. I don't know if it's the bias of hindsight, but I don't remember even on first watch knowing what tone the film is going for with the egg subplot. It could be a deeply worrying, sinister thing. It could be a threatening thing. And given what they know, and more importantly what they don't know about the eggs, you'd think that would be the attitude struck by the characters. But yeah, it's just kind of not. The film presents it as just a bizarre but completely weightless thing. Oh, there's a funny looking mystery egg. Oh look, there's more of them now. That's kind of it. We have no thoughts or feelings either way about them. They're just there, and they'll be relevant again later. Once again, characters not acting in the way they really should, though in this case it's largely because they don't have time to, since that discovery scene lasts 30 seconds, and now, tragically, we're back on Waterworld as the Marvels are dressed for the impending battle, and BTSHIT has amassed his vast army of about 12 people armed with, I don't even know what these are. Are they spears? Bows? Sticks? Is Shad happy with these weapons? Also, is it worth asking how they've even had time to do all of this? Darth Bender broke the jump point above planet Telex and left long before the Marvels did. Darth Bender knew exactly where she wanted to go next, and the Marvels did not. Now, true, Darth Bender did feel it necessary to go back to Hala and land on Hala and give a speech on Hala and have a flashback on Hala, and this will have taken some time. But given by this point she knows her plan has alerted her enemies, you might think she'd be looking to stay well ahead of her opposition. Shouldn't she already have arrived, done her thing to Waterworld, and left to the next place before the Marvels even figured out where they were supposed to be going? Because against Darth Bender's flashback, I raise you calling Valkyrie, chatting to the Skrull, saying goodbye to the Skrull, saying goodbye to Valkyrie, Rambeau and Carol fighting, Carol apologizing to Kamala, Rambeau figuring out multiverse shit, the three-way memory machine siesta, the piecing together of the plan, and the slumber party training montage, all of which has taken rather a long time, and all of which has occurred since Darth Bender has been on Hala. Then again, absolutely nothing about Darth Bender's order of operations actually makes much sense, because you'd think that fixing the sun would be the absolute top priority. People can apparently survive on Hala with no water or atmosphere because they have face masks, but without the sun, you're perma-fucked. In fact, putting water on the planet before restarting the sun probably wouldn't work. The water would immediately boil and then freeze in the impossibly cold vastness of space. Now, running with the theory that Darth Bender can't restart the sun without the second Bangle, you'd think then that her top priority would be going after said Bangle, which, she should already have, but she doesn't, because her guards don't search their prisoners. We're left wondering precisely what her plan is for finding the second Bangle, since that search doesn't seem to have been at the forefront of anybody's mind. As a stopgap solution, though, wouldn't breaking a jump point right next to an existing sun go at least some way towards solving Hala's problems? But you see, trying to steal the sun in the most dramatic way possible is earmarked in the script for the finale, so obviously we can't have her do sensible things in the proper order before then, because if she did it like that, it wouldn't work. When plot is set against logic in modern Marvel, the plot will always win. Waterworld defenses pick up the approaching pre-ship, and they sound the alarm. Yeah, it's fucking singing, inevitably. God, I hope they all die. And BTSHIT portentously says, which is the line you'd expect to give us some sense of dread and doom, no? Given that it heralds a battle against a far superior force? Think Theoden in The Two Towers. So it begins. Except, of course, that we actually know what's happening in that film, and we care about the characters and the story and the world, and so the line actually conveys meaning. Whereas here it's just said because it's the thing people usually say before big battles, that's all it really needs to be. Incidentally, while you can take pathetic fallacy too far, I'm not advocating a sudden eclipse and a rainstorm to convey the severity of the scene. This isn't Avatar: The Way of Water, after all. You can at least do something to make it seem as though nature itself is invested in the battle taking place. You can make it make diegetic sense. Attacking at nightfall, for example, has both tactical and psychological advantages to be had. The Marvels though, well, the Marvels just maintains the pristine daylight blue throughout what follows. Far from giving the impression nature, the world itself, is in some way invested in the battle, it's rather as if everything just carries on as normal and no one and nothing is really paying much attention to it. Coupled with the cartoony bright architecture and the sheer cheerfulness of surroundings, and Darth Bender's arrival carries with it no severity at all, much like every other scene she's in. The Kree jump in some distance away from the city and over a wide open ocean, because large flat surfaces are just so much easier to animate. But once again, the world seems not to be paying attention to the story. The Kree can jump in on any point at will, so you might be expecting me to suggest that they would jump in over the city and immediately start bombing it, rather than allowing time for the defenses to rally. And yeah, that would be a superior tactic to the one they go with, which is the complete absence of tactics altogether, but that is not in fact what I'm going to suggest, because the Kree's only business here on this planet is stealing the water. They alone have the means to create and break jump points. They can create and break them at will, and nobody has the power to close them again. Darth Bender does not at this stage know that Kamala has the other Bangle, meaning the water is their sole strategic aim on Waterworld. After all, draining the planet of all its water would have the added bonus, secondarily, of completely fucking the city and its defenders anyway. So why haven't they jumped in miles and miles away over open ocean, broken the jump point, and left again? There's absolutely no need for a battle to accomplish their sole objective here. They could avoid the battle entirely and be in and out again in time for dinner. The Waterworld people probably wouldn't be able to follow you since they can't create jump points, and the one you've broken would be full of immeasurable tons of flowing water. But even if you were concerned about being followed, just leave a few ships guarding the choke point at the other side of the jump point. You can wipe out any pursuers, even assuming that there are pursuers, which there probably wouldn't be. Everything they're doing here is unnecessary by the rules and motives that the film has established. It's only happening because the script says there has to be a battle scene here, and so that's what has to happen. This is just staggeringly lazy stuff. And given you know the whole thing is completely unnecessary, and given you know precious little about Waterworld save that its people sing horribly and probably deserve to die, well, you sit there watching it all unfold, and you just do not give a single solitary fuck about any of it. And given we don't give a single solitary fuck about any of it, is there even any point in me mentioning that the Kree are allowed to fly right over the city? They are furthermore allowed to land in the city and create formations and march through the streets without meeting one shred of resistance. Like, why are they even in the damn city to begin with? You've got air superiority. Start bombing them. From the defender's POV, this is probably the worst conceivable situation. If this were a total war siege, it's the equivalent of opening your gates against a superior force and just kind of standing there while they take all the command points and surround you in the town center. Darth fucking Ben lands in the city, and she has a stroll. She comes face to face with BTSHIT and demands that he bend the knee in return for a pardon for his crimes against the Kree Empire. Whatever the fuck those are. I have no idea. Why are you even here, Darth? You're here for the water. Just steal the damn thing. You can't play the honorable leader. You can't actually offer him a reprieve. You're about to wipe out his planet. And you've already wiped out one planet full of refugees. You're already a dick. Stop pretending you're not. BTSHIT says nah, and then the tedious and unnecessary fight begins. There's really not that much to note about the women doing their Battle of the Cringe round 2, except the fact that once again the switcheroo mechanic isn't operative except where it is, and at one point Carol actually teleports. I'm not joking, that is actually what she does. She teleports into the scene. Is that a new power she has? Or has she remembered she can fly at light speed now? Either way, incredibly useful, world-breakingly powerful even, so yeah, I'm sure we'll never see that again, even when it would be even more useful later. Kamala, meanwhile, is just kind of standing around in the middle of a battle, wearing what I can only describe as a target. And she can't use her powers because she might accidentally switch, even though most of the time that doesn't happen. So BTSHIT jumps in to save her, and then he tells her to use her scarf. She has a fucking battle scarf, guys. She has a scarf for a weapon. Yeah. It seems a bit futile to point out that she has no idea how to use a scarf in battle, because no sensible person would ever use a scarf in a battle. But as soon as she's told she has a scarf, She becomes an expert in scarf martial arts. Kamala practices scarfal arts, for God's sake. Oh, and lo and behold, the scarf is actually a super effective weapon against armed and armored Kree warriors somehow. Oh, to be a stuntman in the modern world, and told that upon being hit by a scarf, you must pretend that you have suffered a mortal blow. When was the last time we had a stuntman union strike? I think they should probably be considering it around now. Everyone else has had one. This sort of abuse cannot be allowed to continue. Darth Bender, who came all the way down to the planet's surface to accomplish the sum total of naff all, then marches all the way back to her ship. I just can't, why? Why are you even here, you mongoloid turtle? What are you doing? At some point in the intervening, a battle for aerial superiority has begun, because, absolutely everything about this battle is backwards, and Darth Bender then obligingly waits on top of her own little ship, long enough for Rambeau to fly right into her. Battle of the Cringe Makers, round 3 has commenced. This one is doubly tragic, because they seem almost to be trying to remind the viewer of that scene in Infinity War where the heroes desperately tried to get Thanos' gauntlet off him, except that this version involves 3 bland wine aunts, and it's been written by a team of drunk squirrels. Rambeau is only ever so slightly outmatched by Darth Bender in the opening bout. That's not sarcasm at all, she really is only just about outmatched, and principally just in technique. She's just about level on strength, such that she's able to stop Darth Bender swinging her hammer of doom, and so all things being equal, you'd imagine the fight would end as soon as Carol arrives, no? Because Carol can tank hits from Thanos. Carol is God. If Rambeau can hold off Darth Bender, Carol should be able to obliterate her with a single twitch of a pube. But I think it is by now well established that the writers do not know how to diegetically nerf Carol. They just arbitrarily and capriciously do it whenever she needs to not immediately win any fight she's placed in. So she warps into the scene and then it becomes a 2-on-1. Kamala is still destroying people with a fucking battle scarf, but then she uses her powers, even though she knows she's not allowed to do that. And even though she doesn't switch the first few times she does it, she suddenly and arbitrarily swaps places with Carol later because, I don't know, screw the rules, I have vagina. And this piece of nonsense, this thing that makes no sense, that breaks the rules the show belatedly tried to introduce, that relies on a potent mixture of luck and stupidity. This is when Darth Bender learns that Kamala has the other bangle. Because even though our heroes know that Darth Bender really wants Kamala's bangle, she didn't think it might be worth covering it with a goddamn diddly-doodly sleeve. Here at last, the great battle of our time. Who shall prevail? Darth Bender and the Hammer of Doom, or Kamala Khan and the Battle Scarf? Darth Bender asks where Kamala got the bangle. Kamala says, oh no, stop it. This is the actual explanation given in a Marvel film by a hero to a villain for how the hero has the MacGuffin. This is New Warriors, Daniel Kibblesmith tier catastrophe dumb. Remember New Warriors? Snowflake in safe space, experimental internet gas, screen time? Remember how, whatever this one's called, body positivatron, I don't know. Remember how she has a magic backpack that she inherited from her grandfather somehow?
So the first character that we're introduced to is Trailblazer. She's a group home and foster kid who is volunteering at a senior center when this mysterious threat shows up and Night Thrasher runs to the rescue. And because she helps him, she ends up in the crosshairs of this new outlawed law. And she inherited from her grandfather a magic backpack of divine origin.
Remember how everyone mocked that mercilessly because the whole thing was just a great big meme? Yeah, this is that. I mean, really, it kind of is just that, almost exactly that. Just swap grandfather for grandmother and backpack for Bangle, and this is that thing. Except that back in 2020, Marvel had just about a shred of honor and decency left, and it had the good sense enough to cancel the New Warriors, much to my profound regret. While 2023 Marvel will spend $300 million on this absolute dreck. Kamala then runs away and switches with Carol, who luckily wasn't flying at the time, because otherwise Kamala would be dead. And Rambeau just kind of disappears for a bit, so Carol flies in to take on Darth Bender alone. Except that the writers have applied the debuff in this scene, so for some reason, she makes this seem like it's an actual fair fight, even though we all know Carol could evaporate Darth Bender if she really wanted to. Now, you might also recall that earlier, during the 3-way flashback, our heroes learned that Darth Bender's magic bangle could absorb Carol's light-based powers. This, you might naively suppose, constitutes a setup, except that setup rather implied that our characters had learned something about the Bangle that they did not know before, and so the payoff would naturally be that they act according to that new knowledge. But this is not what happens, to nobody's surprise whatever except Carol's. Carol grabs the Bangle and, shock horror, it absorbs some of her light powers, just as, she already knew that it could. But then she just kind of keeps holding on to it while pulling a Pikachu face in surprise because, why the hell not? And this gives Darth Bender the power to punch Carol off the ship and into a wall at some considerable speed. She's fine though, isn't she? Because, it's Carol. Nothing can hurt Carol. Can't you just taste the tension? Then Rambeau reappears on the ship, but she's obviously too late because Darth Bender does what she should have done right at the beginning and breaks a jump point, causing another power surge through the network that, for no reason I've been able to deduce, turns off the space elevator at the Saber space station. Power surges in the jump point system somehow impact completely unconnected systems? Or have you been stupid enough to hook up the mains power in the space station to the jump point network for no reason I could... Why? I mean, fair enough. If it emits some sort of massive EMP field, that might work, but then you'd think the space station might have some type of shielding. But then also, if it did do that, you'd expect it to have turned off more than just the space elevator, wouldn't you? Wouldn't half of Earth now be without power? Now do you think it might possibly be that they needlessly brought up the Khan family to the space station and they've inexplicably put the elevator out of commission because they have a scene in mind for later that requires the Khan fam to be trapped in space? Isn't it just so wonderful when you can predict the climax of a film an hour in advance? I say it's a climax, that's a mechanical procedural designation. The film isn't building toward it in any other way. We're on the Saber SS again for a few moments, and because Nick Fury is in the scene, he quips about people never bringing him good news. Because this is Nick Fury, and this is all he has left. We now have two significant missed opportunities on the Saber SS, however. The proliferation of alien eggs of unknown origin means absolutely nothing one way or the other to anybody aboard, and now the broken space elevator that leaves them trapped on the Saber SS with the alien eggs, that doesn't really mean anything to anybody either. In a sensible film, we'd now be getting a sense of impending doom. Everybody aboard would recognize that something somewhere was deeply, deeply wrong, and that bad things were heading their way, though they know not what those things might be. Characters in this situation would, in a sensible film, act as though they were in this situation. But because this is not a serious film, absolutely nobody does. Everybody just quips. It's lightweight, none of the characters are invested in their own safety, and somehow the writers then expect the audience to be invested in their safety. Stop raping your own goddamn tone, film, please. Just Jesus Christ, stop it. Oh, brilliant. And on top of the jump point power surge knocking out the elevator, somebody in the writer's room inconveniently mentioned that a space station might, have some escape pods or something. Never you mind, says the rest of the writer's room. They're broken too. Yeah, a surge in the jump point network broke the space elevator and also half the escape pods. That'll do. No, viewer, it very much will not do, but it's what we've got, so we hop away now to Waterworld again, where the jump point begins sucking up the ocean and dropping untold gallons of water onto the surface of Hala. This is absolutely how physics works. But then, Carol remembers that she is God, and she begins wiping out the Kree fleet. Now, given we know that she can do this, and given that she knows she can do this, and given we know she can do it even to huge capital ships without any effort whatsoever on her part, you might be wondering, hey, why didn't she just do this as soon as the Kree ships jumped in? And the answer is that you shouldn't be asking questions about this film because obviously there are no answers. But she could still do it now, right? Like she could fly around and take them all out and leave Darth Bender stranded on Waterworld, surrounded by her enemies and unable to proceed. Even if Carol couldn't beat Darth Ben single-handedly, which she absolutely could, she could ensure that Darth Bender is unable to leave the planet and so unable to continue her plan. What Carol absolutely wouldn't want or indeed need to do is to flee the planet halfway through the fight, right? Like, what would be the point? You are the princess of this world. The battle is still raging. You have all of the powers. The water's being stolen. Your husband is still fighting. It's the one planet the film actually wants us to give a shit about. So, we can't possibly contemplate jumping away mid-battle with absolutely no resolution of any kind, right? So we jump away mid-battle with absolutely no resolution of any kind. And we land on a planet that, I shit you not, they just didn't really bother to animate, at all. Look at this absolute nonsense of a scene. It's so flat and featureless, I think I remember driving on it in Mass Effect 1. Actually, no, that's unjust to Mass Effect 1. Those planets had mountains and cliffs to piss you off. This one doesn't even have those. It's just infinite flat. Wow, what dramatic scenery. But let's return now briefly to Waterworld, because the film never will. This moment is what the film considers to be its second act low point, and yet it's taken the, shall we say, peculiar approach of not actually showing us the second act low point. Because, conventionally, the previous scene might have resolved as follows. The battle begins, our heroes fight bravely, but Darth Bender manages to knock them back. She manages to take Kamala's bangle and break the jump point, and she leaves. Our heroes, stunned, would recover. Carol could give chase to the fleeing Kree. Carol could get close, oh so very close to Darth Bender's fleeing ship. Carol doesn't know what she can do, but she has hatred and fear in her eyes. She is lashing out. She's lost, but she hasn't fully grasped the fact yet, so she does everything in her power to catch Darth Bender and kill her. She gets close enough to see Darth Bender looking back at her. Darth Bender smiles and nonchalantly turns away. Her work is done, and just as Carol's fingertips brush the fleeing ship, it jumps away, leaving her staring at the wide, open, empty ocean. Back in the city, Rambeau, Kamala, and the Waterworlders can pick themselves up, looking aghast. Everything around them is in ruins. Collapsed buildings, bloodied and dying soldiers being frantically tended by medics. But that is not where our gaze will linger. BTSHIT is the leader of these people, but this immediate suffering among them is as nothing compared to what he now sees coming. As he walks to the edge of the docks, he looks out at this vast portal in the heavens and the oceans disappearing into it. He sees that they are doomed. None of this is particularly new, none of it breaks any new ground, but it doesn't really need to. It's the natural way a second act low point is reached. We know, and everybody around us knows, that this thing they've been fighting to defend has been destroyed. Their enemy has won. They are left among the ruins. Think, for comparison, of the scene in Infinity War on Titan, where Thanos leaves Tony alive and warps away to complete his plan. As our heroes pick themselves up, they already know they've lost. They're stranded out here, and there is nothing they can do but wait for the inevitable. The second act low point must, of course, lead to the third act's triumphant return, and in the alternative scene I've just described, because absolutely none of that is what we got, plenty of ways present themselves. The Waterworlders have ships, or maybe Carol's ship escaped the worst of the fighting, and so after the recriminations have passed, Carol and the Marvels can leave Waterworld to regroup with Nick Fury. They would traipse off with no other plan than that, promising to fix something they do not know if they can fix. Such a scene would probably require that BTSHIT cast Carol out, either figuratively or literally, blaming her for bringing this destruction to his people. Albeit we then still run into the problem of causality, because Darth Bender was always going to go here and do this, so it's not really Carol's fault, except insofar as she precipitated it with the destruction of Hala. The film is broken in so many ways, but you can generally patch up a large number of holes with each individual fix you make. If, for example, the writers had decided to establish clearly and early on that Darth Bender has a revenge motive as well as a savior complex, that might explain why she's picked the planet she's picked. If we learnt about this at the beginning, we would have learned that she had studied Carol in all the years since Hala's destruction, that she had learned what and where matters to Carol, and so she had resolved to rebuild Hala by exacting vengeance against the woman who annihilated it. This plan ideally would have been revealed to Carol probably at around the time Darth Bender leaves planet Telex. This would then explain why Darth Bender chooses planet Telex, Waterworld, and later Earth for her plan. She chooses them because these places matter to Carol, and everybody knows they've been chosen because they matter to Carol. That in turn would allow the Skrull, the Waterworlders, and indeed the people of Earth to justifiably blame Carol for the destruction she has brought to them, thereby filling several of this film's huge voids of sense with something like motive. And as usual, I do these little rewrite segments on the fly, because these films are so broken you really don't need to work very hard to fix them. You simply have to abide by basic rules of writing. Characters need motives, villains need motives, motives need to be present, motives need to be shown. Moral responsibility and any plot motivated by vengeance needs that motive to be evidenced, and once the motive is clearly established, you really don't have to do much more than follow the film's internal logic, informed by your characters' internal lives. It is not hard hard to fix films like the Marvels, which only makes it more damning that they are as broken as they are. So the second act low point we actually get takes place on this comically cheap, empty, nameless planet of wheat. Carol is angry that they abandoned Waterworld, but Kamala counters that Darth Bender would have got her Bangle, so she had to make a tough call, just like Carol would have done. Carol snaps back that Kamala shouldn't try to be like her, because she, Carol, messed this whole thing up.
So I made a tough call like you did on Turner. Don't try to be like me. I messed this whole thing up.
That is correct.
Which is true, yeah, but it is also comically understated. For all the reasons previously given, the film has managed to ensure that Carol's long and unbroken chain of gargantuan fuck-ups is pretty well irredeemable at this point. It's ramped up her mistakes from minor to major to unfathomably bad, even as it's going to try and resolve all of them with, yeah, you guessed it, another goddamn fucking hug. Jesus, this film. This is where Carol admits that she knew Master Control had brainwashed the Kree for a millennia, and yet she went and blew it up anyway.
The Kree have been ruled by an AI for a millennia that led them into a war. I thought the only way to stop it was to destroy it. But I just made it worse.
Yo, what?
Which in the field of mistakes is pretty well unparalleled given the consequences in all the mistakes that any person has ever made in any galaxy, fictional or real. This is where we learn that she rather regrets all of this, yet notably has done nothing to rectify it.
I'm the reason why the Civil War started in the first place. I'm the reason why they couldn't breathe the air. That's how I got the name Annihilator. And I never wanted you to see that version of me.
Oh, well that's great. That's fucking great. That's another fucking thing right there. You're also fucking mental. Jesus Christ, see you're a fucking omnishambles, that's what you are. You're like that coffee machine, you know, from bean to cup, you fuck up.
I wonder if I'm pointing that out because it becomes staggeringly important for all the wrong reasons later. And to top it all off, this is where we learn that Carol abandoned Earth, so didn't help in any of the tremendous catastrophes she could have helped avert, and she abandoned Rambeau, breaking a deathbed promise to her best friend and her duty of care to her daughter, because she was embarrassed. That's kind of it. That is the reason.
And I never wanted you to see that version of me. I never came back. I thought if I fixed it, then I could come home.
I never wanted you to see that version of me, she says. She outmatched Thanos in her kill count, and it bruised her ego, so she just hung around on a spaceship with a fucking Flerken for 30 years, feeling sorry for herself. My God. There are no words, or well, there are words. There are plenty of words. I've used a lot of them already, but they're made to seem pretty redundant by this scene because it really just speaks for itself. Carol is the mother of mothers, the mother of mothers of all But Rambeau says it's fine because they're family, so we're all good. Now on to the third act.
That's not how family works. I never expected you to be the mighty Captain Marvel. I just wanted you. Not.
Yeah. I don't think the writers actually comprehend what they've done here. I don't think they understand what Carol is and what she's done. Getting a hug from Rambeau doesn't scratch the surface of the bad things that Carol has done. Being forgiven by Rambeau does not override the intergalactic destruction that is Carol. This film cannot handwave her crimes away like this, and yet that's what it thinks it can do, because in the minds of these cretinous wankers who wrote it, Carol's only real indiscretion is that she did not trust that the sisterhood would forgive her. Like, just wow. Just wow. Actually, that's such a wow. You know, there's only really one person who can deliver it properly.
Wow. 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 Wow.
So they have a quick cry and a quick giggle, and then Kamala quips about coming on too strong earlier.
And I am sorry for coming on too strong at the beginning. I did not give you a lot of space to be a real person.
And that's it. Second act low point, done. Mission accomplished. Achievement unlocked. Took about, again, 90 seconds. You destroyed pretty much a galaxy. You destroyed 4 planets. You've led to uncounted amounts of death and destruction. But I forgive you because we're family. Jesus H. Clinton. But anyway, Carol now, and only now, decides that Darth Bender is deliberately trying to take vengeance against her.
I mean, but she could be anywhere. No, not anywhere. She's targeting the people that I care about and stealing resources from every place I call home.
So it's all about Carol after all, you see. It is the case that Darth Bender only targeted Planet Telex, Waterworld, and next up, Earth, because she wanted to get back at Carol. Oh my god, film. It sure would have been nice if you'd fucking showed us that ever at any point before now. Don't get me wrong, it's the right decision, but it's come far too late and in entirely the wrong place and in entirely the wrong way, because the way they've done it creates more problems, not fewer. If Carol already knows this, why hasn't she said anything? If Carol already knows this, then why was it any mystery where Darth Bender would go after Planet Telex? If Carol already knows this, why hasn't she warned Fury about it before now? Earth is sitting there completely defenseless and none the wiser about this massive impending threat that Carol is bringing to them, because Carol, and probably the script itself, let's be honest, has only just decided that Carol knew it all along. But if Carol did know it all along, why the hell was she floating around in the arse end of space with a goddamn Flerken feeling sorry for herself? No. This had to be established a long time ago. We needed to hear this from Darth Bender herself, and we needed it in the opening third of the film. Have it as the dramatic reveal on Planet Telex if you want. Have Bender brag about it. Have her throw it in Carol's face. Because Bender has not hitherto acted as though this is her motive. If it were always her motive, punishing Carol, then she had no business trying to negotiate a peace treaty with the Skrull on Planet Telex, because her revenge motive would have extended to murdering the Skrull on that planet. And my god, it's not surprising, but it's still all kinds of dumb that I could lay out a way to use a revenge motive to fix the film, only for the film to realize it belatedly in the final 20 minutes and somehow use the same device to break the film even further. Incompetence is far too tame a word for this nonsense. There is no curse in Elvish, Entish, or tongues of men for this bullshit. Anyway, Kamala apologizes for not giving Carol enough time to be, and I quote, a real person. I'm a real boy! Which is very funny because Carol has spent 30 years drifting in the infinite emptiness of space, and even that wasn't enough space to make her a real person. Then a broken jump point just kind of appears in the sky above them. Not sure where that one came from, don't know who made it, not sure why it's broken since Darth Bender is the only one with the power to do that and she's not here. The same thing happens over Earth, sending another random shockwave to knock out the lights on the Saber SS. I assume this would be attributed to the damage done to the entire network by Darth Bender. I have to assume that because the film doesn't even bother to try and explain it, meaning it's just cosmically lucky that of all the entire universe's worth of jump points, 2 happen to break of their own accord over 2 recognizable groups of people. This latest power surge prompts an evacuation on Saber SS. However, because the last power surge inexplicably wiped out half of the escape pods, there's not enough room to evacuate all of the 350 personnel on the station. Gee, that sure is convenient. Or, inconvenient. It depends if you're a writer or not.
You know I'm a writer too.
That's so.
We're left to assume that this also wiped out all communications on Saber SS, and that this loss of contact with Earth didn't prompt any sort of response from Earth, because otherwise there's absolutely no reason why there shouldn't be ships from Earth around to take the excess. I mean, hell, what about the Skrull? Most of an entire refugee colony escaped Planet Telex on spaceships, and I assume they all followed Valkyrie to New Asgard. A complete comms blackout would prevent them calling for help, I suppose, but it doesn't explain the absence of investigating ships from Earth. And again, if there hasn't been a complete comms blackout, there's absolutely no reason Saber couldn't have called for help. Nor is there any reason that the power surge should have irrevocably wiped out half of the escape pods, so yeah, I think this is all just a load of bollocks. Fury tells some passing underling to come up with a plan B.
Plan B.
Because, this is Nick Fury. Nick Fury doesn't do things like planning and action anymore, he's just there to quip. He's not there to lead. An inexplicable fire then breaks out in the command center just in case the previous cornucopia of contrivance wasn't enough. Fury goes to grab a fire extinguisher from the cupboard, but when he opens the door he finds the Flerken with a bunch more egg sacs, and one of them begins to hatch.
Push.
And with a truly crushing sense of inevitability, it turns out, they're all carrying cutesy baby Flerkens. Oh, God, yeah, because, we've just given up at this point, haven't we? This film doesn't need to exist. Nobody involved in it seems to think it should exist. The universe itself seems to have written it off as a bad job. There are no ideas, no sense of purpose, no characters, no story. It has nothing to convey, and yet it must still pretend that it does. It's desperate for an audience, and so we've scraped right the way through the bottom of the barrel, found another even deeper barrel underneath it, and scraped all the way to the bottom of that barrel, and we've come up with fucking Flerkittens. I mean, I like cats, alright? I am a pussy person. I've got no hate in my heart for the feline folk, but this is just all kinds of desperate. At least Barbie tried to appeal to women on an intellectual and an emotional level. The Marvels, by contrast, just vaguely hopes that pussy attracts pussy, and so spawns a whole bunch of cutesy Flerken babies because its target female audience is more likely to be invested in random fluff than in Captain Marvel. This is the MCU now, folks.
Okay, this is shit. It's shit! Get it off me, Frost! Get it off! It's shit! It's shit!
Don't let the door hit you on your way out, or, do, because at least it would leave an impression. One of the Flerkittens eats some furniture, and we learn that there is only one escape pod left. Fury orders everyone to the evacuation deck anyway. Yes, these two things are indeed related. Yes, it is just catastrophically silly. No, we're not dealing with that yet. All in good time. The Marvels hop back to Saber SS to find it overrun with pussy. At this point, the risk of schedule sync vastly outweighs the threat of an alien invasion. Fury explains that they have indeed lost contact with Earth, and apparently Earth doesn't see any problem with any of this, nor indeed has it spotted the jump point currently jammed open in space, just like it's not going to spot the entire Kree fleet when that arrives, and will take no part in proceedings whatsoever. One of the Flerkittens eats a passing staffer, which, at least according to 2019 film rules, means the staffer is dead, right? But here is where the sheer mind-fucking nonsense of the finale really kicks off. Because you'll recall, earlier in the film, Goose ate some Kree soldiers and regurgitated them in Kamala's living room. I pointed out way back then that acid reflux would be a significant plot point later on, or maybe it's just, pregnancy nausea or something. Whichever the case, here we are now, later on, and Flerken regurgitation is now a significant plot point. Carol tells the kitten to spit the staffer out. Fury says no, because that's the plan. That is correct. They can't fit all the remaining stuff on the last remaining escape pod, so they're going to have the Flerkittens eat the remaining stuff and put the Flerkittens on the last remaining escape pod. They're using kittens as fucking zip files, guys. They're using kittens to compress the crew of the Saber SS for a journey back to Earth. This is actually a thing that is happening now. Oh, God. And the doubly tragic thing is that this is probably the strongest, if not the only, example of setup and payoff in the entire film. The film took care to establish that Flerkens can ingest and spit out multiple humanoids. We learned that right near the beginning, and here it is paying off when it becomes the last best hope of mankind. Still doesn't really answer the question, how the fuck do you put this in your script and get it greenlit? How in the name of the prophet's rotting ballsack did we go from Infinity War to herding escape pod cats in the space of 5 goddamn years? And I say it's set up and paid off, but nothing else around it is. There's absolutely no reason why Saber SS should be connected to the jump point network, such that a surge in that network could damage the station. Even assuming that is the case, there's absolutely no reason the initial surge in the network shouldn't have alarmed Fury and Saber sufficiently to begin enacting contingency plans immediately. Never mind waiting until the 3rd or 4th successive surge, after which it's just too late. There's absolutely no reason the surge should have knocked out the space elevator and just half the escape pods, but seemingly nothing else at all except the occasional light bulb. I could go on. In fact, I will go on. There's no reason Earth shouldn't have been alerted to the surge in the first instance, or in the second instance. There's no reason Earth shouldn't have its own evacuation contingencies they can resort to should they lose contact with Saber. There's no reason for Kamala's family to be up on this station at all, and as civilians, there's absolutely no reason for them to have been overlooked when allocating spaces in the functioning escape pods. There's no reason Goose should have picked this precise moment to decide it's parthenogenetic, or to have just laid the right amount of eggs undetected until just the right moment for its kittens to serve as fucking escape pods, there's no reason to suppose the kittens wouldn't either regurgitate in the escape pods, thereby crushing everyone and everything in there, or just, refuse to regurgitate at all, thereby killing everyone and everything. There is no reason they should have time to do any of this before Darth Bender arrives, because Darth Bender should already be here, because, once again, she's the one who always knew what her plan was, and she left Waterworld ages ago.
It's been 84 years.
But nah, we had to do all this because, kittens are cute, herding cats is a joke, and we can set it all to memory from the musical Cats, and this is really very funny. Honestly, guys, it's very funny. No.
Attention Saber crew, stop running and let the Flerkens eat you.
That's not sighs you're hearing, though. That's not groans. No, that's not your brain rotting from the inside out. It's joy and happiness and laughter, because this is also really very, very funny. Honest, yeah, that really is what it is. This is a brilliant scene. It was definitely worth $300 million to bring the MCU to this point. And it goes on and goes on and on because, it's so brilliant. People are running. The station tells them to allow themselves to be eaten, but, they keep running because it's really funny. The kittens keep eating them. Memory keeps playing. They don't eat anyone we recognize, though, because, that would be inconvenient. Memory keeps playing. The escape pod launches. We've got zero gravity Flerkens now. Isn't it really funny and cute? And it all comes to a crashing halt when Rambeau waddles into the scene to inform us that she's found Darth Bender and Darth Bender wants our son.
I said, what? She said, yeah. I said, no.
So we hard cut over to the Eye of Sauron, which doesn't really work because, in the very next scene, Darth Bender is bajillions of miles away from the sun. And I don't think there's any interpretation of physics or perspective that, makes these scenes actually work in the sequence we've been shown them in. One was a pretty cool visual, but, then they realized they probably couldn't have a battle involving nominally human heroes on the surface of the sun. So apparently, they just teleported a long way away from it again, for the finale. Great film, though. Really good film. Darth Bender cracks open another jump point, and it begins sucking the sun into it. And, see, now I'm kind of confused, because the question arises, what about the second Bangle, Bender? What exactly is the plan for the second Bangle? What do you need it for? If you can get everything you need to repair Hala with just one Bangle, why did you ever need the second one? I assumed she'd wanted both Bangles because she might have needed both for their joint power to complete the sun-stealing part of her plan. And yet, here it seems like she doesn't. She can just suck the sun through a jump point in much the same way she stole the atmosphere and the water earlier. But if that's the case, then the problem of sequencing I mentioned earlier comes back into play. If the sun is your most important target, and if the sun you want belongs to the planet most likely to resist you, and also the planet most important to the woman you want to exact revenge on, then why didn't you do the sun first? You could have done it. Take the sun, wipe out Earth before anyone knows what's going on or why or how, and once you've restored warmth and such to Hala, then you can go steal the water in the atmosphere from the other planets in safety and security. I mean, job done in that case. Well done, Darth Bender, I'd be saying. But I'm not saying that because, for some reason, that's not what she did. The only reason for leaving the sun till last, or, the only reason besides being a shit hack writer for leaving the sun until last, is if you need the second Bangle to complete this stage of your plan, and so you held off in the hopes you'd be able to find it in the interim. If you don't need the second Bangle, though, then this already dangerously nonsensical plan just breaks apart altogether. It becomes, instead, just, fucking silly. Back aboard Saber SS, the Khan fam still haven't been evacuated for reasons. That's because the film wants there to be an emotional scene that gives the impression that there are, people in the film that might be worth caring about.
I still love you.
Now, you and I know, of course, that there aren't, but the impulse is the correct one. Discarding for the moment the fact the Khans shouldn't even be here, and the escape pod nonsense shouldn't have happened, and the Flerken nonsense shouldn't have happened, and that the Khans should really have been sent away on either the first escape pod or at the absolute latest inside one of the Flerkens, well, this film is right to at least attempt to give one of its heroes a family preservation motive. This is a continuation of Kamala's arc, after all. She now understands more about what being a hero entails. She's seen it can sometimes involve sacrifice and loss. She's learned that there are stakes involved, and that the battles she has to fight are not lightweight comic book affairs, but real conflicts involving real people, and her family are now in the firing line. She isn't fighting vaguely to protect some romanticized ideal of the galaxy, she's fighting quite specifically now to protect her home and her family. Everything is now much more real to her. This is further reinforced by her family, who've come to an understanding of the higher purpose by which she is called. Her tearful mother explains that she understands her daughter is meant for greater things, so she understands understands why she has to go and fight. But she's never going to forget that before and after all of this, Kamala is her little girl and she loves her. It is, after a fashion, a coming-of-age moment, and that's good stuff. It's just that, we can't ignore the fact that none of it should have happened in this way, or indeed at this time. It also stores up a problem for later, because for this scene to be anything other than anodyne, it really demands that Kamala incurs some kind of loss at the end of all of this. Peter Parker has to lose Uncle Ben, or in the most recent film Aunt May, in order to truly learn the lesson the parental figure both imparts and represents. A film that's not afraid of emotion would probably see Kamala lose one of her family in the final battle, with the bittersweet resolve being that her family had given her their blessing, knowing that this might happen. In hell, even Blue Beetle recognized that this is an integral part of a young hero's coming of age, a powerful revenge motive that becomes morally redemptive when both hero and family realize that this death was, in and of itself, heroic. It's not pure vengeance that Reyes seeks in Blue Beetle, and it's not pure vengeance that Peter Parker seeks either.
What are you doing?
We're not killers, Jaime. Let him go.
What about Dad? What about Rudy?
They both come to a realization that they have to carry on an ideal. They have to live a life the dead parent or guardian would be proud of. But, given the overarching theme of this film has been more than anything that actions don't really have consequences, you can be damn sure we're not going to be getting anything even approaching that. You know it even as you watch the film for the first time. You know it well before you get to the scene that invites the prospect. Because this film, like so much in modern Marvel, is just emotionally vapid. Blue Beetle is a masterpiece of emotion by comparison. Blue fucking Beetle! Anyway, Mother Khan suggests that she take Kamala's bangle back to Earth to keep it safe from Darth Bender, but Kamala says no, because she'll need both bangles to close the broken jump point. Now, this video has been going on for a good long while, so there's a good chance I've simply wiped it from my mind, but I don't remember a scene where this was established. I don't know when or where Kamala learned this. It is, if you're prepared to risk your hamstring with this stretch, loosely implied by the revelation earlier that the bangles created the jump point network. But that implication doesn't lead to Kamala's assumption here, because the jump points are created and broken in this film using Darth Bender's Hammer of Doom, which is a corrupting influence that could just as well prevent the bangles alone from sealing the broken jump points. You might also recall that one of the few things we do know about the bangles is that the combined power of both would kill Darth Bender. That's what Captain Nothingburger explained earlier.
That amount of energy, but it would kill you.
And yeah, it will be relevant again in a few minutes, but you should also know, from this point onwards, that really ought to preclude Kamala using both of them at the same time, because, if using both of them kills people, then she really has to die, because that's the law the film's established. We're jumping ahead of ourselves. Fury, the Khans, and a few remaining Flerkens board the final escape pod. The Marvels board their ship and fly off toward the sun. Please just fly all the way fucking into it and die. Meanwhile, the last escape pod ship thing with Fury and the Khan fam takes off, and this is where things just become, again, confusing, more confusing than normal for this film. Let's take some time to establish our basic space geography here. Saber SS is in orbit around Earth. The escape pod ship is leaving the space station for Earth. Darth Bender has broken a jump point over by the sun, which is a long way away from Earth. So far, so simple, right? Wrong, because immediately upon leaving Saber SS, the escape pod ship thing gets sucked toward a broken jump point that's right next to the station. Okay. So this is just another randomly broken one, one of the two from earlier that opened by themselves in implausibly convenient places. And I guess no one spotted it until now, but it's already there as they leave, meaning that it was there when the Marvels left, and nobody spotted it. Because if somebody had noticed it, by looking out of a window or noticing all the space debris flying past Saber SS, then they'd presumably not have tried to leave the station, or Carol might have stayed behind to make sure they could escape its pull. Since she can fly at light speed, so it is physically impossible, and by that I mean it is impossible by the laws of physics, for Carol to be in a hurry. And yet they had every reason to know it was there and would cause them problems, because it is quite clearly invisibly there and causing problems before they even leave the space station. You can see the debris stream when Carol's ship leaves, and you can see her ship begin to drift toward the broken jump point before it engages its mega drive and zips away. Well, you might be thinking that's all very silly, but we'll just run with it. I wonder where Fury and the Khan fam will end up once they get sucked through the jump point. That's a new dimension to the film. Did you see what I did there? It's a pun. Because anyway, there's no way they can land on Earth, right? Because the broken jump point's quite clearly sucking them away from Earth, and the point of the jump points is that they can take you somewhere else. That's why they exist, right? No, wrong again, because rather than drifting through the jump point, which is after all the whole damn point of the jump points, the ship bounces off the jump point and just, heads back toward Earth in an uncontrolled spin. So, yeah, I have a question here. Why? What is the point of this sequence? We already know nobody's going to die. You know it because I've already told you nobody's going to die, but I already knew it in the cinema because it was blindingly obvious no one was going to die. The ostensible point is, I guess, to drum up a bit of tension in this completely tedious nothing of a film. But once again, the whole thing is infected with the aids of the MCU, quipping. They just quip all the way down in their fiery, uncontrolled spin out of orbit. One of the Khan fam starts praying, and Nick Fury says, well, we need all the help we can get, and he chimes in with amen, amen, amen as they go.
And I myself was not aware of this horrible show until recently. I have a clip to demonstrate exactly what I mean.
Are you
Now, apparently, that's supposed to be funny.
The Flerkens start vomiting up staff members, the ship bumps down somewhere in New York, everybody gets out without so much as a scratch. On the grass behind them, various Sabre SS members get chucked up by the Flerkens. So, it wasn't tense, really, was it? It was meant to be funny, but it wasn't really funny either. The surprise with this film isn't that it's so short, it's that it's so short and you could still cut so very many scenes without losing anything by way of meaningful content. Why bother having the ship get sucked in by a jump point, only to bounce off the jump point and end up safely at the destination it was always aiming for? Either kill somebody or don't fucking bother. There is a nice enough visual at the close of the sequence as Fury looks out across the water and sees the sun begin to dim. Yes, you do have to just park the fact that Nick Fury thought it was a good idea to look at the sun, but as a reminder of the nominal stakes, it's pretty enough. Shame the stakes themselves are practically null. A competent film would have skipped the needless not peril of the descent and maybe spent a bit more time on this aspect of the narrative. Fury and the Khan fam land safely, but Fury knows that they are far from safe. The sun begins to dim and all he can do is watch and wait and hope. This then is a moment of dread, or so it should be. The sun dimming has some pretty important practical effects, but the most immediate effects aren't things like global cooling or the subtle but growing shifts in our gravitational relationship with the rest of the solar system. No, they're the mass psychological impact of an entire planet's population looking at the same unfathomable catastrophe begin to unfold above them. You wouldn't need much time or even much skill to show this. Panic growing behind a stoic Nick Fury, people scrambling around or standing gobsmacked or beginning to cry or whatever mix of the above you like. Maybe a quick little montage of people on the streets in cities around the world coming out and looking fearfully into the sky. Just something, anything really to show that the Earth and its people are involved in this cosmic drama. But nah, nobody really gives a shit, so neither does the film. We just cut straight off to Darth Bender, who's standing there with her Bangle watching her broken jump point. Notably, there are no tendrils of sunlight drifting into it in this scene because did they just forget to animate it? I don't know. Ditto guards or defenses on Darth Bender's massive starship. They're not there either, because Carol just flies right in unopposed for the final feminine freak out of cringe. Carol says, with what I can only describe as the exact opposite of emotion, "It's over, Darth Bender."
It's over, Darben.
Try acting.
And Darth Bender quite rightly replies, no it isn't, you old bat.
No, not yet.
Have you ever considered acting?
Carol suggests, with what I can only describe as the exact opposite of evidence, that Darth Bender's plan will mean the end of the Kree, the end of everything.
This will be the end of the Kree. It will be the end of everything.
Even though it categorically entails no such thing. Darth Bender demands Carol hand over the other Bangle, even though nobody, probably including her, knows what she needs that for anymore. But Carol says,
"You're forgetting something."
Bender says,
"What?"
And Rambeau phases in behind her and says,
"Me."
And twats her in the back of the head. Yeah, so what did Darth Bender expect to happen here? Did they not detect the Marvel ship approaching? She knows there's 3 of them. Did they not see anyone flying toward their ship? Have they made no plans? Is there nobody left aboard the ship save Darth Bender? Couldn't you have laid some sort of trap or mounted some sort of defense against them? Is she incapable of being anything other than a lemon-flavored brain clot? Then fucking Kamala just appears randomly on the scene too. And now Carol has Bender's magic hammer. Does it matter? Not particularly. The fight begins. On several occasions, our drips of heroes use their powers at the same time, but they don't swap places unless the choreography demands that they do. It's 3-on-1, and I'm not at all sure where the parallel attention is supposed to be coming from here. Sure, yeah, Bender puts up a fight, kind of, but ideally you want your hero to be barely clinging on and later finding their inner strength. You don't really want your heroes to be essentially bullying a hapless villain, because then there's nothing to invest in and it's fundamentally unbelievable, and if anything you kind of feel sorry for the bad guy. If Rambeau alone can stand against Darth Bender, and if Carol on her own can do literally anything because she's more powerful than Jesus, then Carol, Rambeau, and Kamala's victory is so inevitable, it's positively boring. Bender isn't even given the opportunity to get the upper hand. There's a couple of moments in the fight, no more than a couple of seconds each time, where she seemingly gets the hang of things and overpowers 1 or maybe even 2 of the Marvels, but no sooner has she done that than the 3rd one just smacks her in the back of the head, and she's back to losing again. This happens, I think, 2 or 3 times. Then, finally, Darth Bender gets smacked away, and a sharp object gets stuck in her leg. This causes her momentary grief. She points out that Carol is being the Annihilator again and that death seems to follow her, which is wrong in this context for 2 reasons. The immediate reason is that Carol is here quite clearly fighting to save a whole planet, even if from Bender's perspective this inevitably leads to the death of Haller. It's not quite as simple though as Carol just causing death and destruction. Not this time, all the other times that was fair enough, but not this one time. This one time Carol isn't being a cunt. The second reason is not yet apparent, but I might as well spoil it now because it will be spoiled inevitably in a few minutes' time when you actually see it. So, yeah, it's shit. You won't notice the difference. All of this is completely pointless. Stealing the sun, saving Haller, the choice between Haller's destruction and the end of the Earth, all redundant. And why? Well, because Carol has the power to restart suns. Yeah, not joking, not even a meme. Well, it is a bit of a meme, but it's not a meme, man, it's just a meme, man. Our Carol has the power to restart suns. This is something she can do. All those times I've called her God, or said she's got the powers of God, or that she's more powerful than Jesus, that wasn't just a bit, that was foreshadowing. That was me setting something up, which I now get to pay off with the line, and Carol said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And Carol saw the light, that it was good. And Carol divided the light from the darkness, and Carol called the light day, and the darkness she called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. To be clear, this is not a power Carol will discover she has between now and the end of the movie. This is a power she and everyone around her knows that she has, which causes so very many problems, but picking just a couple, it means that in this scene, Carol could and should just tell Darth Bender, "Nah, girl, I got you, I'ma go relight your fire." She zips away, she fixes Haller, she comes back and says, "I may have fixed your sun, but I didn't light the fire. It's always burning since the world's been turning." They lift Darth Bender up and everybody smiles. Darth Bender says, "I thought all my people would die, but you saved them." And Carol could say, "Is it me, or is it getting a bit hot in here?" Everybody could laugh and high-five, and the film would end. Unfortunately, that's just the immediate problem. The preceding and much greater problem is that this power makes the entire film redundant. Because, remember, Carol knows she fucked up. Carol has spent 30 years regretting the mistakes she made, regretting what she did to Haller. Darth Bender has been going around wiping out planets in a desperate and seemingly doomed bid to undo the damage that Carol did. But if Carol was regretful, if Carol did recognize that she'd made a mistake, and particularly once she'd seen the longer-term consequences of that mistake, she could, at any time, have gone back and restarted Haller's sun. And she didn't do that because, and I cannot stress this enough, she is a massive, irredeemable cunt. She is to what the sun is to the solar system. The biggest, the brightest, the most vast and unending And this entire film is quite possibly the largest and most expensive joke in the history of cinema. But we've got a few minutes before we have to deal with all of that, so we'll park it for the moment and get on with things. Some very dodgy ADR follows. Remember that Darth Bender is currently lying on the floor in significant pain because she has a large chunk of spaceship embedded in her leg? She remembers it, at least for the first few seconds. Comes across in her voice. But then, I assume the film went into post-production and somebody decided that the audience couldn't be trusted to remember the film's basic setup. So they dragged Darth Bender back into a studio to record a quick recap in which she has completely forgotten that she is supposed to be in incredible agony.
Paula's son died because of you. Why shouldn't you repay us?
That's the best you can do?
Yep, always nice to learn I put more effort into reviewing the film than the film put into being a film. In answer to Darth Bender's question, Rambeau suggests that maybe Carol should repay the Kree. How, you might ask? Well, by switching the sun back on for them. Carol's entirely insufficient attempt to excuse her not having done this before is that she's never done it before.
I've never done anything like that before.
Blackout magic!
Note that she's not denying that she has sufficient power, she's not denying she could do it, she doesn't even push back against the suggestion that she does have the power to do it, she just says that she hasn't done it yet because she hasn't done it yet, and that apparently is an explanation. No, darling, no it isn't. That's not an explanation. You've had 30 years, Carol. You've had 30 years and enough power to restart the sun, Carol. The alternative to restarting the goddamn sun, Carol, is the destruction of 3 and quite possibly 4 whole planets, Carol. You'd think you might at least have given it a go, Carol. You absolute fucking puffin. This is the point at which the film is firmly, irrevocably, even foundationally broken. It's actually retroactively managed to make itself infinitely worse than it was at the beginning, which is quite impressive. So it doesn't really matter if nothing else makes any goddamn sense from this point onward, because nothing in the film now makes any goddamn sense. Carol says, yeah, fair enough, I'll do it. And Darth Bender says, okay, cool, thanks. And that, you might think, is mission accomplished from Bender's perspective, right? Because, her planet's saved. That's what she's been doing for this entire film. Carol lifts up the big metal shard, and no sooner than it's out of Darth Bender's leg, Bender decides, fuck saving my planet actually, because I'm a villain. And she grabs her hammer and holds Kamala hostage. What are you doing? She tells Carol not to try anything because she can kill Kamala faster than Carol can move, which isn't true because Darth Bender can't move at light speed. But never mind, because in this precise moment Carol's forgotten again that she can move at light speed. But that's a minor gripe, because the biggest question has to be, why, Bender? Why are you doing this thing? Why do you want the second Bangle to save a planet that you already know is going to be saved? What's the focus of your villainy at this point? I'd maybe be prepared to accept that your lust for vengeance against Carol actually, no, I wouldn't be prepared to accept that. Given the cost is the planet she's trying to save, that is the reason Darth Bender is in this film. Darth Bender is in the film because she wants to save Hala, and now she's not in the film because she wants to save Hala. Now she's in the film because she wants to hurt Carol, I guess? And that would be a reason. Any reason would be better than no reason at all. But for no reason at all, Bender takes Kamala's magic bangle. She drops her hammer, and she takes a long time to put the bangle on, during which nobody thinks it might be worth trying to stop her. She gets it on. Finally, at long last, she knows what a multiple orgasm feels like, and then she explodes. Okay, no, there's a little bit missing from that account. Not much, just a little bit. Rambeau says, "You won't survive this," which line becomes quite important in just a second. And then Carol tackles Bender out of a window and into space. They fly toward the jump point Bender broke earlier. Bender knocks Carol away, and then Bender explodes. Darth Bender's orgasmic explosion rips a bigger hole in the jump point system than already existed. So you might be thinking, is this how she planned to get the entire sun, rather than just the little bit of sun she's so far managed to steal? Actually, no, it's not that at all, actually, but you'll see in a second. Darth Bender exploding breaks whatever bullshit was linking the Marvels together. How do we know this? Well, because Rambeau and Kamala try using their powers at the same time and nothing happens. There are two plausible reasons they didn't switch places. The first is that it didn't happen this time just because, which which is the reason it didn't happen all those other times they tried it and it didn't happen. So maybe they should just give it another go. The second potential plausible reason is because, well, Kamala isn't wearing her bangle, so she has no powers, right? Oh no, wrong again, apparently. She still has her powers, even though she's not wearing the bangle that gives her powers. I suppose you could say that the bangle just enhances the powers that are born of her status as a mutant, but really, we've done absolutely nothing with that side of her, and it's a little bit late to broach the subject now. Lest you think that's me being unkind to the film, lest you think that's me passing over something that was in the film because I didn't think it important. No, even the director admits there's nothing at all to do with mutants in this film. Listen.
You haven't talked about it. I want to talk about X-Men. Like, I really want to say this because, like, we haven't even said the M word.
Well, I know it, but I don't think I should say it.
And you've been, like, keeping your fandom in check. But I think I've talked to you on other movies about how you're like, no, the MCU is going to be different when we hit this phase. So talk about how it's like you're directing the first film that really leans into the idea that we have mutants in the MCU.
Yes. You know, it's funny. I didn't even think about it because, like, it doesn't really have anything to do with it, but Kamala's a mutant. And I'm so happy.
What do you mean it doesn't have anything to do with it? Hold up.
In the sense of like, it wasn't like, you know, Charles Xavier wasn't like, hello, welcome, you know what I mean? It's really about these three women, but it's cool to have, like, you know, a woman who got her powers because she walked through a radiating shield barrier of her witch X, and another one who got her powers in an explosion, and another one who got them because she's a mutant. You know, it's really cool to see. Oh my God, actually, Nick Fury is the bald guy in this one, so there's connections everywhere.
Well, that was a waste of time.
So yes, we've done absolutely nothing with that side of her. It's too late to broach the subject now. And anyway, Kamala doesn't seem to much need enhancement, as we see her reaching out of the ship with a giant magical hand and scooping Carol back aboard. The actual reason their link has been broken is that their link has been broken. Yes, that is circular reasoning. No, the script does not care. But what does this massive orgasmic explosion entail, you might be wondering? Because it seems to have had no impact at all on the sun, which I'd naively supposed was the whole point of Bender going after the second Bangle. Tear a bigger hole in the jump point network so you can steal more sun, but no, the sun subplot's been discarded about as quickly as Bender discarded her whole reason for being. We're just done with the whole steal Earth sun to save Halla thing. Now we're trying desperately to tie this movie into the broader multiverse saga. So Rambeau explains that Darth Bender tore a hole in the fabric of space-time.
She tore a hole in space-time.
Yeah, okay, I'm out. It's true, Kyle. There could be other universes with other versions of us. Everyone's sick of the stupid multiverse, Cartman.
Why? And did Bender know this would happen? If so, what was the point? Why would she have wanted to do something like that? Given Rambeau has previously explained that merely by breaking jump points this sort of thing might happen, that was the whole fucking fracking analogy from earlier, remember? Then, well, why did Bender not go around breaking hundreds of jump points if this was always her goal? But I don't think it was always her goal, because there's no sensible way you can make tearing a hole in space-time coterminous with saving Halla's son. Film, what about saving Halla? Remember how that was why we've done everything until this point, film? Why are we now looking for ways to fix a hole in space-time before the other universe bleeds into this one? What has that got to do with anything we've seen in the previous 90 minutes, film? What was the plan here, film? Did Bender mean to do it? Did she accidentally destroy reality? What was the point in her getting both bangles, film? She didn't need them for the sun, but that was the only thing she was after. Why is any of this happening, film? Can we maybe fix, your actual plot before we introduce this massive new thing in the last 5 minutes? No, we can't do that, no. Oh, we're doing the multiverse now. 5 minutes to go. You've introduced, yeah? Okay, fine. Well, the film says that's what we're going to be doing now, so I guess we can just forget the last 83 minutes of movie and do the multiverse again. Fine, yeah. What should we start over then? Because it's a new film now. That's what's happening. We've started an entirely new film in the last 5 minutes. Yeah, we have to start again. The rewind effect, then the fast forward effect. Rambeau says that the three of them can theoretically fix the hole in space-time. What is happening? Rambeau says the three of them can fix the hole in space-time. If Kamala wears both the bangles and combines their power and her power with Carol's power and channels all of that power through Rambeau, Rambeau can seal the hole in the fabric of space-time. My fucking God. So yeah, I mean, besides the fact that this is an entirely new film, I have one big practical question. You remember how just a few seconds ago Darth Bender wore both the bangles and exploded? Now you're telling me that Kamala can combine the bangles and she will be fine? And that she can combine all of that power with all of Carol's power, which is to say with all the power of the fucking universe, and they can channel all that combined power through Rambeau, and somehow nobody involved in this is going to explode? But you've at least tripled the power that caused Darth Bender to film. What's happening here? God damn it. Now there was a way to achieve something like this. It would still rely on bullshit superhero science, but it would have been semi-believable. Given that the Marvels are linked, or were linked, you could have had it that channeling the power of the bangles through 3 heroes would make it sufficiently diffuse that none of them undergoes sudden orgasmic explosion syndrome. That would have been a fairly tenable payoff to the mechanic we've supposedly spent a whole film setting up. Hell, you could have gone with the noble sacrifice. Kamala wearing the bangles cannot keep it up. There is too much power for her to handle, and this leads to one of the other two taking on that power for themselves and sacrificing themselves to save the child and get the job done. I would like to nominate Carol for this task, partly because it might represent a noble reparative sacrifice, as well as a passing of the torch to the next generation, but mostly because I really just want to see Carol explode and never come back.
Is that like a personal attack or something?
Hey, she's not smug. She's not sour, is she? Fuck's sake, Jesus! Right, well now we've got another fucking adjective to add to fucking smug and glum, haven't we? Fucking retard!
Unfortunately though, none of that can happen because the film has already dispensed with their entanglement without anything even approaching an explanation. Apparently Darth Bender breaking a hole in space-time broke their entanglement, even though this has nothing at all to do with their entanglement, and both the bangles, which are related to their entanglement, survived Darth Bender's explosion.
Write something bad.
But what about the switching?
Our powers aren't entangled anymore.
Oh. Well, that's a good thing, I guess.
So no, we can't have my plan, we have to do something even dumber and more pointless. Fine, what have you got for us, film? Carol begins in a promising vein. He's slightly incredulous that this plan seems to be to blast Rambeau with the same amount of power that just ruptured the fabric of time and space. But lest you think we might go anywhere with that line of questioning, stop it. This is the Marvels, you are not supposed to think. So she just drops that line of inquiry altogether. Kamala puts both the bangles on and she does not explode. She and Carol blast Rambeau with their combined powers and Rambeau does not explode. I can't help but note that this is the kind of mechanic that might have been very useful in pretty much every fight we've so far seen, but they didn't use it because the writers have only just thought of it, I guess. Rambeau becomes hyper mega super evolved Rambeau, but the change has not managed to give her anything like a personality. She flies off to the space-time rupture and flies right on through it, because for reasons having to do with the sequel, she can only close it from inside the breach. She shoots some angel beams at it and Carol says, "It's closing, come back!" Rambeau says, nah, she can't leave, she has to finish the job. Carol repeats that it's closing, so she needs to come back. Ideally, in your climax, you need everyone, and most importantly the audience, to have a fairly clear idea about what's going on. This film has taken the innovative approach of actually introducing uncertainty. Nobody knows what's going on, not the characters and not the audience. Is the rift closing now irrespective of Rambeau's actions? That's what Carol seems to think, and Rambeau doesn't say anything to disabuse her of that notion. But if that is the case, then Rambeau has already finished the job, so she has no reason to be staying on the other side of the rift. But if the rift needs Rambeau to be constantly applying her powers to it in order for it to completely close, then obviously Rambeau would have to stay behind, but she doesn't think this is worth mentioning, which leaves Carol under the impression that the job is done and the audience not knowing whether or not the job is done, mechanically speaking. To be clear, it has to not be done. For this scene to make even a semblance of sense, it has to be the case that Rambeau must seal it all the way up, not that she can hit the close button and leave. But in either case, we do need to know what the fuck is going on here for anyone's decisions to make sense. Eventually, Rambeau drops the line, "I always knew I'd have to stay," but it's so perfunctory, it's dropped in right at the last second, so it's actually more kind of funny than anything. It's a bit of a troll. Absolutely nothing was done to set it up. We didn't see her struggling with anything even approaching emotion. We didn't get any sense that she was holding something back when explaining her plan to the other Marvels.
In theory, you and Carol can reproduce the same amount of energy that was used to open it. I will absorb it and then release.
and nobody thought to raise the obvious question at any point, least of all when they saw her begin to close the rift from the other side of it, meaning that the moment of self-sacrifice lasts for pretty much exactly 1 solitary second, and that's it. So, just to recap, in the last 5 minutes, we've completely ditched the entire premise for the film, we've introduced a multiverse link, and we've lost one of our main characters with absolutely no lead-in whatsoever. This is all so very, 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 very fucking silly. Carol actually attempts to save Rambeau, but conveniently forgets once again that she can fly at light speed or use that teleportation power she used earlier but has never used again, so she doesn't make it there in time. But even this poses issues, since Carol doesn't know that she has a moral choice before her. She does technically have a moral choice, assuming that Rambeau has to fix the entire rift from the other side. The choice Carol should be presented with here is, do you save Earth or do you save your best and oldest friend? That is an incredibly powerful choice, but the film doesn't even seem to realize that that's what's going on here. It's actually contrived one of the few possible ways to avoid presenting Carol with that choice, even though that choice would provide some closure to the Annihilator label she supposedly struggled against for the last 30 years. She would in this moment have chosen to sacrifice something dear to her in order that people can live, which is a moral reversal of the mistakes she made that the film wants us to believe led us to this point. But by denying her this choice, it means Carol has learned nothing from the moment. The film is still finding new and impressive ways to be appalling. So that's kind of it, Rambeau's gone. Kamala flies back to Earth on the Marvel ship, where Fury and the Khans have just been ambling about on the grass waiting for the plot to get back to them. That whole sun thing, I guess it's just done, I assume. What a terrific finale. Kamala is crying because we're all supposed to feel very sad that Rambeau is, gone. Not dead, mind you, because no, we can't actually risk introducing emotion into the film, but she is most definitely gone, and we have to be as good as told that we're supposed to be sad about this, because losing Rambeau is the character equivalent of throwing out an old cardboard box. Carol, meanwhile, has gone to fulfill a promise, flying over to Hala and into the sun, and restarting the sun. Oh my god, I can't with this absolute Hiroshima of a character. The sun's back. Yay, the sun's back. Even though she could have done it at any point across the last 30 years and saved us all the bother, but hey, better late than never, right? Shame about Planet Telex and Waterworld, though. We shall mourn their loss.
The planets are expected to make a full recovery.
Oh, never mind then. We shall not mourn their loss. Absolutely nothing in the film matters. There are no consequences. We've taken 90 minutes of time from decent people, innocent people, who just walked into the cinema one day and who didn't deserve this punishment, and all we've done is re-establish conditions that almost exactly mirror the state of affairs at the start of the film. All we've lost is Rambeau. Nobody gives a shit about Rambeau. She's not a character. Carol gets a hero pose though, yay. Somebody on the cam copy has a coughing fit, and it's by far the strongest reaction anyone has ever had to anything in this entire pointless catastrophe of a film. Back on Earth, the Khans have moved into Rambeau's old home. I don't know why, I don't know how, I'm not even sure it's particularly legal, but that's where they are now. These characters are so deeply established, so deeply enmeshed and embedded in the MCU, that you can just transplant them from Jersey City to rural Louisiana, and nothing of substance has changed. Don't they have jobs? Don't they have friends? No, I guess they don't. And so we get the final scene of the movie proper. It's nighttime in some city somewhere. I don't know where, I don't think it really matters. A door opens and most of the audience goes, "Who?" Because most of the audience hasn't seen the Hawkeye show, so they have no idea who Kate Bishop is. Anyway, it's Kate Bishop. Kate Bishop has a cameo. She turns around and sees a mysterious figure in the shadows. Nick Fury emerges from the darkness, and in a touching tribute to his old self, he tells her she's just become part of a much larger universe. "I'm putting together a team," he says. Okay, now imagine that, but instead of Nick Fury, it's Kamala Khan, because that's the scene we actually got. Nick Fury isn't Nick Fury anymore, remember? He's completely redundant. He has no thought, he has no agency, he isn't reacting to events by trying to re-establish a new team to tackle the emerging threat from the multiverse. No, it's Kamala Khan who's doing all of that. Kamala Khan has taken Nick Fury's role. She is forming the new Avengers, the Young Avengers, and its first 2 members are Kamala Khan and Kate Bishop. Oof, yeah, The box office is positively cringing with anticipation. That rather neatly sums up the decline of the MCU, doesn't it? It's not even that either character is especially loathsome, it's that they're just non-entities. There is no bigger universe, there is no emergent threat, there is no excitement for any team headed by Kamala Khan and Lil Miss Hawkess. The MCU has fast-tracked several decades of history and development and arrived at a place not far behind the modern comic book industry. Unloved and unlooked for, with no stories and no characters worth telling them. What a sorry end this is. Oh, except of course that it's not the fucking end yet. No, we've got a mid-credit sequence. And continuing the theme being that nothing in this film has anything approaching meaningful consequences, we find that Rambeau is in fact still alive. Oh yay. She's just in a different universe. She wakes up in a hospital next to what she believes is her mother. So nothing has consequences. Nobody can die anymore because there's a fucking multiverse. Except of course that in this universe, this woman is not her mother. It's Captain Marvel from Multiverse of Madness. Except of course that in this universe, it's not Captain Marvel from Multiverse of Madness because Wanda was very concerned that nobody would know what she'd sacrificed, so she went on a rampage sacrificing everyone she possibly could to make a point. So no, in this universe, this woman is called Binary. Yeah. No, not making the joke. Nope, it's so obvious I would be ashamed if I used it. So no, not doing it. She's called Binary. There are no jokes here. No jokes will here be made, at least until the next film in which she prominently features, by which time I'll have completely lost all self-respect, so she'll be called non-binary throughout. And she's not alone because Beast is also here. Kelsey Grammer gets another chance to voice this giant hairy smurf. He hypothesizes that Rambeau fell through a tear in the fabric of space-time, and he says that Charles has asked for an update. 95 minutes? Taken, like an hour and a half of film before we finally get the first little snippet of relevant information, which is that the X-Men are coming, which we already knew because Deadpool's happening, but technically and sequentially, this is the first confirmation that the X-Men are coming in the MCU. Hooray! I really can't wait to see how these appalling writers manage to drag the X-Men down to their level. Non-binary, oh god, it started already. Binary asks Rambeau who she is. Rambeau looks away and says, "Oh shit." And that is the end of the movie.
It's gone. It's done.
Well, that was quite an experience, but don't go anywhere just yet, though, because, as the tiny-dicked Asian man said to the woman he's trying to please, "But wait, I promise there's more. No, wait, where are you going? I pay you for the full hour." It says something about the state of the modern MCU that you can't ever predict precisely what you'll get going into the cinema, but you can be damn sure it will be one of at least 1 million flavors of bad. More likely, it will be at least 1 million of several billion flavors of bad. It's hard to say which aspect of the film does more damage to itself and everything around it, but let's kick off with the world building. I think it's probably an understatement to say that the world building in this film and in the broader MCU is now broken to the point where the various new installments set in the same universe cannot actually inhabit the same universe, even when they're supposed to inhabit the same universe, because there is simply no way of linking the events in one installment with the events in another. The latest film now contradicts the events of the previous installment with quite alarming frequency, and though Kevin Feige's name ostensibly ties everything together, that is his place in the credits and in the company after all, well, there's no evidence he's actually been in the office for the last few years. Once upon a time, and as mentioned way back at the top, you could forgive a dud entry in the MCU, because though the whole of the individual film might be garbage, certain particulars were redeemable and even useful. Even Captain Marvel attained the level of useful viewing, even as that usefulness was regrettable. Captain Marvel was necessary viewing because it would, clearly even at the time, impact the plot of Avengers Endgame, and Avengers Endgame proceeded as the next chapter without overwriting anything substantial in that predecessor. We can and should regret that that's what happened because Captain Marvel is garbage, but that it did is not in question. Prior to that, no MCU film I can think of failed on every single constituent part of filmmaking. If the characters were naff, plot and world building were at least developed. If the individual plots sucked, world building and character progressed. If the world building was fumbled, here's looking at you, Wakanda, then plot and character still amounted to something. It's a tired point, but it is worth repeating it.
Are you yawning in the middle of this while I'm breaking it down? Huh?
all of this was so because the Infinity Saga was an ever-present and compelling link between each individual installment of phases 1 to 3. The MCU might have stumbled every now and then, but it still walked the same path, it still had a destination in sight. Much of this rested on the meta-world line. The universe part of the MCU expanded dramatically from phase 1 onwards, but it never lost its ties to the local, the familiar, and the understandable. Every grand cosmic event had consequences for our one recognizable world. Thor was firmly grounded on Earth before questions about Asgard really arose. Star-Lord could hop around in the galaxy, but he was human with human wants, tastes, behaviors, and a human history. We never see Thanos wiping out half of all life in the universe, we see him snap away half the people on Earth with whom we're pretty much all familiar. And Endgame picks up showing the consequences, largely through Earth-based world building and environmental storytelling. The empty streets, the lingering sense of shock, the therapy groups, the memorials, the social strife, the abandoned houses and the unkempt streets, the world in mourning. Endgame has significant flaws, but the world it presents us is largely contiguous with the world preceding it. The MCU's multiverse arc from Phase 4 onwards might not necessarily have failed to establish an equivalent grounding, but the question of necessity is now an academic one. It has failed to establish an equivalent grounding. We don't know where we are, who we're with, what the stakes or the consequences are.
You know, let's talk about these past 3 years from a Marvel perspective. When I was on this stage in 2019, we introduced Phase 4 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And believe it or not, almost everything we announced that day has come to fruition, and you've all met characters like Shang-Chi. You've all met amazing new characters like the Eternals, like Yelena Belova, and the Red Guardian, and Agatha Harkness came into the MCU. You met Miss Minutes, who kicked off our entire program today. Kate Bishop, Maya Lopez, Kamala Khan, and even a brand new Captain America in Sam Wilson. And since we were here 3 years ago, we added a few more things to Phase 4 that you know about, of course, a movie called Spider-Man No Way Home, and a show called Moon Knight, and of course Miss Marvel, and now, believe it or not, we are approaching the end of Phase 4 when She-Hulk Attorney at Law comes out. And this November, Phase 4 comes to a close with Black Panther: Wakanda Forever.
Get ready for Much Shit TV! Starting now, 4 straight hours of pure shit!
We have absolutely no sense of where an individual entry across Phase 4 or 5 might be leading.
But what's fun to do here is to talk a little bit about the future. And to talk a little about, and you may be saying, well, if Black Panther is the end of Phase 4, what in the heck is Phase 5?
Very good question.
There is no single thread for the story to dance along. There is no center of gravity around which it can orbit. Each entry creates, fittingly, a brand new branch on the world line.
So I thought we'd spend a few minutes going through what we have in store. You know that Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania kicks off Phase 5 on February 17th.
I wouldn't brag too much about that thing, big guy.
We've got, coming to Disney Plus, Secret Invasion.
God, it's all so depressing.
It is an honor to say that finally Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 comes out in May.
Well, okay.
We are shooting right now our new series for Disney Plus, Echo.
Stop it!
And I can't wait for you to meet all of her characters. We're in production on The Marvels.
And how's that going for you?
The sequel to Captain Marvel 2. Loki Season 2 is shooting right now.
Don't you wish it wasn't?
The film that we announced at the end of our last panel, Blade, starring Mahershala Ali, comes out November 3rd, and we start filming this October.
How's it going?
It's not going well.
Our series Ironheart is a part of Phase 5, shooting right now.
You cannot be serious.
We've already talked about Catherine Hahn, amazing, returning in her own series, Agatha, Coven of Chaos.
Who?
And I am very happy to confirm that Sam Wilson will be appearing in the next Captain America film, which is called Captain America: New World Order. And rounding out Phase 5, we have a series on Disney+. This is very special. It is going to be an 18-episode first season. 18 episodes. Daredevil Born Again.
I can't follow this shitty storyline at all.
And this all but guarantees that individual films lose that tripartite mechanical shield I just described. It's no longer the case that any Phase 4, 5, or probably even 6 film will be worth seeing for its contributions to one or more of plot, character, and world building, because each and every one of them could quite literally be taking place in a different universe entirely. You could, if you were willing to stretch farther than Mr. Fantastic, say that Multiverse of Madness at least offered something on a world building level. It does, after all, drive home the point that the multiverse is going to be the thing going forward. It goes down as the origin of whatever story the MCU is now trying to tell. And so for all the film is a poisonous turd, you can say where it sits in the overarching narrative. It sits at the beginning. It failed on character and plot, but there's a little bit of useful information on the world building level, just about, at a push, if you really, really work hard to find it. The problem is that world building kind of entails that you build a world, and absolutely nothing since has accomplished this. Without a coherent story above the individual entries, absolutely nothing you set up is worth anything. Multiverse of Madness was a bad film that had to be, and probably could have been, salvaged by what came after it. Yet what came after it was bomb after bomb after bomb. We could have sent Doctor Strange off into the multiverse and spent the rest of the phase rebuilding locally, ensuring that Doctor Strange's return in any future film was the moment the wall between the known and the unknown began to collapse. In such a story, the multiverse would be the other, the out there threat. In much the same way dramatically, Loki and his alien armies in Avengers introduced us to the vast external world. But we'd have begun from a position of familiarity and a solid grounding. That is not, though, what we've got. Multiverse of Madness needed to be redeemed by whatever came after it, yet everything that's come after it has compounded its worst qualities. Ant-Man 3 marks the cinematic debut of Kang, but Kang cannot tie the multiverse together because there are infinite Kangs in infinite universes, and it's by no means sure that Jonathan Majors will be playing any of them in the future. Jonathan Majors himself is a more menacing villain than Kang the Conqueror, allegedly. Rumors that the MCU might be moving away from Kang altogether, and the fact that pretty much none of the films currently on the slate necessarily require his presence, rather confirm the point. We're not in a multiverse saga, we're in limbo, waiting for a saga to start. We have multiple universes, we have no saga. We have infinite places and people, we have no story to tie them together. This being the case, we're now in the position where the worst MCU films cannot fall back on necessity. It's now possible for them to add absolutely nothing to the universe of which they are a part. Thor: Love and Thunder came very close to doing this, but The Marvels is, I would argue, the first that definitively adds nothing. Because what's actually changed? What about the fictional world has been altered by The Marvels? What do you need to know from it? I'm struggling to name a single constituent part of the film that in any way impacts anything around it. After all, the resolution of the film proper took care to tell us that nothing has actually changed. The damage done to each of the 4 planets was repaired. Nobody we know dies. No relationships essentially change. The Kree Empire might be gone, but that happened before this film and apparently nobody noticed. Rambeau confirms the X-Men are on their way, but we already knew that, so yeah, what's changed? I'd say arcs were resolved within the film, but actually, I'm not sure anything in the film can be called an arc. We got 90-ish minutes of entirely redundant filler predicated on a tiny flashback to Carol Danvers doing what she said she'd do at the close of Captain Marvel, taking the fight to the Supreme Intelligence on Hala. Yet none of this can have any impact on anything because it's resolved within the film. The world state at the close of the Marvels is really no different than the world state at the beginning of the Marvels. So what's the damn point? Ignoring the multiversal side of world building and keeping things to one dimension in space-time, The Marvels is an absolute mess of a film on a world-building level. Across 2 short flashback sequences, we managed to make the place of both the Skrull and the Kree untenable and unknown respectively. In 2019, the Skrull aimed to leave the galaxy with Captain Marvel's aid to found a planet safe from Kree expansion. By the time of Secret Invasion, they'd returned because they were pissed off at Nick Fury's failure to help them find the planet Captain Marvel said that she would help them find. In the Marvels, she simultaneously abandoned them instantly way back in 1995 to go and blow up the Supreme Intelligence, while also finding them a refugee planet on which to establish a commune, which is located within the boundaries of the Kree Empire they were supposed to be fleeing. These are three entirely separate threads of world building and story that cannot exist alongside each other. The resolution to the Skrull arc in the Marvels has them return to Earth for safety, even though the 2019 film said they couldn't stay on Earth because they wouldn't be safe, and even though Secret Invasion closes with the passage of an anti-alien law that classes all aliens as hostile entities, meaning Earth is definitionally not safe for the Skrull. They are taken to New Asgard by Valkyrie because Valkyrie is close friends with Carol, even though they've never met and they have no relationship. We have no idea, and I doubt we'll ever see, what the residents of New Asgard might think of a sudden influx of Skrull refugees, and we have no idea how New Asgard itself stands in relation to the Anti-Alien Act, since the letter of the law should render New Asgard itself a hostile alien faction embedded on Earth. The Kree Empire, meanwhile, is gone. At some point, off-screen, there was a massive civil war that tore the Empire apart and destroyed its central planet because Carol wiped out the Supreme Intelligence. We have probably much less than 30 seconds of flashback to tell us that heretics of some description arose, which we assume played some part in this civil war, and the outcome is a dying Hela led by some random called Darth Bender. Who is she? Why is she? Why did she rise to power over anybody else? Where did she come from? No idea. The Kree Empire has supposedly collapsed, and yet she proceeds for much of the film as though it hasn't, offering to reintegrate the Skrull into said empire in one moment and demanding the Waterworld people atone for their crimes against that empire in another. Are the Waterworld people part of the Kree Empire? Were they ever part of the Kree Empire? What's the history there? Again, no idea. The collapse of the Kree Empire is the collapse of one of the largest, if loosely defined, entities in the MCU's galaxy-spanning narrative, and yet its destruction is told in a few seconds of flashback exposition, and we have absolutely no sense what this means for the galaxy as a whole. You'd think such a notable event in galactic history might have at least warranted a mention in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, or any MCU film which has anything to do with the rest of the galaxy set between 1995 and the present, but apparently nobody noticed the Kree Empire had collapsed into civil war and anarchy. Fair enough. We learned that the jump point system was created by Bangles that were previously magic Nor dimension things, her Ms. Marvel, but that are now quantum bands that the Kree at least knew about, yet never bothered trying to find. What's the link between the Nor dimension quantum bullshit and jump points? Who or what are the clandestines? Why did they build the jump points? How did the Kree ever become aware of such artifacts? And why was nobody else aware of them? Why were they ever split up? Why were they buried apart from each other? How did one of them end up getting mailed from Pakistan to New Jersey? What's the point of any of this? We get confirmation that the jump points span the entire universe, but that only really serves to make the events of Captain Marvel redundant because it means that the Skrull couldn't flee the galaxy to escape the Kree. Of the rest of the questions, the answer is, dunno. This film cannot exist in the same universe as Secret Invasion, it can't be set after it for numerous reasons already stated, and a few I haven't yet mentioned. Fury's wife doesn't exist in the Marvels, for example. Also, nobody gave a shit that Maria Hill is dead, Talos is never mentioned despite the fact that he was the leader of the Skrull who were on Earth, but it can't be set before it either because there's no mention of the Skrull being in New Asgard, for example. Moving on to other elements, what on Earth is Saber, or rather what in space is Saber? What does it do, practically speaking? Why does it exist? It has a space station in orbit that seemingly serves no other function than keeping Nick Fury in storage. Unlike S.H.I.E.L.D., we have no sense of its integration with terrestrial authorities, largely because we've had no interaction between it and terrestrial authorities, because so much of the post-Endgame MCU thinks Earth is too boring to bother with. Unlike Avengers, which even way back when showed the tension between Nick Fury's S.H.I.E.L.D. and the various world governments born of the fact that they had conflicting goals and agency, Earth seems entirely unaware of anything going up on the Saber space station, and no government has anything at all to say about the fact that they almost lost their fucking sun. Even basic timeline stuff has ceased to cohere, or at least it's become muddled with retroactive changes. Where in relation to Endgame are the flashbacks set, for example? We've already ditched the original excuse for Carol not coming back in favor of, I didn't want to come back a failure, and yet the flashback showed she did come back during the blip, which would have to be after she'd destroyed Hela, because Darth Bender's flashback confirms that took place 30 years ago, meaning that Carol did come back to Earth a failure, and then she left. And then she came back again for Endgame, and in the intervening time she, floated aimlessly around in space, waiting for a sequel that never came. Writers who cannot get a grip on the foundational elements of one universe should absolutely not be given the license to take on an infinite number of universes. The larger your property, the more difficult it becomes to keep so many plates spinning at once, but it's far from from impossible, it's just difficult. That so much of the Marvels relies on parts of the MCU remaining in stasis for 30 years, while others contradict established canon, while still more decide to fast forward known and important parts of the galaxy to extinction, is a fault born of a lack of focus. Yes, the galaxy is large, but one of the important points of storytelling is to contract the vast into a manageable narrative. Phases 1 through 3 manage this, phases 4 through 6 have had a crisis. The mid-credit scene sums up this problem as well. We've ramped up the pace and we've vastly expanded the scope, and yet we have absolutely no idea where we're going. We have no idea what world we're in, or how its constituent parts interact, never mind how they interact with any one of an infinite number of alternative timelines, in just one of which maybe there's a world where the MCU doesn't resemble a Flerken that's exploded into spaghetti. The post-credit scene teases the formation of a team of unrelated non-entities to face a threat that doesn't exist in an undefinable multiverse. Unlike the Avengers, formed by a man with a plan, this new team doesn't have a clue who it will be formed of, or why it should exist, or what it's trying to accomplish, or how, or indeed why. This germinal Young Avengers exists because Disney demands more content, not because there's a story laid out that actually requires its presence. The Marvel's approach to world building, which is really just a concentrated version of the broader MCU approach, goes thusly. Where there is union, let me bring discord. Where there is truth, let me bring error. Where there is faith, let me bring doubt. Where there is hope, let me bring despair. So what about the characters then? Now, I've studied this film pretty closely. I even brought in a team of forensic investigators, and we were able to identify 5 individuals who, with sufficiently broad taxonomical definitions, might just about qualify as characters. And naturally, there is only one place to start. It's Carol Danvers. I'm going to make a little confession here. I rewatched the first Captain Marvel film shortly before going to see The Marvels, and while I never expected The Marvels to be good, I thought it would struggle to achieve the 2019 film stage of cancer. Captain Marvel was so ludicrously mischaracterized, so hilariously evil that it was really quite shocking. I thought, yeah, sure, The Marvels is going to be a fetid pile of old spunk, but is it really likely to top the first film for the damage it does to superheroes as a brand? Can they possibly make Carol Danvers any worse? And what do you know? They managed it. Carol Danvers in Captain Marvel is a shallow, cruel, arrogant, smug, vengeful, narcissistic bitch who belittles those around her.
How do we know you're not one of those shapeshifters?
Congratulations, Agent Fury. You have finally asked a relevant question.
Punishes people for minor indiscretions.
I'm offering to help you. Least you could do is give me a smile.
Here's a proposition for you. You're gonna give me your jacket, your helmet, and your motorcycle, and in return, I'm gonna let you keep your hand.
Which is about victimhood from a position of ultimate privilege.
I'm kind of done with you telling me what I can't do.
Attains impossible powers that she doesn't deserve through no positive act of her own. And is bestowed hero status while behaving like a villain, and is quite prepared to massacre people she has every reason to believe are the innocent victims of brainwashing. In that regard, she's a bit like Scarlet Witch in WandaVision, but just on a much larger scale.
They'll never know what you sacrificed for them. They'll never know what you sacrificed for them.
If you won't let us go, just let us die.
They'll never know what you
Shut the fuck up.
While Wanda eventually grokked vaguely that she might have done something a little bit wrong, and was in any case at the beginning of her descent into tragic villainy, Captain Marvel was never portrayed as anything less than the superpowered heroic victim of patriarchal tyranny, and everything she did was hailed as just and proper. That is a lot to outdo, but I think the Marvels just about managed it. The Marvels doubled down on the existing reasons for Carol's evil, and then it threw in a few more for good measure. So, to the preceding list we can now add, she abandoned the Skrull before she'd found them a safe new planet, breaking a promise that she alone was in a position to fulfill, and violating their trust with significant repercussions for those she'd left behind on Earth. She abandoned the Skrull in order to pursue a vengeance quest against Master Control, which she destroyed, even though she knew Master Control had brainwashed an entire civilization, and so had good reason to believe cutting off the ahead would lead to catastrophe. In doing so, she started a civil war that wiped out the atmosphere, oceans, and sun from the heart of Kree civilization, and she never thought it might be worth reigniting that sun to help them out, even though she kind of knew she'd made a mistake and she had the power to fix it. She abandoned her best friend who was dying of cancer, apparently never bothering to exploit her connection to the Avengers in pursuit of a cure. In doing so, she abandoned her best friend's daughter, to whom she had a duty of care. Not only did she never return to Earth to check up on said daughter, she also stayed away from, and so refused to assist with, several global disasters back on Earth. And she did all of this because she has a fragile ego and she didn't want to be seen as a failure. She abandoned Waterworld in the middle of an intense battle, even though she was married to the prince of the planet, and losing the battle would believably lead to the destruction of that planet and everybody who lived there. Though she probably cannot be blamed for the fate of planet Telex, even though the film seemed to think that she could be, she still acted recklessly there. Upon being told that the Skrull were in the middle of a peace summit with the Kree, and knowing the Kree view her as their ultimate enemy, she refused to heed warnings from Nick Fury and hopped over there to fuck things up. She's mighty lucky that the script makes no sense and the peace conference was a non-starter, because if there actually had been a chance of peace between these age-old enemies, then she would have been responsible for ending that chance, which would count as a second and even more consequential betrayal of the Skrull. Not only had she not found them a truly safe home, as she promised she would do, she'd have effectively re-instigated the Kree's attempted genocide. She decides belatedly that Darth Bender is motivated by vengeance against her specifically, though she has absolutely no reason to not know this already. She could have forestalled this had she reignited Hala's son, but she didn't. She can't be blamed for the writer's incompetence in only giving Bender that vengeance motive so late on in the movie, but sticking strictly in universe, Carol had no business not at least suspecting that this was Bender's motive, and so her refusal to tell anybody about it, whether the Skrull, the Waterworlders, or Nick Fury, ensured that none of these places that we're told mean a lot to her have the time to prepare defenses against the Kree attack. In short, Carol's actions are responsible for an immeasurable amount of pain, suffering, and destruction, which she had the power to remedy and did not. And the only way in which that seems to have impacted her motive in any way is that it defended her innate sense of self-importance, and she didn't want to appear diminished in the eyes of a loved one she'd already abandoned for reasons of ego. Carol Danvers is so far ahead of the field in this category, we might as well just call it now. Carol, you are the biggest douche in the universe. I don't care if the film thinks you can forgive all of the above with a quick hug and the invocation of family. No sane, rational, moral person would accept that proposition. Carol is a villain. She is a shallow, brash, arrogant, narcissistic, genocidal, dishonest and it's frankly hilarious that her simps accuse her critics of sexism. No, you catastrotards. The vitriol against her character is, if anything, understated. The very least you can say is that she deserves everything she gets. It's not that we're holding the female hero to a different standard, you see. It's that we're told they're better, and yet we see they're so much worse. Oh, but Tony Stark was arrogant too. Yes. And this is universally known to be a flaw in his character that he overcomes at immense and in the end the ultimate cost. If Tony Stark had nuked 4 planets, he could not be forgiven with a quick hug. He could not be forgiven. Had he done so while still being portrayed as a hero, everyone would quite rightly view the filmmakers as moral perverts, and yet Captain Marvel is still held up as a straight-out hero despite having a vastly higher kill count in terms of innocent lives than pretty much any villain in the entire MCU. Hell, she might even have a bigger kill count than Thanos, since most of Thanos' victims came back to life. There is no promise Carol will keep, no virtue she embodies, no peace she will not shatter, and no problem of her causing she will fix of her own volition. In short, Carol, my dear, you are a psycho bitch from hell. Moving on then to Monica Rambeau, there was some debate among my investigative team about whether Rambeau really counts as a character, since she quite often resembles a Starfield NPC. We settled the argument because though she does indeed lack most of the component parts of a character, personality, mannerism, motive, values, attachments, etc., she is supposed to be one of the Marvels, and so in a review of the Marvels, we probably do need to talk about her. And what is there to say? Precious little, it's not just a description. She's a saber astronaut who wears a spacesuit she doesn't need. Her power set is equal to Captain Marvel's, in that it's almost impossible to define and serves whatever purpose the writers need it to. We got a pretty solid indication of her vacuity when in summarizing their power sets to Kamala, Rambeau says of her own, "I can see light." Great! And also the phase and laser punch, and with a swift invocation of black girl magic.
Black girl magic!
Fly! She can also harness the powers of not only Captain Marvel but of the 2 Bangles that when last deployed caused Darth Bender to explode and ripped a hole in space-time for good measure. God, is there anything Rambeau can't do? Besides emote, obviously. Otherwise, Rambeau's strongest character trait is that she never responds to any situation like an actual human would. Decades of pent-up bitterness and frustration with Carol, who she rightly believes abandoned her, mildly annoyed about that for all of 90 seconds, then we're straight back to quipping and dispassionate explanations about multiverses, space-time, fracking, and jump points. She learns that Carol abandoned her because in effect she'd bruised her own ego? Well, a normal person might think that compounds the sin, but Rambeau bestows forgiveness with a quick invocation of family. Their broken relationship is billed as a deep and significant thing, yet it occupies so little time in the movie and is dispensed with in such short order that you'd be forgiven for missing it entirely. On paper, Rambeau's story and that relationship is deeply tragic. Rambeau's mother dies of cancer, Rambeau gets blipped, Auntie Carol abandons her, breaking a promise to her mother, and her excuse is shallow and infuriating. Yet on film it means next to nothing, just have a quick hug and move on. This is not how humans act. Even as Rambeau sees Carol, whom in the moment we're led to believe she's deeply unhappy with, striking up a relationship with Kamala that should evoke memories of her own mistreatment, Rambeau does not react and has nothing to say. This is nominally an interlocking story about three entangled characters, and yet the natural advantage a story like that holds, the advantage of perspective, of history, of multiple interpretations and the interplay of characters, is entirely squandered because there are no characters involved in it, which culminates in Rambeau's complete non-reaction to what she should have believed in the moment was a moment of ultimate self-sacrifice. Rambeau conveys no awareness of her own future when formulating a plan to close the space-time rift. No fear, no sadness, no tears, no trepidation, nothing. She denies Carol a chance at partial redemption by denying her a choice in the matter to begin with. She doesn't seem to feel anything at all about what she believes are her final moments. She just read in the script that it's time for her to go, and so she goes, and only mentions at the last possible second that she'd kind of worked it out ages ago, or seconds ago, that this is how things had to be. She wakes up then in another universe, and she uniquely is in a position to understand all of this. She's the one who does the sciencey exposition stuff, the one who knows the theory, the one who identifies the rift as being a rift between universes. She, uniquely of all three of the Marvels, would be forearmed against such strangeness as meeting a woman who looks so much like her mother. Yet the film has to forget her foreknowledge in what I assume is just a botched attempt to make Rambeau seem more like a human being. That it took the film until the mid-credit sequence to even make this attempt is itself damning, but even accepting that it should take artistic license in a bid to convey some sort of emotion, she missed her mother so much, don't you know? The very last scene sees the patented MCU rubber band snap back to the banal center again. After all, if Rambeau had believed, even for a moment, that this was really her mother, then the realization that it is not her mother should produce some significant emotional reaction, shouldn't it? How would you react as a presumed human being, or even an AI trained on human responses, if you had such a raw and personal hope dashed like that? Would you just stare into the middle distance and say, well, shit? No, you wouldn't, because you have greater emotional range than a cucumber, and Rambeau does not. Leading us on then to Kamala. Kamala Khan is probably the most frustrating of the bunch because you do get the sense there is a character in her somewhere fighting to get out. Alone of all the characters in the film, she actually has a world that is bigger than herself. She has something approaching a character arc, from the young and naive hero worshipper to someone with a slightly more sober attitude toward her powers and her idols. The film wishes to convey that Kamala began with innocence and now has experience, and if it hasn't entirely curbed her enthusiasm, it has at least given her a sense of perspective. She understands, kind of, that heroes are flawed, and that they have to make difficult decisions, and they sometimes get things wrong, even if they're instantly forgiven for it by everybody around them. Kamala brings more color to the cast than any other member, and that's not just in the style of dress. She's billed as a teenage girl from a Pakistani immigrant family, and in a loose and usually quite shallow way, she acts accordingly, kind of, at least with the teenage bit. The presence of her family on paper gives her stakes that are at one and the same time externalized, localized, and familiar. The others might be fucking about with jump points and galactic threats and dying planets and multiverses, but Kamala Khan has a family to protect, and that relationship occasionally works in both directions. Her family fear for her and just about convey that they are reluctant to let her go off to be a hero in the beginning. Those are all ingredients that could be fleshed out into a meaningful origin story, but Kamala probably suffers more than any other character for the fact that there are other people in the film. Stuff that in her own dedicated film would make for strong character foundations is largely lost amidst the cacophony of indescribable shite that happens around her. A 90-minute film dedicated to three supposedly distinct heroes with their own distinct backstories, as well as a new galactic threat, as well as tears in space-time, and all that hot nonsense, had no space to let either Kamala or her family properly breathe. Combined with the film being allergic to the mere concept of consequences, and Kamala's origin story potential becomes the equivalent of a bowl of beef and flour shoved into the oven, only for the cook to get distracted before he could turn it on. Not something you should be eating, in other words. It's not really a meal yet. Peter Parker stands as the textbook example for young superhero origins. He gains great power, but he has to learn great responsibility, and his immaturity comes with immense personal cost. Just as attached to family in his own way as Kamala is supposed to be in the Marvels, Peter's youth and naivety and bad temper, his lack of responsibility, leads directly to the loss of one or the other of his parental figures, the usual and best example being Uncle Ben. The Marvels almost broached the mere possibility that something might happen to Kamala, her family being stuck up on the Saber space station, having to evacuate in the heat of a battle, crash landing on Earth. Yeah, well, a film that took its story, its message, its characters seriously, a film that fundamentally thought it had a reason to exist, would probably have seen one member of her family die in this episode. Again, as mentioned, even Blue Beetle saw the utility in that particular plot device. Blue Beetle is another superhero film where the protagonist comes from an ethnic minority with a strong and ever-present family relationship. And though it lapsed into cliche, it's at least understood that you do have to do more than tell people that family is important. Recognizing that importance, you have to use it to drive home some point to your protagonist. The Marvels did try to send Kamala on the arc I've described, from innocence to experience, but because she never lost anything, because nothing she really knew or cared about was sacrificed, that arc remains almost entirely flat. She's ever so slightly tearful at the loss of Rambeau, but she barely knows Rambeau, barely knows anything about her, had never heard of her before the film began, and what attachment they do have stems principally from the fact that Rambeau is just one of the Marvels. Kamala's attachment is at least as much to a uniform as it is to a person, so nothing important was really lost to her or to anybody else. Meaning she's had no real opportunity to learn responsibility. Had her family been swept up in proceedings because of her powers and her use of them? Had they been placed in danger she couldn't comprehend because of her starstruck naivety? And had that danger translated into real loss, then Kamala would have emerged at the end of the film a much stronger character with a much more profound and pronounced arc, having learned a real lesson in the hardest of ways. Since what passes for the film's moral message is that even heroes make mistakes, even heroes suffer doubt, and faith and family and trust are the best allies of men and gods alike, then Kamala's experience of loss could have been used to mirror in a more relatable way the failure Carol Danvers believes that she is responsible for. These two characters would have formed a new understanding of each other, one as painful as it is valuable, with the result being that Kamala's loss of innocence and idol worship actually puts the two of them on an equal footing, as she always dreamed they would be. This, rather than that fucking abysmal hug on the alien world, would have been the opportunity for Carol to grapple with the cost of her own failures. She's just lost a friend to a war she herself started. Kamala has lost a loved one by naively jumping into that same war. Whether you're a god-tier hero or a newcomer, you are just as vulnerable on the human level. Had Rambeau been forced to sacrifice herself in a bid to save Kamala, or because Kamala had tried to mend the space-time tear and failed, then Kamala and Carol would each have cause to blame and then forgive the other. Carol would have lost a friend because of Kamala would have lost a loved one because of Carol. But both would have suffered equally for their joint mistakes. Ergo commonality, ergo understanding, ergo forgiveness. Kamala contained the key to Carol's at least partial redemption, but the writers were absolutely oblivious to it. In the event, the Kamala we got underwent a minor change in outlook without suffering any real cost, and this allowed her to remain without fail the chief agent of anti-drama through her constant quipping and light and breezy reaction to seemingly dire events. She's not as bad as Rambeau, she's not as empty as Rambeau at any rate, but Kamala has a very similar tendency to react like a rapey clown at a funeral, which is to say, inappropriately. Character number 4 is, of course, Nick Fury. Can anybody tell me what the point of Nick Fury is anymore? It is like they're keeping him around because they just forgot to kill him off, and no one now wants to be the one who has to do it. Fury once subtly anchored the franchise. He once served as an important center of gravity, as a glue that binds the disparate elements together. Somebody almost always had a plan through phases 1 to 3, and that somebody was usually Nick Fury. He linked the world of the Avengers with the broader deep state elements of the MCU, served as the interplay between vigilantism and state control, and struggled with the implications of both. Even when he seemed lost or confused or defeated, that was always part of the grander plan, the wider story. If Nick Fury was overwhelmed, you knew things were really quite dire. More often than not, he'd be the first one to recover his senses. If Cap was the honor and Stark the genius of the Avengers, Nick Fury was the nous. It'd probably have been for the best if he'd been retired after Endgame, because his character almost uniquely needs something against which to react. Fury is the one with the big picture, the one with the overarching goal, the one with the game plan. He moves pieces around the board in order to achieve some victory against whatever the world threat might be. But since the MCU has moved away from defined and singular threats, or even distinct but related threats, Fury seems like a man completely out of time and place. He has no particular purpose because he has nothing to coordinate, because he has nothing against which to coordinate a response. The multiverse by its nature defies anybody's best laid plans. You can't outwit or outmaneuver infinite moving pieces. Consequently, Fury pops up today doing this, that, or the other, and pops up tomorrow doing something else entirely, and pops up the day after chilling on a space station in service of some organization with a cool sounding name and absolutely no identity or identifiable mission. Why should an old world spy master be in charge of a station monitoring jump points? How does any of this play on his knowledge, skill set, or expertise? There are plenty of people eminently more qualified and suited to that task than he is. But he's just there because, why? I come back to the question, what is the point of Nick Fury anymore? If Secret Invasion posed the question, how did the Nick Fury I know become this? The Marvels poses the same question in a different way. How did this Nick Fury turn into that? At least in Secret Invasion, the story attempted to construct a world state familiar to his character. The series was all kinds of dumb while also being painfully and pointlessly slow, but you could see how a well-written version of it would be tailor-made for a man like Nick Fury. But Secret Invasion was an afterthought, a redundant Disney Plus enterprise with a very, very tenuous connection to anything before or since. The Marvels, by contrast, makes no attempt to justify Nick Fury's presence. He doesn't have a clue what's going on, and he has next to no power to influence the events as they unfold. He sits in his chair quipping, characterized almost exclusively by a lazy, sardonic cadence of humor that screams, "Fuck it, let me die." This is not a man who is invested in events, a man with a part to play, a man in charge or command or even cognizant of the things unfolding all around him. What is Saber? Why is Nick Fury? Nah, neither matters, because the universe has fragmented around him. The longer he's kept around, the more he'll seem defanged, an old genius completely left behind by this new multiverse. Hell, he's been supplanted by the children of the new world, even. At the close of the Marvels, it's not Fury scouting and building a team to deal with whatever the fuck the Great Menace is supposed to be, it's Kamala Khan.
Oh man, they took his job. They took his job. They took your job. They took your job.
Either kill him off or let him retire. Stop abusing the poor guy. Nobody wants to think of Nick Fury as an elder, and nobody wants him to be the victim of elder abuse. Speaking then of the Great Menace, I guess now we have to touch on the villain of the piece. Remember the villain? Remember Darth Bender? Yeah, what a character she was. She does kind of inflict Alzheimer's on the audience though, so I wouldn't be surprised if you've forgotten her already. I'm going to hark back to the point I made right at the top, our first impression. Is it even worth comparing her first scene to other MCU villain introductions? Well, it would be fucking mean to make any such comparison, so yes, it's definitely worth it. I'll keep the comparison as close as possible, though. We're not going to compare her with a good, well-used villain. She is, after all, a one-and-done villain from an interstitial movie, not an anchoring or a book-ending threat. So we'll avoid the likes of Thanos, Ultron, and Loki, and stick to those with similar functions and screen time. If you really want to get a sense of how banal and empty Darth Bender is, you can turn to another unquestionably shit film. Thor: Love and Thunder. Love and Thunder does a great job, by comparison, of setting up Gore the God Butcher. Like Darth Bender, he's the first character we see in the movie. The first scene is his. In that first scene, we see him, starving, parched, ragged, near death, lay his daughter to rest. We see his grief, we see his desperation, which morphs into a bitter hatred when he stumbles across a god who was too indolent and pampered and selfish to help him. He picks up the Necro Sword, which for some reason is just kind of lying there, and he stabs the god and he leaves. Gore is criminally wasted in Love and Thunder, that is commonly understood, but we immediately grasp where he's coming from, what drives him, what his motives are. He lost the most valuable thing in the world because his gods refused to help him, and he blames those gods. He's motivated by vengeance. All of that is set up in fairly short order at the start of the film, ensuring that whatever else goes wrong, and almost everything does in Thor: Love and Thunder, we are never completely baffled by his character. We have a strong first impression, and that first impression permeates the film. We can say categorically of Gore that even when his immediate actions seem strange or stupid or counterproductive, we grok him. Any such action is obviously flawed because it contradicts his fairly clearly established character values and motives. Darth Bender, by contrast, is introduced as much of a nothingness. Woman finds Bangle, wants next Bangle. Who is she? Why does she want the Bangle? What does she want the Bangle for? What's her purpose and motive and nature? Absolutely none of that is established in her first scene, so our first impression is largely blank. We glean that she is Kree, or is at least working with Kree, but nothing about the surrounding setup conveys useful information. We don't even know that the dying sun in the first shot of the film is Hala's son. We don't know what's befallen Hala. We don't know what state Kree civilization is in. And we won't discover anything about that until we hit Carol's first flashback sequence aboard her ship much later. Had you panned up from the wreck of Hala and into the film's first shot, with the dying sun and the Kree ships, you'd instantly have deduced much more than what the film in fact gave us. All it would take is one shot of the familiar in ruins to establish in the very first scene that things have gone wrong for the Kree and this woman seems to be leading them, and she's very keen on finding a particular artifact, making it fair to assume that the artifact has something to do with saving the Kree. In this version, the dying planet serves the same function as Thor Love and Thunder's dying daughter. It's the root of motive. It is famously hard to recover from a bad first impression, and nothing that we learn of Darth Bender later on escapes the shackles of boring that her introduction placed her in. We just slap an extra shackle on, labeled insane. Her story seems naturally to lend itself toward the tragic or the good-natured villain, somebody driven to evil deeds by corrupting desperation. She wishes to save her people, she will stop at nothing to accomplish this goal. In that way, she would in fact claim some relationship with Thanos, whose unquestionably evil deeds were motivated by a silly but nevertheless graspable motive that doesn't make him a mustache-twirling cliche. Thanos wishes to fix what he sees as a great wrong in the universe. He believes that suffering in the present is necessary to bring balance and harmony to the universe. In his mind, he's doing something regrettable but right, and in the final analysis, good. But Darth Bender is never given the time to interrogate her own character. She seems in one moment to be genuinely invested in the Skrull-Kree peace process toward the beginning of the film, and it's only Captain Marvel's arrival that sparks that turn to villainy, except of course that she was always going to steal the Skrulls' atmosphere, and so the pretext for peace negotiations doesn't really exist. We have no sense of what she actually thinks, believes, or values. Does she feel particularly sorry for the inhabitants of those planets she tries to destroy in order to save her own? Does she grapple with the cost of her actions? How does she square genociding several worlds to save her own one? Does she recognize the evil in her actions? Or does she believe that what she's doing is regrettable but necessary? What does she think of herself? What does she think of her race? For as long as her motive was identifiably the salvation of Hala, there was room in her character to explore the moral and emotional implications of these actions. Nothing was done in that regard, but the potential was there. By the close of the film though, when she actively spurns the offer of a son in favor of getting a second Bangle she didn't need to tear a hole in space-time for nothing even approaching reasons, then there is no room for any such interrogation. Her ending simply breaks whatever chance at coherence her character might have had. The tragic villain who will commit great crimes to save her people? Nah, fuck 'em, break the universe. The villain whose noble intentions are destroyed by her quest for vengeance? No, because breaking the whole universe is not an act of vengeance against Carol. It's something a villain does if the writers have no idea what the villain is even for anymore. The final scene even breaks the logical progression of her plan. For as long as it remained believable that she'd required both Bangles to steal Earth's sun, you could justify her leaving Earth until last. But once it becomes clear that she wanted both Bangles for no fucking reason at all, and could have siphoned the sun's energy using the implements she'd had since the beginning of the film, then absolutely nothing about her plan makes any sense at all. She breaks jump points for no other reason than that the film needs our heroes to somehow become aware of her plans. She had the means and the motive to go for Earth first and did not. She picked her targets because she hated Carol more than she loved her people, but in rupturing space-time, her target became nothing more comprehensible than existence itself. Nothing was gained at the close and everything could have been lost. She's not even a waste of a villain. She's just a joke. That does it for the only 5 people even approaching characters in this film. We've already spent several hours on the plot of the Marvel, so I don't propose any lengthy summation of that here, but its incoherency is in large part born of all of the preceding. It's a character story with no characters operating in a world without definition. In particular, it's a plot that largely reacts to the plans of its villain. But because the villain has no settled motive, a plan has no settled goal, and so the plot doesn't really know what it's supposed to be or where it's supposed to be going. Is it a villain's quest to find the second Bangle? Well, yes, for about 2 minutes at the beginning of the film, then no for most of the intervening film, then yes for maybe 5 minutes at the end of the film, when she explodes to tear a hole in space-time for no apparent reason. Is it a tragic villain's quest to save her home planet? Yes, it is, right up until the moment it isn't, when she explodes in a bid to tear a hole in the fabric of space-time for no apparent reason. Is it a specific vengeance tale, Darth Bender looking to get back at Carol for destroying Hala? No, not really, until yes it is, for about 3 minutes, until no again, because she explodes in a bid to tear a hole in the fabric of space-time for no apparent reason. There are, in short, 3 strands of plot to the Marvels: fix Halla, vengeance against Carol, destroy space-time. But the second explicitly contradicts the first, and the third explicitly contradicts the first and the second, since Darth Bender is prepared to sacrifice Halla for vengeance, and then to sacrifice everything, including vengeance, when she tears a hole in space-time for no reason. That she has absolutely no reason to do such a thing, and that our heroes haven't so much as suspected this might be her plan until the last 5 minutes of the film, coupled then with the rushed ADR lines in the build-up to that scene, rather suggests that the end was tacked on at the last minute in a bid to tie the film in with its successors, whatever they may be. And it was not, in fact, a part of the original script. Which brings us finally to the question of theme. There are 2 themes to the Marvels that deserve a mention: the internal theme and the external theme. The inner life of the Marvels and the state of the Marvels in the MCU. It is probably a stretch to say that the Marvels has a theme at all. It's such an incoherent mess with so many internal contradictions that expecting a consistent thematic message from it is like asking someone with mega dyslexia to recite the complete works of John Milton. There's an element of those to whom evil is done do evil in return, sure. We can't really say Darth Bender emerged as the unlikely or even the reluctant leader of the Kree after their civil war, because we have absolutely no idea what happened or who or why she really is. For a few seconds across the 90-minute runtime, the writers almost uttered the words unintended consequences. Carol abandons the scroll to wipe out the Supreme Intelligence, which leads to a civil war that destroys a planet that leads to the near destruction of 3 further planets at the hands of a Kree leader who came from nothing, tried to restore her people, and then returned to nothing for some reason. I emphasize near destruction, by the way, since the film is much firmer on the unintended part of the theme than the consequences part of the theme. We assume some people died as a result of all of this, but we've somehow ended up in the position where if you blink, you might miss the extermination of 4 planets worth of civilization. But whenever an unintended consequence is presented, the film finds some way to hand-wave it into an irrelevance. The Civil War expunged Halla's oceans, atmosphere, and sun? Never mind, it's a minor and reparable inconvenience. The Kree just had to wear masks for a bit. They probably spent less time in lockdown than we did. Halla's destruction that wasn't leads to Darth Bender stealing the atmosphere, water, and sun from 3 more planets. Well, yeah, never mind about that either. We get a single line of dialogue at the end of the film explaining that those 3 planets will recover. Sure, yeah, fine. And of those 3 planets, we only really see something approaching destruction on one of them, the first one. We cut away from Waterworld before we get any sense of what happened there, what damage was done, who died, what the cost of Carol's inciting decision really was. We cut away from Earth for a silly fight in a pointless multiversal tie-in, and the sole cost would seem to be that for a short time, daylight was just that little bit darker. The attack on Earth puts Kamala's Khans in seemingly mortal peril. The film tries to make us care about them, tries to make us see that Kamala recognizes the life of a superhero isn't some childish fantasy. Well, yeah, but then she suffers no consequences either, does she? Everyone is absolutely fine. If anything, the unintended theme of the Marvels is that actions do not have consequences. Carol is portrayed as a galaxy-sized dick. She abandons the scroll to take out Master Control, destroying Halla, leading to the aborted destruction of 3 more worlds. She turns up to fight Darth Bender, which is the pretext for the collapse of the Kree Scroll peace talks. She leaves her best friend who's dying of cancer, ensuring no one is left when her best friend's daughter, with whom Carol is also friends, returns from the blip. And a reason for not coming back is that she's mildly ashamed of her actions, and throughout the film she demonstrates a disregard for her fellow heroes that is at best naive, such as flying off after discovering that her powers would cause her to switch places with people whose power set she knows nothing about, etc, etc. All of that she's done wrong, but at what cost? What does she reap from that whirlwind? Nothing. Or as good as nothing anyway. Halla is fixable, as is every planet Bender destroyed in order to fix it. The Skrull are mildly peeved that the peace talks collapsed, but their planet's mended too, and the extent of the scolding they dish out is that they don't really need her help anymore, thanks all the same. That she almost gets her friends killed several times is never mentioned. She never cops flack for deaths the film doesn't show, or even count. Nobody important to her or anybody around her actually dies, and the entire cosmic mess that she's created is dismissed with a hug on an alien world, and the reassurance that all is forgiven because family. Say, remember Sokovia? Remember how the consequences of Wanda's single mistake reverberated through the world and the broader MCU? Remember how it divided the Avengers? How the heroes and the audience grappled with rival and equally justifiable responses? The question of judicial oversight limiting the Avengers' power and agency splits the characters for a reason. Left unchecked, they had caused death in a bid to save life. Had brought immense destruction to innocent people that they were trying to save. To say the Avengers created collateral damage would be a criminal understatement, and yet the MCU has already showed the cost of giving government agencies that same power. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attempts to preempt threat had become a threat by the time of Winter Soldier, playing on the old motif that security and liberty are more often at odds than evens. The institutional response to the first crisis in the Avengers was to nuke the whole city, and it was only by disobeying those instructions that the day was saved. From just one decision, just one action in just one scene in Civil War, grappling with the competing demands of liberty and safety became a major subplot in the Infinity Saga, forcing pretty much every single member of quite a large team to pick a side, with consequences that would be felt all the way through to Endgame. In other words, accidentally destroying a single building in a bid to save lives had far greater and more lasting consequences on the level of plot, character world building, and theme than Carol being responsible for the near death of 4 entire planets because she wanted to take revenge on a fucking computer. Had Civil War taken the same approach as the Marvels, Wanda would have destroyed a building and said, "Oh no!" and suffered some mild doubt for about 30 seconds, and resolved everything with a group hug and the invocation of family and friendship. This is not serious storytelling. I'm not sure it even rises to the level of storytelling. It's sewage. Probably the only way in which the Marvels is better than 2019's Captain Marvel is that it has pretty much ditched the meta-political theme of that entry. Captain Marvel had 2 interlocking strands of what I'm reluctant to call an idea. The patriarchy keeps women down, but Carol always stands up. When the axis of dick says no, when they say they'll never let you fly, when it says you don't belong out there, when it says how about a smile, even when it says you know why they call it a cockpit, don't you? Carol responds with a swift, smug kick to the balls and a crush of the wrists. You slay queen, you go girl, R.I.P. the Dawn. This being absent from the Marvels, it's left to its weird, neurotic, quite possibly robotic defenders to issue the same tired old lines. The film has been subjected to an anti-woke backlash, they'll say. Men don't like to see the ladies succeed, they'll bleat. Hate for the film is the product of misogyny and racism, they shall cry. I don't know, ladies and gentlethems. I think that if a male hero had abandoned his best friend and her daughter, had broken a solemn vow to help some space Jews find refuge in order to go blow up a supercomputer, he knew had brainwashed the civilization in a fit of pique, which had led to the near total destruction of 4 whole planets, and then had refused to apologize or set things right because he was afraid his reputation might be damaged, yeah, I might criticize him as well. Had he been part of a film written by people who wouldn't pass the Turing test, and had armies of internet twat sticks told me that this is actually an admirable character, I think I might have had a few things to say about that movie too. We are discussing the Marvels. The 2 possibilities are, number 1, the Marvels is an absolutely terrible film that deserves at least the amount of criticism it's getting, or number 2, I'm just a big old lady racist. Well, we've been here for several hours at this point. Which do you think it is? Though, and as we are transitioning now from the film's internal to its external themes, maybe this is the time to address the final solution to the women question. None of this is news to you, I am sure, my sweet, sexy viewer, but we've now had several years and several successive MCU installments that collectively amount to a pivot toward the vagina-possessed half of the population. And to paraphrase Hans Christian Andersen, where words fail, money speaks. It has been a complete, unmitigated disaster. People have, on occasion, attempted to defend this film on the grounds that the cast were not allowed to promote it. This seems to me to be cope. The cast were fully available to promote Ant-Man 3, and that film was the MCU's biggest bomb until the Marvels came along, of course. But those interviews that have taken place since the strike's end only further disprove the idea that cast interviews might have helped in any significant way, because we've reached the point of infinite self-referential excuse-making when it comes to failing Marvel films. No sooner is the strike lifted than Kamala and Rambeau pop up on The View, for example, and the fact I don't need to tell you what the focus of that interview was is proof that such interviews mean little to a general audience. You already know what they're going to be talking about. Women, diversity, natural black hairstyles, etc. Ad nauseum. Please don't play the clip from The View. Please don't play The View. Please don't play The View. Oh fuck, it's The View.
The Marvels is the #1 movie in America and is the latest chapter in the Marvel universe that's putting female superheroes and superfans in the lead.
Iman, we know how important representation is, and you and your character are both Pakistani Muslims. What does it mean to you to represent your culture on such a huge platform?
I mean, it's honestly, like, for me, representation wasn't even something that I thought I wanted or needed more of.
It's good. Keep going.
So only until I realized how big of a deal it was when I read the Ms. Marvel comics and I was like, oh my God, this comic book is holding a mirror in front of me. It was, I felt seen on a whole other level, like down to my core. And you know, like Marvel Universe, like these movies play all over the world. It only makes sense they represent people from all over the world. They've got like aliens and green people and talking trees. Like, how far-fetched are brown people, you know?
Oh, you made it so far, and then you just...
Tiana, you've said that you made a point to wear your natural hair, which I love that you do that, as much as possible for your roles throughout your career, including in the Marvels. Now, why has that been important for you to do? Because
nobody cares. Nobody cares.
So this is one of the first interviews the cast were able to do to promote the film. But what, in that excruciating segment, actually counts as promoting the film? If you hadn't already seen it, and if you hadn't already watched this review, what would you now know about the film that you didn't already know? Because I'm struggling to name a single detail, and of those details that were mentioned, how many of them are what you might call customer-facing? How much of the preceding falls under the category why you, audience, should see this film that I am in? The answer is, of course, next to nothing, because the diversity racket isn't about the customer, except insofar as it is about sodding the customer. It is first and foremost about self-aggrandizement. When actors come out and preach the importance of diversity and inclusion, the reference point is almost invariably themselves. I felt it was important that I was seen. It's really great that people like me have a character played by me that they can relate to. I choose to wear my natural hair because I think it's really important to people like me. Actors, as is by now well established, are not normal human beings. The original name for actors in ancient Greece was Hippocrates, which is apt since it is the root of the modern word hypocrite, but it's not quite what I'm getting at. Actors are not normal human beings, actors are highly narcissistic types who believe that they are much more important than they are. Genuine diversity and inclusion on the screen, which is to say a story showing varied peoples in a varied world, is no bad thing at all. The bigger your world, the more it can help. But diversity and inclusion as a movement and a slogan is a fundamentally different proposition, because it has nothing to do with representing reality and everything to do with projection. The actor does not want to uplift others, the actor wants to be uplifted. There are sinister and calculating forces at the level of corporate finance and the broader economy that smiles on DEI narratives, but on the level of the individual, and particularly on the level of the actor, there really isn't a strong ideological or thought-out political position being pushed. Actors wish to represent because it inflates their ego and their sense of their own importance. All brown people can finally see themselves in me is the subtext of Iman Vellani's comments in that clip from The View, entirely omitting that plenty of brown people enjoyed the MCU in the decades before Iman Vellani was on the scene, and for reasons that have nothing to do with color, and even less to do with a culture that Vellani's character, Ms. Marvel, doesn't even begin to explore. The share of the population that nods and claps when an actor preaches diversity and inclusion of this type is vanishingly small. These are the people who were never fans of the franchise and never invested in the story. Plenty of them would have seen the earlier Marvel films as the most casual of casual viewers and not found their experience altered much either way by the composition of the cast, because that was never really the point. The masses who did see the film and who were invested in the MCU were invested in the various films' timeless and universal things, the quality of story and of character, which transcends arbitrary and uninteresting categories of race and of sex. The early films had something to say, had a narrative to weave. They were works of drama, defined by their invitation to forget the real world and inhabit the fictional one for a time. Nobody really cared what Robert Downey Jr. might have to say about veganism or climate change or Donald Trump. No sane person held Wanda Maximoff up as an idol reflecting real-world ideals and aspirations, because that was not the point of those characters or their stories. The suspension of disbelief entails the subjugation of your real-world awareness by art itself. You are not a Republican or a Democrat or a communist or a libertarian sitting in your seat looking for a Marvel character to preach your message at you. You are invested in the film on the screen, in just the same way as anybody sitting next to you, whether they are a Republican, a Democrat, a communist, or a libertarian. We've now had several years in which the studios and their mouthpiece actors have been allowed to experiment with the precise opposite approach and the results are not surprising. When you sacrifice immersion and drama itself to make political pitches to tiny sections of the population, you have done away with your film's universal appeal and alienated the vast majority of people who see art as the most valuable means of escapism. The MCU had attained a vast audience of all races, colors, and creeds via precisely this universalist storytelling approach, which makes it perhaps the most useful case study anyone could wish for when comparing the results of artistic and propagandistic appeals. They developed one of the largest and most diverse and loyal audiences in cinematic history via the artistic approach, they switched to the propagandistic approach, and they lost their audience. Even those groups who are supposedly the targets of this new propagandistic style are less inclined to see a new Marvel film than they were before being targeted specifically. Millions more women and millions more black people would have watched and enjoyed Iron Man than will ever watch or enjoy the Marvels. Yet nobody sat around in 2008 extolling Iron Man's DEI credentials. The vast majority of the audience knows when they are being patronized and rejects identitarian appeals for loyalty. Give them a story and they will come. Tell them that it's just really great that someone who looks like them is on the screen. Well, they might at best shrug, though I have to say, I think a fairly healthy skepticism is now abroad when it comes to modern Hollywood marketing. Increasing numbers of people have progressed from being merely indifferent to these shallow propagandistic tricks to becoming actively skeptical and even hostile to them.
You've described this as an all-female sci-fi extravaganza.
Extravaganza, you've got it right, Lindsay.
What would you tell people that they can expect?
I would say you can expect a really different flavor of Marvel movie. This is an all-female empowerment story.
Please stop.
And I think it's really rare to see all-female heroes and a female antagonist at the same time.
Well, very good reason for that, Coach.
There's all these different fantastic dynamics that are at play, which I just don't think people have seen before.
Oh my God, she's still going.
You talk about the all-female cast, also a female director, black woman, who's directing Nia Acosta.
We've made history, yeah.
Shut up, shut up, shut up!
I'm so glad you brought that up, Lindsay, because for me, Nia was kind of the beacon, the reason for me doing the film in every single way. She is the youngest woman. She is the first black woman.
Will you please shut up?
I'd wager that crosses all identitarian divides. I'm pretty much gay. I'd love to see a well-written gay character in a big franchise with a brilliant story who completely fits his universe. But the minute someone tries to tell me that that film is going to be really good because it's representing the big gay, yep, I'm almost certain that film is going to be a complete fucking sludge. Because identity and representation don't matter at all unless the thing you're represented in is good. We are probably quite a long way off an explicit appeal of that sort to the big gay anyway, because the fatal conceit amongst those progressive types who pitch identity and inclusion is that most of the groups they claim to speak for really don't like each other. Good luck getting black people to endorse a gay Miles Morales. Good luck getting Muslims to back a gay, a gay anything, frankly. The two demographics large enough for Hollywood to consider safe are women and black people, or what I think we still euphemistically call the urban market. The Marvels attempts particular appeals to both women and the urban market, as indeed does the broader MCU across a number of entries. The Falcon and the Winter Soldier aims to represent the urban market against evil whitey politicians. Sam Wilson is the urban market Captain America, and it's about damn time we got that representation, said maybe 5 or 6 middle-class white people who really liked the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. But appeals to women have been more common and for much longer even than appeals to the urban market in the MCU. The term MCU arose and pisses off all the right people, not because it's a right-wing conspiracy, but because it's quite a catchy term for a very real and transparent push by Hollywood generally and by Disney in particular. On the face of it, you can see why. Women make up half or more of the global population, and yet comic book movies probably do skew towards men. So the theory goes, a shift toward the vaginal side of the force, properly calibrated, produces gains that vastly outstrip any potential losses. Losing even a quarter of your male audience can still make economic sense if you genuinely believe you can exploit the vast untapped potential of women. But a problem inevitably arises. Sacrificing your organic audience in a bid to artificially and deliberately target a new audience will never work, because by definition, you are not treating your desired audience with the same honesty, care, and respect that won you your organic audience. Men, and I must add quite a lot of women as well, didn't flock to see Iron Man or Captain America or the Avengers because the studio asked them to. None of the MCU's most successful films were supported by ad campaigns extolling the virtues of men or pledging to represent men, or preaching the importance of male representation. Those films were popular because the characters and the stories were well crafted and they attracted a general audience who wanted to see more. There is an arguable exception for the first Black Panther film, since direct and artificial appeals to the urban market seem more successful than direct and artificial appeals to women, perhaps because there is more that culturally unites the urban market than that unites women. Though the drop-off in box office performance between the first Black Panther and the second Black Panther film would suggest that even that kind of appeal to the urban market has limited durability. Artificial appeals to women, by contrast, entirely misunderstand what makes these films popular to begin with. They are predicated on the assumption that women will not come unless you ask them to, and that asking them to is much more important than giving them a reason to. It begins, fittingly enough, with Captain Marvel herself. A financially successful but deeply and deservedly unpopular film decided the MCU needed a god-tier female hero, and so it inserted one at the last possible moment, causing severe damage to the plot, character work, and world building the MCU had established over more than a decade.
But that is fine.
You're
Really
fine.
fine. No, thanks for jumping on me.
You're quite successfully stolen the torch.
Is there any competition?
It was a sign of things to come. By that point, the momentum was such that nothing, not even Carol Danvers, could entirely derail Avengers Endgame. Yet her quite literally scene-stealing cameos in that film robbed popular and lovingly tendered characters of several important payoffs. Of course, it's fucking Carol who saves Tony and Nebula, whom she's never before met, when it could have been Thor or Star-Lord or pretty much any space-acquainted member of the core cast. Of course, it's Carol who takes out Thanos' ship and takes on the big fig himself when everything about the universe cried out for it to be Hulk. Of course, it's Carol who saves Peter and the glove, when it could and should have been Tony giving Peter his last glimpse of his mentor in the fullness of his glory. It's only because we'd had 10 years of build-up that Carol didn't wreck more of the film than she did. But her every scene in that movie counts against the whole, takes something away from it, aborts the payoff to some creditable piece of setup. But those in charge were prepared to risk this damage to the final installment of this generational enterprise told us a lot about priorities that were already beginning to shift. If the plan was, as it seems to have been, to have Carol Danvers emerge to helm the post-Infinity Saga MCU, then we can say with some certainty when the current lamentable trend began, and we can say with complete certainty that this was an attempt to elevate real-world fashion above the needs of story. Captain Marvel was the last film before Endgame itself. At that time, you had the majority of the core cast alive and in place, and the script for Endgame would have been sufficiently advanced that the creators would have known who would emerge from the final confrontation and who would not. Meaning, in other words, that you had a large cast of legacy characters to take up the mantle. And yet, at the 11th hour, they introduced fucking Carol. This would be like George Lucas running with Luke as his protagonist until the last 20 minutes of Return of the Jedi, only then to introduce some bint called Rachel to take on the Emperor, defeat him, and then lead Star Wars into its next iteration. The fact Carol in one world and Brie Larson in another turned out to be the fanbase's least favorite of all the characters they'd ever seen rather mucked up the executive plans. A fatal mistake was made. The public-facing response of the ideologue is always to blame their enemies because it's much easier to scapegoat than to accept the blame yourself, but combine it with the money-seeking motives behind the scenes, and the Marvel hierarchy managed to distract themselves twice over. Well, they said, we can't continue to run with this woman because people fucking hate her for some reason. We might lose some money. But that's just because the people who hate Captain Marvel are sexists, and they just happened to focus their ire on her. And yeah, maybe Brie Larson being pricklier than a porcupine in interviews isn't helping too much. So, okay, maybe it shouldn't be this woman, but it must be a woman, right guys? Literally any woman. Anyone you can think of. Try enough of them, one of them's bound to stick. Those who bristle when certain YouTubers use terms like MCU are then aiming at the wrong target. It's not Gary from Nerdrotic who birthed the concept, it is Marvel themselves. It's not sexism on the part of reactionary commentators, it is tokenism on the part of Disney executives. As is evidenced then by the very first film of Phase 4, Black Widow. Natasha Romanoff is an incredibly useful character for analyses of this sort because she perfectly demonstrates a number of important points. In the first place, she was immensely popular during the MCU's greatest run. Without ever anchoring her own film, she became a fan favorite. She and Clint Barton together provided a healthy dose of realism, proof that mere mortals could hack it in a world of gods with stakes, motives, and vulnerabilities that so often prevented the MCU from flying up its own superpowered sphincter. Natasha Romanoff is evidence, firstly and most importantly, that the same tricks that make male heroes popular make female heroes popular as well. Give them stories, characters, relationships, defined roles, and lo and behold, the character's popularity rises with the quality of the writing, not in line with the gaining of Jesus status superpowers and other superhuman abilities. That we reached the end of Phase 3 lamenting that Black Widow had never had a film of her own is evidence really that she never needed one. The affection in which she was held came from her role in a story we cared about, and her role in that story was no more and no less than it needed to be. It was understood at the time that no character was more important than the story of which they were a part. After Tony Stark, Nat Romanoff vies only really with Thor for the emotional impact of her sacrifice, and Thor had 3 films devoted to him. So pound for pound, Natasha Romanoff has a much bigger emotional impact on the events of the Infinity Saga. We were given a complex, compelling, and endearing character who could rival her male peers with a mere fraction of their screen time. She also benefited from that unique advantage women have over men. Most men are catastrophically ugly. Scarlett Johansson is not. I know men and women who would happily plunder that spider's lair. By contrast, I know maybe 4 people who would willingly fuck Mark Ruffalo, and at least 3 of those are mentally ill. One of those is Mark Ruffalo. This kind of thing helps, alright? It's the second reason Black Widow is a useful case study. Yes, she is sex on legs, and yes, that probably fast-tracked her in the audience's estimations. This is an advantage, ladies. It is not a disadvantage, just as getting Chris Hemsworth's clothes off is seen as an advantage, not a disadvantage. But for all her natural assets, what stands out about Natasha Romanoff isn't her looks, or isn't just her looks. There are plenty of attractive femme fatales in Hollywood. There are plenty of sex bomb movie women who you'd struggle to even name 5 minutes after seeing the film. That is not true of Nat Romanoff. What stands out about her then is her character. Hell, her looks were a vital tool of her character. They aided her profession, but the story made them incidental. She is the 4th of the 4 people I know who would willingly fuck Mark Ruffalo when she could have gone for and had pretty much anyone at any time, because there was depth to her character, because she was complex, because she was damaged, and because her values encompassed something like the full range of human emotion. The fundamental irony of feminists and their adjacents who dismiss the MCU's original female cast as gratuitous, as being only there for their sex appeal, is that it is they, and not the male gays they decry, who look at Black Widow and see only her tits. The rest of us really liked her as a character as well. But then, someone somewhere put 2 and 2 together and came up with 5. Not the only time in recent history that Disney accounting has produced a number greater than the sum of its parts, allegedly. Want more women front and center? This is a popular legacy woman? Well then, spank my ass and tickle my clit, we're on to a winner. Let's kick off Phase 4 with a Black Widow movie. But wait, sensible people said, that's a strange choice. She's dead. I mean, we all loved her, but she's definitely, absolutely 100% dead. That story's finished. Why would you kick off the post-Infinity Saga with a prequel to the old story? What are you trying to achieve here, Marvel? The answer, as is now always the case in Hollywood, is that they wanted to hit the right socio-political points while putting in the least amount of effort imaginable. So rather than begin the multiverse saga from the ground up, adding a couple of new female characters deserving of the same care and attention as was paid to Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Peter Parker, and yes, Natasha Romanoff, they instead tried to make bank off a woman who had already benefited from that treatment, and they ended up disgracing her legacy. The Black Widow movie was a comical mess, but it completed the foundations Captain Marvel had begun to lay in 2019. A story that didn't need to be told, a character who did not need to be there, and the only remarkable thing about it, besides how cosmically shit it was the overt and cliched gender politicking. Yeah, that sure does sound really familiar now, doesn't it? Still, at least it gave us Nat smashing her own face into a desk to get rid of Way Winston's overpowering man-musk. That was very funny. Well done, film. Again, to the MCU point, it is not YouTubers like Gary or The Drinker who birthed the concept. It wasn't some phobos who explained away the absence of other Avengers in Black Widow by saying how important it was that Nat not have help from any man. Oh no, it was the director of the fucking movie, doubtless with the full and complete approval of the studio that hired her. We know Tony Stark was originally going to appear in that film. Writer Eric Pearson confirmed as much, telling a comicbook.com podcast, "I do remember now that one version of the script prior to me literally had written into it the end moment of Civil War with Tony and Natasha." Pearson went on to explain that since the footage wouldn't have offered anything new, the team ultimately thought it wasn't worth including. That's the only time I saw Tony Stark's name in it, and he was just kind of a flag-planted reminder like, "Hey, we're right at the end of Civil War," he said. which, was already a bit broken, since the stakes in the Black Widow movie, evil, smelly, patriarchal Cockney Russian Ray Winston with a giant flying fortress, plotting the overthrow of the global order via his army of highly trained and expensive, yet disposable girls brainwashed by the power of his scent. God, I can't believe that was actually a thing. Anyway, you'd think that might demand the presence of other Avengers to help out, no? It's a pretty big threat to the world, and yet, no, we couldn't have them. Explaining the absence of recognizable heroes who'd absolutely be called in to face such a threat, the director Kate Shortland said at the time, initially there was discussions about everything, about all the different characters. What we decided was, and I think Kevin was really great, he said, she doesn't need the boys, we didn't want it to feel like she needs the support, we want her to stand alone, and she does. Rarely will you find a more overt confirmation that the needs of story have been subordinated to the needs of real-world politics than this, folks. So a story that didn't need to be told, featuring a character who didn't need to be there, was deprived of all sense and reason by the want of applause from an audience who would never have liked the film anyway. Well done, yeah, top work, great strategic move, Marvel. Since Black Widow, of course, pointless women have spread through the MCU like a disease. Even the legacy characters have been reduced by their gender. Wanda Maximoff had the potential to be a fantastic villain, anchoring at least an entire phase of the MCU. Yet the combination of WandaVision and Multiverse of Madness established that women are not really allowed to be villains, in line with their character or their motive, because women are innately wonderful magical creatures who can only be motivated to do bad things by the external imposition of patriarchal injustice. This despite the fact that some of the greatest characters in cinematic history are themselves villains, so by depriving women of the chance to be true villains, we are essentially depriving them of the chance to occupy pivotal roles in cinema. But no, taking a whole town as your mind slaves and torturing them because your sex toy broke? Oh, poor Wanda, poor Wanda. No one will ever know what you sacrificed for them. Going after the evil book to break the multiverse because you want to steal the real version of children in another universe that you magicked into existence in this one, and massacring everyone in your quest to do it? Yeah, it's really quite unfair that we think of this as a bad thing, given it's basically the same as Doctor Strange messing with time to save half the population of the universe. That's how this works, right? Still, Wanda looks like a brilliant character compared to the various female inserts that have followed her. Who or what is America Chavez besides female and ethnic? Who or what is Riri Williams besides being female and ethnic? Who or what is Ms. Marvel besides being female and ethnic? She-Hulk isn't particularly ethnic, but my goodness, she is most definitely a woman. You can tell from all the hysterical complaining. Monica Rambeau, Shuri, Cassie Lang, Yelena, Valkyrie, Agatha Harkness, Sylvie, Echo, Kate Bishop. Ugh, it was as if a billion-dollar franchise sighed with boredom and was suddenly silenced. There are a number of insults being not so tacitly leveled by this approach, not the least of which is the insult to normal, sane women everywhere. The MCU is by far the most profitable film franchise in the history of cinema. Avengers Endgame ranks something like 3rd place in the list of all-time highest-grossing movies. You do not gain that position if you're not already doing something that appeals to women as well as to men. The Infinity Saga stood in the best traditions of universal entertainment. Are comic books a traditionally male medium? Yeah, sure, fine. Did men make up more of the overall MCU viewership than women? I'm willing to believe that. Yet I distinctly recall that I went to see the vast majority of older MCU films with my mum, my friend, his mum. Boyfriends took girlfriends and vice versa. Husbands took wives and vice versa. Fathers took daughters as well as their sons. And the proof is in the receipts. Strive for a universal audience and you've got a good chance of attaining a universal audience. Strive for a particular audience by going against all the demands of drama and making very propagandistic appeals to identity-based groups in the real world, thereby denying them the chance at escapism, and there's a good chance you will gain no audience at all. It has, I would say, undeniably been the case that the latter-day MCU has consciously attempted to shift its target audience. For some reason, the impression has set in that its incomparable success is due in large part to the wrong composition of audience. Yet it's just as undeniable that the conscious attempt to shift has entailed sacrificing story for fashionable female trends. And it is absolutely undeniable that the attempted shift has not rejigged the audience composition. It has instead nuked the audience as a whole. It has to go down as one of the most expensive blunders since the creation of, the NHS, Social Security, the military-industrial complex. On the altar of fashion, Marvel has gone from a multi-billion-dollar franchise to one that cannot keep pace with Five Nights at fucking Freddy's. In a sane world, the Marvels would Canadian healthcare this new venture. It has not worked. It has done the precise opposite of worked. Within 5 years, it has turned gold into highly acidic shit. And this being self-evident, the Marvels should mark the end of this venture. But we do not live in a sane world, do we? Because if we did, it wouldn't have taken the studio this long to recognize the issue. They'd have stopped after Ant-Man 3, or Love and Thunder, or Loki, or, maybe even Captain fucking Marvel. We can of course overstate the point. There are bigger and deeper problems than the feminization of the MCU. Multiverse of Madness was not a bad film because it adopted feminist chic. It was a bad film because it had no direction, no point and no purpose, and it was written by clowns. But I'd argue that these are both symptoms of the same underlying cause. The MCU lacks a point now. Nobody involved in it can tell you what they're doing or why they're doing it. It has no particular need to exist. It has no story to tell. And because nobody in charge really gets the point of the thing they're in charge of, there is no check on the faddish experimentation of those they employ. You cannot simultaneously believe that your story and your identity politics are the most important thing in the world. The one precludes the other. If the MCU still had a story, we might still have good female characters. The MCU no longer has a story, and so we have fashionable gender politics. And that, I think, is where we'll leave it for now. I was going to go on another mini essay about the rival theories for the cause of the MCU's box office slump. Is it superhero fatigue? Is it bad writing fatigue? But this video is quite long enough already, and this is Marvel we're talking about. There's plenty more backed up in the sludge pipe, so I'm sure we'll get to revisit the point in the near future. Madam Web? Who's excited for Madam Web? For now, all that is left for me is to thank first my editors, Fritz, Lofty Pixels, Bagface, and Ozzy, without whom this video would probably have taken several months to release rather than several weeks. Links to their channels are in the description. Thanks as well to my patrons, who I realize haven't had a shout out for a good long while at this point. Look, there they all are, scrolling up the screen. You're all lovely people, and your support is immensely appreciated. I know times are tough at the moment, and it means a lot to know that somehow, for some reason, I am worthy of some of your hard-earned money. And thank you finally to the rest of you in the audience. If there's one thing to be said for watching all your favorite franchises go down in flames, at least we don't have to sit through it all alone. Maybe the real MCU is the friends we made along the way. I'm not entirely sure what I'll be covering next. I need to finish the Ahsoka series, although those videos have kind of bombed, so I'm not sure exactly what format I'll be covering the remainder in. There is of course Willy Wonka coming out, and Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, and Aquaman 2, The Last Aquaman to look forward to as well. Oh, also Rings of Power Season 2, that's next year. I did say I'd try and finish those reviews before it launches. Well, expect something of some sort over the next few weeks. And that's it. You have officially survived the Marvels. Here is your medal. It was close, but we made it. Well done. Now let's go drink. Drink until it all goes away. Drink until your liver tears a hole through the fabric of space-time. And maybe you'll wake up in a happier alternate universe where all media is good and I am unemployed. Or maybe you'll just end up in hospital. Try not to end up in hospital. Bye now. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.